Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman. It's so great to be with you today. I've been on the internet for many years, actually 30 years now, and you can find me all over the place. I've been talking about my journey from code newbie to senior engineer on my blog, on my podcast, on TikTok, and on Twitter. And I'm so excited that you're here to share your journey with us and hear from all of our wonderful speakers, that we're ready for the second and final day of CodeLand. We have thousands of you joining from all over the world, and we want to hear where you're from and maybe even see a picture of the room that you're in, or maybe the pets and the kids that are joining you. And you can share things like this with the other attendees in the CodeLand hallway day 2 post. That's right, there's actually a whole new hallway for day 2. It's linked above in the video stream. And don't forget that CodeLand is raffling off sticker packs for folks that participate in those conversations. So there's a reason for you to participate in our CodeLand community in the hallway, in the sponsor expo, speaker posts, and elsewhere. Now, quick reminder about how CodeLand is going to work this year. We're going to have 2 live keynotes today. The first one is coming up next, and we're going to be releasing 8 more on-demand talks for a total of 16. And you can watch them wherever you want, and you'll be able to find those on-demand posts in the interactive schedule to my right, starting at 9:45 Pacific, 12:45 Eastern, and 4:45 UTC. So to pull them up, you'll just click Watch on Demand and chat. You can even watch yesterday's on-demand talk too. And we're going to be playing 8 of those on-demand talks right here on this stream if you want to watch with me and have more of a social experience. And then later, we're going to moderate some speaker discussions with the actual speakers that you're going to hear from today. So don't forget to leave questions for the speakers in their posts. We're going to pick some of those and we're going to read them aloud during the speaker discussions. Now, to find all the CodeLand speaker and sponsor posts, just scroll down in the interactive schedule, where you're going to find also the sponsor expo hall. They make it all possible, so be sure to check that out, as well as the digital jobs fair. I also want to say an additional thanks to our generous sponsors today for making CodeLand a reality, and a big shout out, and a particular shout out to our Patreon sponsors, New Relic and GitHub. Now, we strongly encourage you to head to those digital sponsor booths. There are giveaways and job opportunities and lots more. So let's make sure that we show our sponsors some love. Thank you so much for being here today with us on CodeLand 2021. I'm personally excited to MC this 5th annual celebration of the coding journey. Let's get started, but first, it's time for a recess break.
Hey CodeLand! My name is Kim Maida. I'm the VP of Developer Relations at Ionic, and this is my workspace.
I use an iMac Pro and an external 27-inch monitor. I like mechanical keyboards, and I make keycaps for mechanical keyboards by hand myself. This one is my Moonlander keyboard. And I also have a Fossil Dig Site number pad. I love making miniatures, so I made a bunch of little dioramas, as well as all of the keycaps in the top row on this keyboard that I call my Miyazaki board. With so many devices plugged in at once, that powered USB strip is a must. Ember Mug can't live without that. And I travel a bit, and I speak at conferences sometimes.
Thanks for joining me, and I hope you have an amazing time at the conference.
Hi, I'm Cassidy, and I'm here to give you a little bit of a desk tour. So what you see right here are my 2 monitors, and I've got them connected to my PC, and I've got my Mac right here. Now I have this dock that connects both my Mac and my PC to all my accessories. So my mechanical keyboards, this one I built myself. I've also got this microphone stand here. This is a Shure MV7. I've got both Elgato key lights right here, plus my cameras, and then this Stream Deck, which controls a lot of stuff. And so right now, this is the Logitech Brio. This is for the Sony a6100. Look at that high quality. Now I can hit a button on my Stream Deck. Now I got some pink lighting, And then we can get some light on the subject with my face. Look at that. And so now we've got these lights going right here. This notebook I made myself. I've always got some hand lotion on the side. I love Hot Wheels. I don't talk to a lot of people about it, but I love Hot Wheels cars. And yeah, that's what I've got so far.
Hey friends, welcome back from recess. Right now, I'm kind of thinking about how CodeLand went virtual for the first time last year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while that is still a necessary precaution for this year, there was still a lot of love for the virtual format. So the CodeLand organizers were really compelled to bring that forward into 2021. And it's so great to see you all in the CodeLand hallway chat. But I do miss seeing other attendees of CodeLand in person. But I do like the CodeLand recess breaks because they feel like mini conversations with the community. We'd love to see where you're joining us from. So please tweet at CodeLandConf and use the hashtag CodeLand with your own workspace walkthroughs. And you can share pictures of your desk in the hallway. Now, let's have a word from Jess Lee, one of the co-founders of Forum, before we turn to our first keynote of the day.
CodeLand 2021 is hosted on Code Newbie Community, a place for early career software developers to meet, publish content, and connect over their coding journeys. Code Newbie Community is powered by Forum, open source community software that's secure, accessible, and transparent. If you're curious about Forum and want to learn more, check out forum.dev, a space dedicated to discussing Forum's open source software and helping anyone create their very own self-hosted Forum community. Join forum.dev today to discover the new community web.
Thanks so much to Jess. Forum.dev is really a great place to go if you want to learn about the software that's powering CodeLand. And now I'm thrilled to turn it over to my friend Gift Egwenu, who is a front-end consultant and an incredible content creator who shares YouTube videos and blogs about making the web more accessible, as well as tech tutorials and lifestyle content of all kinds. And today, Gift is going to be speaking on a topic that really sums up the value of CodeLand, Dev, and the CodeLand community overall: learning in public. Over to you, Gift.
Thank you so much, Scott. Hi, everyone. I feel very honored to be a keynote speaker at this conference. Just thinking back to the start of my career, the Code Newbie community was a huge part of my early days in tech. And now that I'm here on this virtual stage, giving this talk, it just makes me feel very excited. In today's talk, I will be exploring some different learning models and how they can help and benefit you in growing your career as a developer, or regardless of wherever you are in tech. I made this tweet a couple of months ago, and it says, one secret ingredient to a successful career in tech is putting your work and yourself out there. Even up till this day, this statement still holds true for me. And having experienced this firsthand in my career, I'm very happy to share some actionable tips and ideas that would help you practice a learning technique that will work for you. And a key part of that learning technique is how to learn in public. Again, hi, everyone. My name is Gift Egwenu. I currently work as a front-end developer. And I really enjoy creating content for developers, and I do that on my personal blog and as well as on my YouTube channel. Throughout the course of this talk, I'm going to be exploring three main points. The first being why you should always stay up to date in tech. What's the need for you to keep up learning in tech? The second point would be, what are the different learning techniques that you could explore to help you pivot your career in tech? And these techniques are things that I have tested and tried myself, and they really work. And lastly, I would focus on the last technique, which is learning in public, sharing what learning in public is, why you should actually learn in public, and how to go about doing it. How do you stay up to date in tech? If I was to walk up to a group of engineers now and ask them this question, what do you think would be the answer? I'm pretty sure some of them will have different methods that works for them, right? That's just to show that not everybody has the same way of learning. Different people have different learning methods that works for them. It could be that as a developer, you prefer watching tutorials. It could be that you prefer just reading the documentation. Different learning models works for different people. Now, let's take a look at this illustration for a bit. These are some groups of learning models that exist. And here you have representations of an average person's retention rate. And the interesting thing about this learning pyramid is the lowest level of retention you get out of reading for reading is 10%. Now compare that to, say, the highest, which is teaching other people. So if you're trying to learn a concept, you could as well just read about it, right? But I bet you the level of understanding or retention that you get out of that compared to actually learning something and teaching other people is worthwhile. And that's the idea that I'm trying to bring to you in this keynote, learning in public. Now, I already said that there are different methods that works for different people, right? Not everybody has the same method. Even one person could have several different methods that works for them. Like, for example, myself, I really am very, I prefer watching videos. Like, I like seeing visual stuff when I'm learning something. So I prefer watching videos and also tutorials that has a lot of visual content. That's what works for me. For you, it could be that you just want to read a book and try to understand the concept. That's totally fine. Now, the real truth about learning anything is that there is no straight path to learning a topic. Like, you have to try different things, try different methods that works for you, right? And that idea just is depicted in this graph, as you see here. What you think, this is a popular thing that happens on social media, what you think something is and what it actually is. So what people think learning seems like it's a straight path. You just go on, learn something, read a book, and you have all the knowledge you think you would need for that specific topic. But actually, in the real sense of things, learning actually looks like the second graphical picture you see here. It's not a straight path, so you try different things on your road to gaining knowledge in a specific area. Now, we're going to explore 4 learning techniques in this talk. I have tried all of this, and I'm pretty confident to tell you that it worked for me. The last one is something that I'm very passionate about now, and I'm going to spend more time explaining that. But the first technique here is called the Feynman's technique. And I'm pretty sure when I explain this, you definitely resonate with it, because I'm sure some people here are probably already tried doing this without even knowing that it's a thing. The Feynman's technique is a technique where you try to teach yourself something in the most simplest form possible, and it follows 4 processes. The first thing you have to do is choose a topic you're interested in learning. Then try to explain it to yourself, or it could even be you're trying to explain it to somebody else. But try to explain it to yourself as if you're explaining it to a child. After that, you try to identify the gaps in your knowledge and then return to the source. So I could give you a typical example. You're trying to learn a new programming language, say Vue.js. I love Vue.js, so obviously I have to use that as an example. And I'm trying to understand a core concept in Vue, say state management, right? In order for me to properly assimilate this knowledge, I would go on to teach myself as if I'm teaching a child, and then identify the gaps in my knowledge, return to the source just to clear up those gaps, and go back again and simplify the explanation to myself. I use this a lot when I'm writing articles, just because I want other people reading my articles to understand it in the simplest form possible and not to share vague knowledge, right? The Feynman's technique is something that I've definitely tried, and it works for me. It helps me understand concepts that, for example, I'm having difficulties understanding. The other technique here is guided and unguided learning. Now, this is very, very similar to what you typically know as learning, right? A guided learning in this case follows a guided path. So you could use tutorials, courses, videos for this path. While on the other hand, unguided learning doesn't really have any paths. You already know in your head that you're trying to understand a specific topic, but you don't stick to any form of learning tutorial or courses or videos. You have an idea in mind, I want to build this, or I want to learn this specific topic. You could either go to the docs to learn something about it, watch a YouTube video, try to build an app from scratch in order for you to understand the topic or the concept that you're trying to learn. Now, this is also something I do every day, right? In a typical work day for me, I'm trying to figure out a bug fix. The first thing I do is I go on Google and I search for that error that I'm getting. This also happens to a lot of other developers. So it could be that I am trying to follow the guided learning approach. To learn a new concept, I watch a tutorial, I watch a video course, or I go on YouTube to learn something about it. Or it could be that I am in a situation where I just need to get specific insights on a topic and I do a quick Google search, I check the docs, right? This is another learning method you could use in your career. Now, this is another interesting one that I recently found out about and I've tried. It's called spaced repetition. Spaced repetition is a powerful technique that will help you memorize information in much less time than you would think it would take. Spaced repetition is a memory technique that involves reviewing information before it is forgotten, right? And you try to remember it at certain intervals. In a long run, what you're trying to do is trick your brain to understand a specific concept by trying to remember it at specific intervals. Now, if you see this illustration that I have here, I have 3 boxes, right? And in each box, I write down, let's say each of those items you see in each box is a sticky note. In each of those sticky notes, I try to write down a concept that I'm trying to understand. How this works is you put in all the sticky notes in the first box and you set an interval for when you want to review them. It could be that you want to review them every 24 hours, or for the first box, right? Every 48 hours. It could even be every 1 hour if you have the time. Now, the goal here is if you try to remember something you've written in that box and you remembered it correctly, you have to move it to the next box. If you try to remember and you don't, you have to leave it in the first box. Just so you see the illustration again. Oh, it's not working. Okay. The idea is you move a sticky from one box to another when you correctly get the concept. Now, I have a very interesting illustration or a very interesting comic that actually demonstrates this in action. It's kind of like a game, but it walks you through what spaced repetition is, how it works. If you're interested in playing this game and just understanding how it really works, you can check out the CodeLand post where I left a link for this website. But the idea is you space out the concepts you're trying to learn, right? And you try to recall them at certain intervals, say 24 hours. When you recall it, that's great. You move it to the next box. If you don't recall it, you move it to the previous box, or you leave it where it currently is and continue repeating that until you properly understand the concepts that you're trying to learn. Now, the star of the day, learning in public. This is another learning model that I literally use almost every day because I do it now without even realizing that this is what I'm doing. What is learning in public? It's in the name, right? It's you learning publicly. You could either be doing this because you have a goal in mind, or just because you want to share your knowledge, or you want a community of learners to be you want to be among a community of learners. And I'll explain this by giving an example. I think learning in public is the fastest way to learn, grow, and build your career. I'm saying this because I'm a testament of that, right? And learning in public is not something that I coined. It's an essay that someone actually brought up. His name is Sean Wang. And 2 years ago, I read this essay. And at the time, I was very open to sharing. I had already done a bit of learning in public without realizing that that was what I was doing. And when I read this essay, I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what I've been doing the entire time. And this even gave me more perspective to how to improve and how to do more in that regard. Now, learning in public is essentially sharing your learning publicly. And one thing to note is if there are 100 people in a room that are developers, I could say probably 1% of them are learning in public. 99% of other people or other developers don't share or don't learn publicly, they learn privately. It could be that they are taking a course, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong in doing that. But following this method, following the learning in public method, will even help you further. And I will also explain towards the end of this talk. Now, this idea is not something that is owned or followed by just one person. I've seen a ton of people preach about it. I've seen a ton of people that also support the idea. Some examples of those people are Ken C. Dodds and Josh Cormier. And they talk about this a lot. They've even written about it. I recently listened to this podcast by Ken C. Dodds sharing what learning in public is, his idea of learning in public or building in public. And also read this blog post from Josh on how to learn stuff quickly. And towards the end of that post, he also shared the idea of learning in public. So just so you know, it's not a new idea. It's something a lot of people practice. And as a developer, it's something that could help you when you're trying to grow in your career. Now, what's the entire concept of learning in public, or how do you go about it if you're interested in trying it out? It's not something that you have to follow a strict rule on. It depends on your interest and what you want to do. But the core idea is when you're learning in public, you share your knowledge publicly through either of these mediums. You could either write a blog post or a tutorial, speak at a meetup or a conference, exactly what I'm currently doing now. You could go on Stack Overflow to ask questions, not just ask questions, but also answer questions on Stack Overflow. You could make videos on Twitch or YouTube. I've also done this. It's also interesting, but nowadays there are a lot of developers that are sharing their knowledge publicly through newsletters. That's also an option if you're thinking about it. And the last one is also interesting, and I feel like this might vary for people from person to person. If you have a very huge interest in, or if you're an artistic person, you could also share your knowledge, or you could also learn in public using cartoons, making sketch notes, or making zines. Now, there are people, personally, I've done most of this, right? But there are other people in the tech community that are consistently and constantly sharing their knowledge, learning in public, using some of these methods. Let's see some examples. Now, it's very popular on Twitter to see examples like this, where people share, oh, today I learned how to do this. Oh, I didn't know how to do this before, but now I just learned it. What are they doing in essence? They're sharing or they're learning in public. They don't just learn something and keep it to themselves, but they also share it. That's the whole idea of learning in public. This is one of my favorites, and it's from someone called Julia Evans. She does this programming designs where she illustrates she tries to teach a specific topic using illustrations like this. And she doesn't just share it. She doesn't just make it and keep it. She also shares it publicly, right? That's another example of learning in public. Another of my favorites, I really like sketchnoting, but I don't have the perfect artistic skills to make something as pretty as this. But Nitya is someone that I really admire, and she's constantly sharing her knowledge through sketchnotes. If you would like to find more of her work, you can check sketchthedocs.dev. But what she does is she tries to teach a specific concept, mostly on cloud skills, using sketchnotes, and then shares it publicly. This is another example of learning in public. Now, remember I mentioned videos as a way of learning in public, right? There are people that are consistently doing this. Someone that I really admire is Jason. Jason has a show called Learn with Jason, where he invites other people in the industry to teach him a concept live on the show. Now, if you check his entire playlist, you see that there are varying types of knowledge he's gaining literally every week from learning from other developers. That's another example of how to learn publicly. Shameless plug, I also do this. I mentioned that I make YouTube videos, and one of the reasons why I make YouTube videos is, one, to obviously share my knowledge, but also to learn in public, right? I could give you an example. One of those videos you see then called Nox.js content, at the time, I was trying to learn it and use it at work, and I decided, well, it would be nice to actually make a video out of this. And I went ahead to make that video. The most important thing that I got, or that I get from learning publicly, is that it helps me solidify my knowledge. Now, why does learning in public work? I mean, you could ask other people that are constantly learning in public why it works for them, but I think these are 3 reasons why it works in general. The first is the 1% rule. Like I said, if you have a group of developers, probably only 1% out of that group shares publicly. 99% of developers are always learning in private. I mean, it's not bad. It's not a terrible idea to learn in private. But the essence of learning in public is you're indirectly teaching somebody else something you just learned, right? The other thing, or the other reason why it works, is because of the Cunningham's law. And this has happened to me in several scenarios. The Cunningham's law states that the best way to find the right answer on the internet is not to ask a question, but to post the wrong answer. Now, there are times where I'm learning a specific thing, and probably I made the wrong statement, or I said something that was not correct. And I've had people correct me on the internet. I mean, one reason why I hear people say they don't want to post or make blog posts or make videos because they're scared of making mistakes. I think it's okay. Personally, when I make mistakes, I get corrections, I correct them, I move on from there. It only makes me a better person. It only makes me a better content creator, right? So the reason why it works is, of course, because you learn publicly, you get support from other people in the community. It could even be that a concept that you try to teach, the creator of the specific tool, it has happened to somebody that I know, tries to reach out to you to say, oh, this is nice. It's happened to me, actually. This is nice, but this is a better way to go about it, right? You don't just get that when you're learning privately. You don't. And lastly, it helps you build connections. Now, I've gotten a lot of help from people on the internet, right? because I share publicly. I've also gotten opportunities. I've been in position where I was able to help a lot of people just from sharing my knowledge. I would like to share this quote from one of my favorite books, and it says, "The impulse to keep to yourself what you have learned is not only shameful, it's destructive. Anything you do not give freely and abundantly becomes lost to you. You open your safe and find ashes." And this is by Annie Dillard. And this quote is from one of my favorite books. I highly recommend this book called Show Your Work. I picked a lot of actionable tips from reading this book, and it ties very well to learning in public. This book tells you or shares actionable tips on why you should be sharing your work publicly, what you get out of it, and some ways to actually go about doing it. So if you would like to get on this idea of learning in public, you should definitely get this book. It also really shares something that ties, like I said, ties very well into learning in public. The idea of learning in public is to learn and then share, learn and then teach. Learning and teaching a topic or a concept helps you solidify your knowledge in that area that you're trying to teach. And this is something that I've done consistently since the start of my career. I'd like to share my story just to wrap up. I started as a developer in 2017, and at the time, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't plan to make content. I didn't plan to make videos. I didn't plan to write blog posts. But at the time, I decided to hop on the 100 Days of Code challenge, and that was how my journey of learning in public started. After completing the learning in public challenge, during the period, every single thing that I was doing, I was sharing publicly. I would write a weekly recap of what I did every week. I even went on to create a personal blog following the Code Newbie Blog More Challenge in 2018. I consistently continued on this path, and it led me into speaking and organizing events. I didn't plan to do these things. They just found me. And going further, I explored different ways of sharing and learning in public. I've gone ahead to create a YouTube video just because I want to try different mediums of, sharing publicly. I also have a newsletter where I every week share something that I've learned and also a recap of everything that I've created. And that's my story. I didn't step into my career saying, oh, I'm going to be a developer and a content creator. It was during the process of going through learning in public, learning model, that I stumbled upon this idea, and I've been consistently doing it. So I hope that this talk gave you an idea or just opened up your minds to try some of the learning techniques and learning models that I shared during this talk. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can leave a comment on my CodeLand posts. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GIF. That was great. Really appreciate that GIF not only explored different learning models, but she also shared some ways that we can make learning hard concepts fun and in line with our hobbies as well. She also talked about being intentional and being deliberate about how you learn. Learning doesn't just happen. You have to think about it. You have to work at it. I don't think there's really anyone better to talk about different learning methods and learning in public than Gift. So if you have any questions for her, head over to her speaker post in the Code Newbie community. And after that, please head to Gift's YouTube channel for some great content that I promise you'll visit again and again. Be sure to subscribe. I think that was a great way to kick off the second day of CodeLand. Now, a quick note for those of you who registered for the now sold out CodeLand workshops today. Check your emails, find the instructions that you were recently set to join your workshops. Again, you should have gotten that email about 2 hours ago. Today's workshops are building the web for all, a primer on accessibility, and configuring community, self-hosting your own forum. Those workshops will be taking place on Zoom, and they last 2 hours. I hope that the workshop attendees will learn a ton from the forum team today and share some of the takeaways with us on the Code Newbie community soon. I hope you enjoy that. Now, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll meet back here at 9:45 Pacific, 12:45 Eastern, and 4:45 p.m. Universal. See you soon. Welcome back, friends. Again, those hands-on workshops are starting up in just a few minutes. Pull up those Zoom instructions from your email and head on over. But right here, we're going to move into the group watch segment of the day. So what we're going to do is we're going to play 8 on-demand CodeLand talks right here. You can spend some time with me and we'll watch them as a group. But if you prefer to watch the on-demand talks at your own pace, or perhaps in a different order, all you need to do is visit the schedule to my right and then just pick the talk title that you want to watch. And that'll take you to a post on the Code Newbie community where the video will be embedded. And don't forget to leave your questions on the post with the live speaker discussions. We'll use those questions later. Now, let's hear from Victory Brown about developing beyond code.
Hi, everyone. It's so exciting to have you all here for CodeLand 2021. I'm your speaker for this session. My name is Victory Brown, and I'm a user experience designer, a writer, and an open source contributor or advocate. Well, today I'll be talking about developing beyond code. And development or developing is actually a process of bringing something to existence or improving something that is already existing. And I believe that as much as programmers are needed or code writers are needed, designers and technical writers, project managers are also developers too. So for this session, I'll be talking on designing, but developing beyond code. What is product development? Well, product development is the complete process of delivering a new product or a new feature, or also improving an existing one for customers. Product design has to do with process designers use to blend user needs with customer goals. It is important to have designers on the team because from start to finish of a product development cycle, designers also have a part to play. What are the phases of the product development cycle? Well, the first stage is the ideation and research stage. In this stage, the stakeholder presents his information as idea to a team of people, a team of developers, researchers, designers, to develop a product that solves a user's need. It is important to have designers because designers are burdened with carrying out this research on finding out who the target users are, what they need, what products or what problem your product is solving. How do you present yourself or how do you position yourself as in the market with your new feature or the new product that you're introducing to your users, and what benefits do these users derive from using your product? These are all important because if your product does not satisfy these needs, people will not want to use it. The next phase of the product development cycle is strategic planning. Well, the key to a great roadmap is to have a balance between features that you need right now and those that you will implement later in the future. Designers are important also in this phase because from their research, they're able to draw insights on who the user is or who the users are and what they need at this particular time. Now, this helps them to decide on which feature to present first for the product launch and which other features come later on while the app or the product gets updated. The next phase is the development and testing phase. Well, in this phase, the designers are in charge of designing wireframes, coming up with prototypes on what's based on the research and insights that they've drawn from the first and second stage. In this phase, while the wireframes are being created, wireframes are like low fidelity mockups of or they look like what the actual product is supposed to look like, but no code has been written. They're just prototypes of what it should actually look like. In this phase, there's a back and forth interaction between the developers and designers. Sometimes the designers are left out in this process in some organizations, but it's important to have them in the development and testing phase because while the product is being developed, they send this to a set of target users to come up, they watch them use this product and try to like take notes on what edge cases they face and how these users interact with this new interface that they are presented with. This helps them to go back to the drawing board and get started on changing some things, iterating on the already made prototypes or wireframes. Well, wireframes are important because they save the money. Instead of testing on the actual products after it has been launched, you test on low fidelity mockups and take notes and make iterations before passing on to the developers to write codes on it. The final stage is the launch and commercialization. Well, in this phase, with all the answers from the first step and feedback from your early users, you're able to identify how to position yourself in the market and what you would do that resonates with your target audience. For instance, if you're designing a kids app or an app for children or kids, you would identify how to present this to your public. You plan your launching, what colors you'd use, animation, and so on and so forth. Why is design important? Well, Dr. Ralph Speth, CEO of Jaguar, says, if you think good design is expensive, you should look at the cost of bad design. Well, design allows all components of a product to work seamlessly, and it also takes into consideration other elements as manufacturing, logistics, and business. design is important because it largely defines how a product works. Design has gone above how beautiful something looks, how aesthetically pleasing it looks, the colors and all, but more of how it works. What product does this solve? Who is the user? Why is this an important product or feature to introduce to the market? And also, good design saves your company money because from the research to the final stage, if design is paid attention to, by the final launch, you would not need to tweak anything after your product has been sent. If you should do that, it will be more of an update after you've collected feedbacks from the users after a while. How can designers help to improve products? Well, by providing you with research data. This is one of the most important jobs of a designer, and sometimes developers are too focused with actually writing codes that they will have no time to conduct research on whatever product they're writing codes for. So it's important to have designers on your team because they conduct research, talk firsthand with your users and find out their needs and their frustrations. From there, they draw insights from the research, create user personas, user flows, and how come up with sketches on how the product is supposed to look. They're also in charge of interacting firsthand with users to know their needs and frustrations, like I said. Also, proper research saves time, money, resources, and manpower. By generating design sketches to support design decisions, these are ways that designers can help improve a product. And also, finally, they help by iterating on design solutions till product is finished and meets product goals or company goals. Creating a collaborative developer space. This is important if you want to be a design-centered or design-minded community. You must find a way to kind of like put people together in teams. And working in teams also gives room for new innovative ideas, and solutions are exchanged back and forth. Things are questioned, decisions are questioned till there's actually no question to be asked about it. So working in teams is actually important. Use collaborative tools for sharing ideas. Tools like Figma, Sketch, Adobe. These are collaborative tools that designers could use to share their sketches with the team. Miro is another platform that supports collaborative experience and sharing ideas. Also, use collaborative communication platforms like Slack. You could use Slack to communicate, Discord. These are ways to put people together and kind of like exchange ideas. Also, clearly define each team member's role. Let the members of the team know their duty. Assign supervisors to the team, project leads, product leads. Also, teach your designers to code basic HTML and CSS at least. I think it kind of like gives designers an idea of what is implementable and what should be tweaked or iterated on. Finally, pitching design to stakeholders. This is for designers or people who are design minded, but you find yourself in a community where design is actually paid less attention or no attention at all. Well, first, whenever a product is about to be launched or developed, it is important to understand your product needs, find out why this product is needed, and kind of like understand your stakeholders stand. Why are they less concerned about design, and what would you do? What would you present to them that could like kind of spark up a design enthusiasm in them? Also, do your research before you present ideas to your stakeholders. Do your research, find out who the target audience is. This can be done even without approval, I may say, especially when you find yourself in a community that design is not really the base for product development. It's important to do your research and present this research to stakeholders. Also, present data visually. Now, conducting research can be quite crazy because most times people don't really understand what you're trying to say in terms of identifying user needs. So preparing your or putting your research findings in kind of like a visual form by creating user personas to kind of identify your target audience, user flows, information architecture. These are actually important visual representation of research data for product development. And also make sure your design solves a problem or the product that is being developed solves a problem. It saves your company money. And when you have this as a designer, when you have your facts straight, you've done your research, you are able to present your data visually, you would actually be listened to. So finally, start with customer experience, not with technology. This is important, especially where, like I said, design is in the forefront of what you are doing. It is important to start with customer experience. Explain to your stakeholders why it is important that users are put front and center of this product. Explain to them that it's not about just producing something. It's not just about adding a new feature. Who uses this and what do they stand to gain? How is this making life easier for users? How is this solving a problem? This way, after you've presented to your stakeholders, they'll give you an opportunity to present your findings, and you can move on and start a design team from there. That's an exciting way to start in a community where design is, like I said, not paid so much attention to. Finally, I want to say that it's really very important that designers are added to teams and actually listened to, because design has come to a place where people now want to use products that solve their problems, products that are useful. And you can only design products that are useful when you know what it is going to be used for, when you know the needs, the frustrations of these users or your target audience that you're presenting this product to. When you place yourself properly in the market, it's kind of like brings a win-win for both the company and the user. The user is satisfied, the company makes more profits, the company is satisfied, it meets project goals. This is actually very, very important. And I'm really excited I was able to share this with you. Well, thank you for listening. And also thank you for being a part of CodeLand 2021. You can follow me on Code Newbie community as Victory Brown, LinkedIn, Victory Brown, Twitter, Victory Brown. I look forward to hearing from you, and I hope you have a great time at CodeLand, and see you soon.
And we're back, friends. I'm looking forward to chatting with Victory in our speaker discussion later today. Be sure to leave your questions in Victory's speaker post, and we might just answer it live. Now, let's hear from Hidde de Vries about how you can use front-end code to make your site more accessible to people with disabilities.
Hi, hello, it's Hidde, and I'm excited to be at CodeLand this year to be presenting to you, and I'll be talking about why I think it is the markup that matters. I just wanted to let you know that I've got a blog, you can find it on hidde.blog, and I write about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, accessibility, web standards, all sorts of things. So yeah, have a look at that or follow me on Twitter at HTV. Now, I want to talk to you today about the quality of websites. Now, there's a lot of aspects to that, right? We want good websites to be secure, performant, and of course, accessibility as well. And accessibility will be the main subject of today's talk. Now, what do we mean by accessibility? We mean that we want the web to be accessible to people with permanent disabilities. They could be people who are deaf or hard of hearing, people who are blind, or have visual impairments, and there are many more permanent disabilities that can make it harder for people to use digital technologies. And accessibility is all about making sure that our websites are accessible to everyone, including people with permanent disabilities. Now, there's a nice ripple-on effect, because if you make your website accessible, they'll likely also work better for people who have temporary disabilities, like maybe someone who's had a skiing accident and broke their arm and cannot use it for a couple of weeks or months. And of course, also people who are in certain situations, like people who are carrying a baby on one arm and just have one arm available. So accessibility is about making the web accessible to people with permanent disabilities, but there are also lots of other people who benefit too. Now, web accessibility is the responsibility of everyone on the team. It includes content designers, web developers, UI designers, CMS integrators, user researchers. Almost everyone on the team can do something about web accessibility. But specifically today, I will be talking about what web developers can do. And often the task of web developers in web accessibility is all about writing code to make sure a website works better with assistive technologies. And these are technologies that are used by people with disabilities. For instance, screen readers that will read out what happens on the screen to people who are blind. Or braille displays who can translate what happens on the screen in real time to braille so that people can access the content that way. Now, when you go to any website, let's say we go to codelandconf.com, there's going to be a request that's sent to the server, and it's going to respond with a website. But of course, behind the scenes, what actually happens is that you're sent a bit of markup. It's sent to your browser, and the browser turns it into a DOM tree. Now, what not everyone knows is that there is a second structure that's based on the DOM tree, which is called the accessibility tree. You can find it in all the browsers, and basically it represents all the accessibility information that the browser has in a tree form. So for instance, it might know that on your page there is a form that contains a slider that can go to a maximum of 24 and a minimum of 0. The current value is 7. It's called departure time, and you can increment and decrement it. That's a lot of information about that node. And even if you've never seen a slider control, you might imagine by now what sort of control that could be. In your web page, visually this might be represented by a slider that you've built, but if someone uses assistive technologies, they may be getting a completely different interface to that same slider. Maybe they're using a switch control or control this thing by voice. And for all of that to work, the accessibility tree needs to know what this stuff is and kind of what the metadata is. So roles answer the question, what kind of thing is this? Is it a button? Is it a link? Is it a checkbox perhaps? A name is all about how can we refer to this thing. So is it a button for submitting, or is it a button for reloading? And then there is states and properties, which is basically everything else you might want to know about a control. For instance, that it is expanded or collapsed, or that it is hidden or visible. If you want to write accessible code, you want to write code that points machines at what everything is. It points machines at what things are called, and also what state stuff is in. Now, as I mentioned before, people with disabilities may be using assistive technologies to access your website. And these technologies, they usually transform what's going on the screen into a form that the user can make sense of through platform APIs. So these are APIs that are built into Windows, in Mac, and Linux. Obviously, when you have a browser, it might know about all the controls that are in the browser, but it probably doesn't know about the website that you're loading in the browser. Whenever I've typed in codelandconf.com, it's going to get that website for me, and it might be all new to my system. Now, this is where the accessibility tree comes in. The accessibility tree is the missing link between the DOM tree and the platform API. So it's going to tell the platform APIs everything that is very specific to your website. And as I said before, it is based on your markup. So there is a lot of influence that we have as developers over what's going on in the assistive technology and how people experience our website if they are using assistive technologies. Now, if you want to know what an accessibility tree looks like, or you want to inspect it in real time, you can do this in all of the modern browsers. Now, by now you might understand the name of this presentation. It is the markup that matters, because markup usually affects what the accessibility tree looks like, what things are called. It answers questions like, what is this page? Which is something you can answer by providing a title element in your source code. And this is something that might seem quite simple, but often people forget about it because maybe the title is somewhere in a boilerplate bit of code that you usually don't touch. I see this all the time in audits that I perform. So it is important that your title contains information that is specific about the page that the user is currently looking at. There's this video by Leonie Watson, a screen reader user and also accessibility expert, where she explains that the title is usually the first guarantee or confirmation that she's ended up on the page that she wanted to go to. Another question that you can answer in HTML in markup is what is on this page, and you can do this by specifying headings. Headings are elements like H1, H2, H3. These are really important because assistive technology users very often use a mechanism called navigate by heading. They might press a button, they can access a list of headings that exist on a page, and then they use that to access specific sections. So for instance, what you see here is a screenshot of Wikipedia, where I've opened the voiceover screener that comes with the Mac. It displays a list of the headings that are available. So if I listen to it, it's going to read out all the headings, and then it will allow me to skip to a specific one. And then there's form controls. Form controls are extremely important to get right for users of assistive technologies. When WebAIM, a non-profit in the US, was looking at the top 1 million websites, they found that 59% of form inputs were not properly labeled. So this is really important. You want to make sure that input fields, radio buttons, checkboxes, select, text areas, that all of them have labels so that they have a name when they show up in the accessibility tree. I'll show you an example, a field that's called first name, and if I've marked it up as a div and I've put an input element in there, the way it's going to show up in the accessibility tree is with a row of text blocks or entry, depending on the browser you use. So that's got a good role. And it will show up with a name of null or empty string. Because browsers will compute a so-called accessible name to figure out what this thing is called. And they're looking at lots of different things like area labeled by and area label and placeholder and title. The first thing they'll be looking at is the label element, which you can add to your markup. So you add a label element with a for attribute that points at the ID of the input. And if you do that, you will see that the contents of the label will become the accessible name for this input. Another way you can make a difference with markup is by specifying table semantics. Tables, they make tabular data easier to navigate for users of assistive technology. It's important then to use table semantics, and that includes captions, which you can use to name the table. So for instance, if you have a table for net results of 2018, you can distinguish it from the one about 2019 by providing a caption, a unique name for that table. For every table row, you want to use a tr element. For headings inside of your table, you will use a th element, and then inside the th element, you'll want to use a scope element, and you can distinguish whether it is about the column or the row. Something else you can make a huge difference in is if your buttons are just icons. When they are just icons, you want to make sure that they are still accessible names, and that is not always the case. So here I've got some example markup for icons. Maybe I've got a div with inside of that some SVG. Now if you look at the accessibility tree for that, it will tell you it's got a row of empty string and a name of empty string as well. Let's see if we can improve the accessibility tree a little bit there. First we want to make sure that the role is button, and we can do that by using the button element. It's as simple as that. If you use the button element, you get the role of button for free. Now this still doesn't have a name, so one thing we can do is add some text content to the button, which we might visually hide, and at that point the contents of our text will just show up as the name. So in this case it will resolve to add reaction, because I've added the words add reaction into a span that are then visually hidden. Now in some cases you might not have any meaningful markup for your component, and in that case ARIA can help you polyfill. Because with ARIA you can provide different names, roles, properties, and states through attributes. Now one thing to keep in mind though is that not all of ARIA has good support or provides good usability for users of assistive technologies. But an example of elements that do are expendables. So let's say you've got a tooltip. You might have a button that opens the tooltip. What you can do there is add ARIA to establish a relationship between the button and the thing that it opens. And you can do that by using ARIA controls. So in the ARIA controls attribute, you add the ID of the element that it is controlling. Then with the ARIA expanded attribute, you can say whether it is expanded or not. And that is all information that assistive technology can then expose to the end user. Now let's look a bit at what the future might look like. Accessibility Object Model, or AOM, is meant to make it easier to provide information to assistive technologies or find out what the browser is actually passing on. So it doesn't really add any new semantics or new states on top of ARIA. It uses ARIA, but it introduces new ways to specify the stuff that we already know from ARIA. And that allows you to no longer have to do any sprouting. So if you define a web component, for instance, and that web component needs to have a certain role or a certain area attribute, one of the ways that you can do that currently is to add it onto the element. But that means that someone who's using this component also needs to copy paste those attributes and properly set them. With AOM, you would be able to set area through IDL attributes instead of markup, which means that in JavaScript, you will be able to set the role or the area disabled state. So you no longer need to set attributes, you can just interact with these values directly. Something else that AOM aims to solve is to set relationships without needing ID refs. And again, this is a use case that web components have, because in web components it's tricky to have relationships between stuff that's in the light DOM and stuff that is in the shadow DOM. So with AOM, you would be able to set these relationships through JavaScript. Now there's a lot of different relationships that you might be wanting to set for accessibility. For instance, area controls is one of the ones that we discussed earlier, that you can use for something that you are expanding. And like that, there's a number of different area attributes that set a relationship between one element and another. And with AOM, you might be able to do this through JavaScript directly without needing any attributes on top of that. Something else that AOM looks at is to be able to pass events from assistive technologies. Now, there are a lot of privacy concerns around this because we don't want to give developers the ability to find out if someone is using assistive tech. That would expose way too much data about the user that they might rather keep private. Now, another idea in the AOM project is the ability to set non-DOM nodes in the accessibility tree. Now, there are some privacy concerns about this effort, so this work might not actually happen. And then the last thing that AOM wants to address is to give you the ability to read the accessibility tree through JavaScript. Now, the main use case for this, it would allow you to do a lot better testing. Because rather than checking the values of attributes that are meant to provide information to the accessibility tree, you're looking at the accessibility tree directly and what it has computed stuff as. So rather than looking at maybe what's the value for a real label, you're looking at what the actual accessible name is and what it was computed to. Now that's a lot more valuable because it's a lot closer to what the user will be experiencing. So your tests are more accurate if you test that. Alright, so that's all for me today. I wanted to quickly recap my main takeaways for today. The first one is our apps need to be accessible. It's just one of the many things we need to do to make sure our websites have high quality. Just like security and privacy and good design, we've got to make sure our web apps are accessible. The other takeaway is that good markup really makes a difference because it gives us a lot of accessibility for free. If you're using a button element instead of a div, if you're creating buttons, it's going to save you a lot of time and give you a lot of accessibility for free. And the last one is names, roles, and states are all things that you can look up in the accessibility tree and figure out what things compute to. Alright, that was all for me. Thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks.
Welcome back, friends, and big thanks to Hida for that talk. You know, accessibility is a responsibility for all developers, and it's really fascinating work, too. I particularly loved hearing about how browsers talk to assistive technologies and how to build more accessible forms, tables, and rich text content. Speaking of work, I want to remind you to check out the Digital Career Fair on the Code Newbie community if you're looking for a new gig. All you need to do is click Career Fair above the video right here in the CodeLand portal. Now let's turn to a talk about becoming an open source contributor by Tulio Leon.
Hello everyone, and welcome to How to Baby Step Your Way to Become an Open Source Contributor. My name is Tulio, and today I'll do my best to guide you through the first few steps so that I can welcome you all into this amazing community. So you might be looking at the screen and thinking, well, I know that open source is great, I know that it will add to my valuable skills, but I really don't know how to give the first step. What should I do to start with? Don't worry, that's what I felt like 6 or 5 years ago as well. I had a few contributions here and there, very spare, very sparse, but all of a sudden I was contributing almost on the daily basis. And you might be thinking, whoa, that was a really sharp turn, right? You went from no contributions at all to contributions on a daily basis. That's more than baby steps. That's like running a course with obstacles. And I want to stress out, don't worry. Everyone has their own pace, and every pace is acceptable. Don't let anyone tell you that you should be doing daily or almost daily contributions, that you should have a full contribution chart to be valuable. You're valuable doing any type of work and any amount of work. So my name is Tulio, aka Tu Pascual. I'm a software engineering manager at Cadence Design Systems, where I lead a team and also projects and mostly work with C++ and Qt. But on my spare time, I'm also an open source contributor and a maintainer of two organizations, JDM and OpenRCT2, and a few projects here and there. So, what do you need to do, or actually, what do you need to know before you start contributing to open source? And the first thing that I always tell people is that you just need one thing, spare time. You just need some spare time. Maybe it is a few minutes, maybe it is a few hours to spare. Maybe you are on vacation and you want to do something because you're stuck at home. But all you need to really start on open source is some spare time, because if you have some spare time, you will be a helping hand, you will be helpful to someone. But not only spare time, I also like to call this just have fun. If you find something that amuses you, if you find something that excites you, that gets you thrilled, this will be a great experience and you will come back to it, you will become an avid contributor, and it will be just a blast. So find something that you can have fun on your spare time, related to open source, of course, and this will be working in no time. The second thing that I like to tell everyone that they need to come prepared is to be polite. If you're polite to someone, they will be polite back. Being respectful, being polite, and being welcoming is all that open source contributors want to be. And they mostly are, on my experience in open source. Everyone really wants to help you out, because who doesn't love getting additional hands to work on something they like? So if you're respectful, it will go a long way and it will just make the community better for everyone. Finally, you need some patience. My daily job is not to work on my open source projects, and so that is not the case for most of the people involved in the community. So if you open a pull request or you make some comment and the maintainers do not reply within a few days, within a few hours, or within even a few weeks, that might be all right. They might be going through a different, difficult time in their lives. They might be very busy now. They might be even traveling and without an access to the computer. So be patient. Try to grasp what the typical response time is like on that repository from the other PRs and the other comments, so that you can know when it seems okay to ping that person to ask for feedback. But try to not do it too soon, because that will be just overburdening the people in that repository, and they might be waiting for the weekend to work on it, or they might be waiting for some more peaceful time. So these are the things you need, but there are also things that you don't need to begin. And one of these is tons of experience. Back when I started, I always used to think like I will contribute with something that has to do with C++, because that's my knowledge. That will be the thing that I will be most valuable at, that I will be the most helpful. And the first project that I really started contributing was in Ruby. And I continued contributing to it up until this day. But when I started, I didn't know a single line of Ruby. I hadn't typed any single line of Ruby in my life, so I had no experience whatsoever with Ruby. And it was my first contribution, and it's fine. So it happened to me. It can always happen to you all. You don't need to be an expert, to be the grandmaster of this skill to start contributing. Just find something you want to contribute to. You also don't need groundbreaking ideas. It's fine. I don't want to discourage anyone on starting their own project, their own thing. If you have some idea already, do it. Start it and create your project or repository. But if you don't put the pressure on yourself to think of something to start and then start, because that will just delay your experience. You will just never start, because you never have an idea that you feel comfortable with starting, or you will just take some more years to think about something and start. And there are a lot of people out there with great ideas. There are a lot of projects that could use your help, and why not helping them? If open source was only composed of people trying to develop their own ideas on their own, there would be no open source, right? So try to find other people's ideas and contribute to them as well. Finally, don't overthink. If you're thinking too much about, oh, is this commit that I have phrased in a weird way? Did I write the text correctly, or did I do the change, the code? Does it look all right? Does it look modern or readable? If you keep thinking about this, you'll never start. And most people are okay if you have a few mistakes. This is expected, especially if you're starting. So you can just test it, and if you think it is passable, I mean, if you think it has some value, submit it and let people give feedback, and you will be able to fix it according to their feedback. Maybe you even won't have to do anything. So don't overthink. Start as soon as you can, as soon as you find something. So these are a few of the things, 3 things that you need and don't need to begin. But without further ado, how do you actually start on the open source community? My typical take is to take notes of everything. This is a picture of my desk. I take notes of everything that I want to follow up eventually, be it an idea that I just had, be it something that someone else that I talked to discussed to me, and it seems like something useful. I just take notes of everything. But because we are talking about open source, and most of the open source today resides within GitHub, just use GitHub's feature, which is stars. You can star every repository that you think will be useful to use someday, maybe because you want to code in it, maybe because you want to use it, whatever the reason you have. And the GitHub stars act just like bookmarks on your web browser. They will just build a collection of things that you once click to save for later. And when you have the time and you want to browse through this collection and pick another thing to start with, it will just be there for you. So use GitHub stars. The second tip is find something that you already use, that you already enjoy, and try to improve it, try to build upon it. Because if you have some software that you already use on a daily basis and you try to contribute back to it because it's an open source software, you will not only be helping other people, but you will also be helping yourself. The feeling of fixing some bug that you always face and then seeing the result of it because it was something that you were seeing almost on a daily basis or maybe frequently is great. The feeling of implementing a feature that you have always dreamed of on this particular thing that you always use is also a great feeling. So it acts as an additional motivation to work on things that you already kind of need. So going into how to contribute, which is what I think most of the people are after in this talk. There are different types of contributions. I've divided them into low, medium, and high effort contributions. And this might change depending on the repository, but I think this classification that I made, this categorization, will be the generic categorization for most repositories. And the first of these low effort contributions that you can make is verifying issues. Most of the repositories, even small ones, they have a backlog of issues. And sometimes this backlog can be quite large. They can be tens of issues or hundreds of issues, and the maintainers themselves typically don't do some house cleaning or housekeeping and clean those issues because they are tending to actually fixing some other issues or implementing new features. So if you go over the issues there, trying to reproduce the bugs that have been reported or trying to see if a feature still makes sense or if it hasn't been already implemented, and you find out that these have been implemented or fixed and etc. and comment, this is a great help for maintainers. Maybe that issue is too old and they never went back to it. Maybe that issue is new but duplicates an old issue. If you find something that does not seem applicable anymore and tell them, like I did here, I think this was fixed and it can be closed. The typical response you get is, yeah, it seems like you're right, thanks, and they will close it. And who doesn't love diminishing the backlog? I mean, who doesn't love closing things that have already been fixed? That's great for them. The second low effort contribution that you can do is just spreading the word. I just told you about stars. When you star things, things will appear more often in the Explore tab of other people's GitHubs. And even not star, even just sending a message on WhatsApp or tweeting about it, because the open source community is always about, or is also about building a network and expanding this network. If you make this repository reach more people, it is more likely that one of the people that you reach will think about using this thing or think about contributing back to it. So you're already helping the maintainers there. Going into the medium effort contributions, I told you about verifying issues, but you can also report issues. And when you report issues, it's very important that you follow the template that they have there and kind of do a basic search first to see that you're not opening something that is a duplicate, because otherwise we go into the first type of contributions, which is verifying issues. But also, when you open something and report something, it is very important for the maintainers for two reasons. The first is you took the time and effort to report something that you're seeing. And this is great because when you're detailed, they can reproduce it and they can evaluate it a lot better than when you just write, oh, the program crashed. But the second thing, which most of the people don't think about, is that when you come to the repository and open an issue, you're telling, hey, I use this thing you've built and I care about it. And for some of the people, this might be a huge motivation because maybe they built this on their own for their personal use, and up until that moment, they never knew that someone else was using, and all of a sudden they do. So when you report issues, you're also giving valuable feedback to them that the thing they are building is great. You can also update the wiki and documentation. And this is a great thing to do because you can do it directly from your web browser. You don't need to set up IDEs. You don't need to set up a developer environment. And it's also something along with the verifying issues, which is typically overlooked. You can proofread the README and say, oh, this section is not applicable anymore because we have updated away from this, or there are a lot of typos in here. People will like when you improve the documentation as well, because it not only helps new users, but it also might help new contributors. Going into the high effort contributions, the first one is obvious, right? Just code. You found something you think you will enjoy, you want to write your first few lines of functions, just code and open a PR and let people give you feedback. That is the most frequent contribution for obvious reasons. And sometimes people will be even amazed at what you do. In this case, I found a script that I have always wanted to develop, but never stopped to do so. And it was great. And I was just like, this can be a lot more readable and maintainable if it's more Pythonic. So let me make it more Pythonic. And I opened this pull request, and the guy was just replying like, I was a rookie, Python rookie back when I did this, and I can see how it improves a lot because now I understand the things you're doing. So thanks for this contribution. The second thing is reviewing. It's a bit controversial. Not every person will think the same about this, but you can review open pull requests from other people, even though you're not a maintainer. I did this, and if you're confident that you're suggesting improvements, something that maintainers would also say, you're also saving them time. In this case, I suggested something, and the person even tried to assign the review again to me until that person found out that I was not a maintainer. But in the end, it was merged without any additional comments, so I helped the maintainers. Finally, you can translate. All of these apps out there are in some language, most of them in English, and not everyone speaks in English. So you can help people out by making them available in more languages by spreading this software to more people. So some remarks: start baby stepping as soon as you can. If you don't start, you'll never learn to walk. And don't worry if you will fall. Don't start thinking about will I fall or not and get injured in the process. You typically will have people watching after you and taking care of you. So thanks for watching. My handle is tupasquale mostly everywhere. If you want to reach out to me for comments, questions, feel free to do so. And if you want to reach out to me on the Code Newbie post, also feel free. I will see you there. Thank you.
Hey, friends, that was such a helpful look at what it actually takes to become an open source contributor. I hope what you took away is that you are the perfect person to do the work if you want to. And like Tulio said, you don't need limitless time and experience. You just need some curiosity, politeness, and a dash of spare time. Now we're going to turn to the perfect follow-up to Tulio's talk, a look inside the journey to become an open source maintainer by Anita, a human.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anita Human, and I am a software developer, technical writer, and an open source advocate. And today I'll be speaking on the topic, transitioning from a contributor to a maintainer in open source. During this section, we'll be looking at how you can choose the right community when contributing to open source, how you can understand the community you find yourself in, difference between a contributor and a maintainer, taking small steps towards your contributions, and finally stepping into the role of a maintainer. As a beginner or as someone who just started a journey into open source ecosystem, you might be asking yourself questions like, is it possible? Because it feels like it's unachievable, but I would like to tell you today that it's actually very possible. There are people who have done it, there are people who are doing it, and there are people who are currently excelling at it. And I'm telling you, it's very, very possible. And when starting your journey in open source, the first thing you should consider is the right community, because when you find yourself in the right community, you'll be able to exercise all your full potentials when contributing, and you'll be dedicated to that particular community. But the right thing is always finding the right community, or the biggest task is always finding the right community rather. And you might be asking, how do I even come across the right community, or how do I find myself in the right community? There are different criteria which you can use to identify the right community to contribute in, but it all depends on what you are looking out for in the community. Yeah? You can find the right community based on your area of specialization. Let's say you're a developer, you look for a community that is centered around developing projects only, or just mostly on the development side. Or if you're a designer, you look for a community that cares a lot about design. There are communities like open source design and lots of them like that. Or if you're into technical writing, then you look for a community that cares a lot about documentation and technical writing and focus your energy on it. And also, you should also look for a community that aligns with your interests. So it depends on what you're looking for in an open source community. Always look for one that aligns with your interests and what you're looking out for in the community. And then the next thing is find a community that supports your personal growth. There are so many open source communities, but not so many actually are community centered, because a lot of them are, most communities focus more on the project side rather than the community side. So you should always look for a community that supports the community growth as well, not just project-centered communities. And while you're doing this, by the time you identify with the right community and you feel comfortable enough, the next thing to do is to understand your community, yeah? Because now you're in the right community, or you feel like you're in the right community, the next step to do is to make a research upon that particular community. Go out there, find resources, read about that community, study about it in such a way that if someone approaches you and asks you questions regards that community, you'll be bold or confident enough to tell them all that is going on in that community. In fact, you'll be able to pitch that community to them. Yeah, so research on that particular community, identify with the projects that are ongoing in that particular community. You can do this by looking through their repository overview, checking the projects that are ongoing there, or just go through their GitHub pages and check the ongoing projects. And then the next thing to do is to find areas that you can volunteer in, because in open source, there are always projects out there to volunteer. There are always projects that are looking for more contributors. Yeah, so just look for any area within the community that you've identified yourself with to make your contributions. And another thing to do is to find your niche in that particular community. So depending on what your skill set or your specialty is, there must be something about you that you know you're very good at, that if you put or you contribute to this particular community, it's going to impact not only to yourself, but also to the members of that community. So just find that area within that community. It could be documentation, it could be project-based, it could be designing, it could be relational activities, maybe just helping people in the community as well. All of that is a way of contributing. So just find your niche within that community and begin your journey. And by the time you've understood the community and then you're beginning to settle in, you have to you have to understand the difference between the contributor and the maintainer. Because everyone, the truth is the contributor and the maintainer are both contributors to open source, but then they both carry out different tasks and activities. And the contributor, what differentiates the contributor from a maintainer is the contributor, like every other person, submits a pull request, because for you to be able to contribute to that project, you might have either submitted an issue, created an issue, or submitted a pull request, or done anything of such. And you'll be able to review other people's pull requests. If you see a pull request on GitHub that you feel that needs to be improved on, or you think you have a thought that you can help that person through, you can drop your thoughts on that particular pull request. And that's how you review a pull request. You can participate in project meetups, attend their meetings on a regular basis, try to make your suggestions whenever you attend the meetings, and then you identify and create new issues. So you can actually go out and look for new issues in that particular community and then create it and get started with that. So what differentiates a normal contributor now from a maintainer is the roles and the responsibilities. Now, the maintainer, on the other hand, has been in the community for a long time and understands a particular niche or a particular area of that particular community. It could be project-based, it could be design-based, but then he focuses on that particular area alone. The maintainer has been active on a particular project for a minimum duration of time, and it depends on how long the community sets its metrics. Maintainers can be set within 3 months, some within 6 months, but it all depends on the community's metrics. The maintainer has contributed to a substantial number of non-trivial issues and high quality patches. So instead of just fixing maybe one line of code or a typo or just a word error, a maintainer goes as far as taking further issues, like more complex issues within that particular project, and then handling it. And also the maintainer has reviewed substantial number of other people's pull requests here, not just once or not just twice in a month, but the maintainer is always there to review pull requests on a daily basis, because it's like the project is all in his hands, yeah? And then the maintainer shows strong will to improve that particular project, because as a maintainer, the project is basically handed over to you. So you have like the full responsibility of saying that the project meets its targets, it grows well enough, and actually attains the heights that it's looking towards. And also the maintainer participates in project design discussions. So now if you see an idea as a maintainer that you feel needs to be improved, you bring it and then you suggest it to the team, pitch it to the team. If they're okay with it, then you look for ways to implement that particular design. So this is what differentiates a contributor from a maintainer. You can see the differences is not much, but then it's all on the gravity or the quality of work that is being done. So now that we know the difference between a community manager, a maintainer, and a contributor, let's take the tiny steps towards our contributions. And I can go about this. The first thing you should always have in mind is the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So you can become a maintainer by just contributing to one line of code in that particular project. I expect to be given the maintainer title the next morning. It doesn't work like that. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort and dedication. So you have to start with the very tiny steps, which are first making your first pull request, of course. Look for the very friendly issues in that particular project. Start with the very basic issues. This is what I always tell everybody. Start with the very basic issues, because you'll be able to like adapt with the situations over time, but then the little issues are what will help you over time. And then improve the documentation. You can improve documentation, but if you're not familiar with it, read through the documentation well enough, and then find if there are flaws that exist within that particular documentation. pick them out and create issues about that particular flow and look for ways to improve them. And then volunteer for community tasks. Always be there to volunteer to help in the very tiniest ways that you can. It could be just organizing the meetups, whichever one it is. Just try to help in the best ways that you can. And also attend meetings in that particular community. Because attending meetings is not only going to like make you familiarize with the project, but also it's going to help you as a member of the community familiarize with other members in that particular community and also to collaborate with them. So that's a very, very important part when like taking your steps towards contributing to open source. And the consistency is always the key for everything you're looking out for. Be consistent. Once you take through these tiny steps and you're already like moving on a scale, just keep it on that particular momentum. Just keep on creating pull requests, helping in the best way that I can, attending meetings frequently. This is not only going to like get your hands stronger on that particular project, it's also going to make people in the community or on that particular project to know you or recognize your efforts towards your contributions. Yeah, so they will see that, okay, this person is dedicated enough towards this project. We've been seeing him here for some time. We've been seeing him here for a month. This is a nice one. We can gift him this particular thing, or we can recognize him by giving him this title. Or yeah, so consistency is always the key. Now let's step into the role of a maintainer. And the first thing you should know is, in order to take up any leadership roles, you have to prove or show the potentials of the leader. And the potentials of the leader could be anything, but then being able to handle the responsibilities of that particular role you're looking out for is what will determine that you have the potentials to actually take on that role. And we can do that in the open source by first suggesting new features. So we've been fixing issues that other persons have created. And I think by the time you get familiar with the project, you'll be confident enough to create new issues and suggest those features. Yeah. So just suggest new features during meetings or during meetups, bring them up to the your teammates, and tell them that you think this is going to be a nice implementation if it's put in this project. And if it is agreed upon, then go on and create issues on that particular feature that you just brought up and suggested. Create issues towards it and then delegate the tasks. Another key thing that a leader always possesses is the ability to delegate. So be able to delegate tasks amongst other members of the community, not only yourself. You don't have to do the work all by yourself, because the idea of open source is to collaborate and bring people together. Yeah, so you can't be the only one handling that particular task. Even if you're looking out to be, or you're aiming to be a maintainer, you have to be able to delegate the tasks amongst other people. So mentor new contributors as well. Help other persons that are coming into the community to familiarize with that particular project. Help them in the best ways that you can. It could be on one-on-one calls, teaching them on how to get started with the project. Of course, you've gone through that phase, so you'll be familiar, you'll be experienced in the process, with the process enough to actually put someone through. So just put them through, teach them how to create their first pull request. If they're having difficulties setting up the project on their end, you can also help them with that. That's also a good way to get started. And then review pull requests. Now this is like a very, very complex one, or this is like the height of it, because while you're reviewing the pull requests, if there's any error that goes wrong, of course you can revert the changes, but then imagine where the line of code that you just merged had a very big issue and it actually affects the entire project. It could be just a small drift, but then that small drift actually matters. So you should always be very careful whenever you're like reviewing these pull requests, because you have the ability to merge them, and that is a very, very big task as a maintainer. So these are all the steps you actually need whenever if you're looking out to like put more effort towards becoming a maintainer in open source. The rest of it is just consistency. Once you put all of this together, be consistent and keep pushing towards it. It could be a duration of 3 months, it could be a duration of 6 months, it could be a duration of 1 year, but then it all depends on how consistent you are and the metrics that the community has set together for in order to like raise somebody's position in that particular community. So just keep on at it. Follow up with the everything we just discussed right now. And before you know it, you'll be out here posting your reviews just like this person's. And you see that it's actually very possible. Within a space of 1 year, this person here was able to become a maintainer in 2 projects, in one community, but then 2 projects, which is awesome because sometimes you feel like it's not achievable or it's not feasible. But when you see the reviews, I feel when you see the reviews, you actually realize that it's very possible and it's achievable. So I hope all that I've said and discussed within this section has will be of good use to you and help you in the best ways that you can. And also, practicing this will also help you in your steps to becoming a maintainer or a contributor or a community manager, whichever one you're looking out for. But just try and be more active and consistent with the steps we just discussed during this section. Thank you so much for your time. We can connect on social media or on GitHub. You can link up with me on Twitter, on GitHub, or on LinkedIn, whichever one. Just drop a message if you want to talk better. I'll definitely be available to answer you. Thank you for your time. And if there are any questions right now, I'm open to take them.
Hey, friends, and thank you, Anita. We just learned a lot about the various roles within the open source ecosystem. Hopefully, these talks will help you approach that exciting work. Let's say that you're trying to make your first open source contribution, but you run into a roadblock or you get stuck with a problem. What do you do then? Well, I have the perfect resource for you. Let's watch and listen to Jonathan Young's talk, The Beauty of Getting Stuck.
Hey everyone, my name is Jonathan Young. I'm a senior developer at Shopify, and today I want to talk about the beauty of being stuck. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I found myself lost in the woods. Now, not some actual woods, I was lost in this metaphorical forest. I was in the depths of Stack Overflow, reading through pages of documentation, hoping that I would stumble upon that one piece of information that would help me find my way out. In other words, I was stuck. Now, at some point as a developer, you're going to get stuck. And I don't mean getting stuck trying to choose the right technology for a new side project. I mean getting stuck on a bug or a tough technical problem, something that stops any forward progress from being made when you're coding. And when that happens to me, I find myself going through these emotions. Oh, that's interesting. You know what? I don't think that's a problem. Let me just try this one thing. Damn it. I've tried bloody everything. All my tests are still failing. Why isn't this working? Okay, buddy. Just do this for me. If this test passes, I promise I'll refactor the rest of the file. Everything is terrible. I'm such a bad developer. Screw it. I have no idea how to solve this. Clearly stuck. You know what? It's time to play some video games. Okay, so maybe this is a bit of an exaggeration, but you get the gist. Being stuck feels crummy. You could spend hours on a problem and make no progress. Not only is this frustrating, but it's also very demotivating. Thankfully, you're not alone. Getting stuck happens to everyone at all different levels. I mean, it happens to me all the time. But I want to offer a different way to think about being stuck. Instead of a disheartening, stressful experience, I'm arguing that there's some beauty in being stuck. So today, I want to talk about why being stuck is a good thing and then offer tips on how to get unstuck. So first of all, why is it good to be stuck? Well, knowing you're improving as a developer can be a hard metric to track. And that's the beauty of being stuck. It's an indicator of progress. I mean, let's look at the alternative. Let's say that you never get stuck and you know exactly what code to write, when to write it. Now, don't get me wrong, I kind of wish I had more of this. Having spurts of this is fantastic, but if this was every day, then it would get boring quickly. Either you know everything, which is impossible, there's too much to know, or you're just doing what you're good at, what you know, over and over again. And this presents problems if you're looking to improve. If you're repeatedly doing what you're good at, you might reach this point where everything becomes autonomous. You stop consciously paying attention and you cease to improve. And this is called the OK plateau. Now, I really like this term coined by Joshua Fall because it paints a picture of my journey when I was first learning Ruby on Rails. In the beginning, I struggled with the concepts and the commands, and then I got to a place where I could with help, I could build a basic CRUD app, and then I finally got to a point where I could spin up this CRUD app, no problem, without any help. And that was when I hit the OK plateau. A few months back, I went through my old GitHub projects. It was a great trip down memory lane, but I realized I had started so many Ruby on Rails projects, and then I just stopped working on them. They all had 1 or 2 files, and they were all just bare bones CRUD app and nothing more. I had flashbacks where I remembered that every time I got stuck, I would run away from that feeling and just start a new project. Essentially, I was just practicing what I was good at and nothing more. It was only until I embraced getting stuck that I started to improve and to build more complex apps. Getting stuck jolts you out of this autonomous state. It's a challenge that you have to pay conscious attention to, and it's what we could think of as deliberate practice. We don't improve by practicing what we're good at. We improve by finding the edges of our knowledge and taking the leap to see what's on the other side. Joshua 4 again. When you want to get good at something, how you spend your time practicing is far more important than the amount of time you spend. Regular practice simply isn't enough. To improve, we must watch ourselves fail and learn from our mistakes. And even though failing can be a really tough pill to swallow, I argue that being stuck is a desirable difficulty. It's a short-term impediment that makes for stronger learning. And that's what getting stuck is all about. It's an impediment that forces you out of your comfort zone and kicks off this chain of learning outcomes. When you're stuck, you can almost become like a scientist, testing hypotheses, seeing what works, what doesn't. And even though you might fail, you can learn from your mistakes and try again. And this process will deepen your understanding way more than if you're just doing what you were good at and never getting stuck. Ultimately, it's about having the right mindset. We need to dissociate getting stuck with our own failing and think of it as a precursor to improvement. Getting stuck should be something that we embrace rather than run away from. It's an opportunity to be curious and explore. And with this growth mindset, we can move away from the unproductive feelings of frustration, despair, and stress, and whatever else, and focus instead on how to get unstuck. Now, as you might be aware, being stuck is when you run into a snag that takes you out of a coding flow, halting any progress on your work. And in my experience, there are 3 ways you could be stuck. Each of these relating to different problems, but also fluid enough that you can move between these states at any given time. Now, the types of stuck that I'm talking about are stuck detangling knots, lost in the woods, or stuck for realsies. Now, I've given these some pretty arbitrary names, so please bear with me as I explain them. Let's first talk about detangling knots. Do you know that feeling of stuffing some wired Apple headphones into your bag and then pulling it out and it's just a bunch of knots? Well, I know that feeling way too well, hopefully not show my age too much, and it can take a really long time to detangle everything. You have to meticulously follow a thread, and you might tighten just one knot, and that makes everything else worse. And at that point, you just say screw it, and you throw the headphones back into the bag. Well, this is what it's like to be stuck on a tough bug or trying to sift through documentation to find that right piece of information. Eventually, you might just give up, and that's when you lose any forward progress. Now, to put this idea in another way, when you're stuck detangling knots, you know what the question should be, but the path to get to the answer is obscure. To get unstuck, the goal is to find the right piece of information as efficiently as possible. You want to find that one knot that undoes all the other knots. And this comes down to having the right keywords to search for. If you're running into a bug, finding the right keyword can come from carefully reading through the stack trace or through trial and error, and along with some well-placed print statements. Knowing exactly what the error is and where it's occurring can help you craft a better search term to find the answer. Another way to detangle these knots is through rubber ducking. This is when you talk through a problem with someone or something that knows nothing about it, literally to a rubber duck. Or if you're like me, I like to talk to my dog, who, let's face it, is not great at listening. When you're forced to explain something step by step, you might realize something new, or you might find a gap in your understanding. And this gap will lead to a question that will help you get unstuck. Now, if you're not stuck in a bug, you might be stuck trying to use some external library. And in this case, you might be reading through piles of documentation. Knowing when to skim versus read can make this experience less painful. Not all parts of documentation will be useful to you. So start skimming using Command or Control F, save those eyeballs for reading a little bit later, and when you hit an area that might relate to your feature, spend time reading it. Again, you're trying to find those keywords as efficiently as possible. Now, finding the balance between skimming and reading is the hard part. Too much skimming and you might miss information. Too much reading and you'll burn yourself out before ever finding the answer. As with a lot of things, it gets better with practice. Now, what if you don't know what the keywords are or what you should even be looking for? Well, this brings me to the next type of stuck, and that's being lost in the woods. You know that we need to get out of the woods, but we're not entirely sure what the destination is or even where we are currently. So to put this another way, we don't know the answer, but we also don't know the question. And this might be because we're missing concepts. Now at this point, we should zoom out of our current problem and figure out what mental models we're missing, or even what the general area the problem is in. Let's take a Ruby example. Let's say you've done your debugging steps and you've tracked down a problem to this particular thread object. You could search for answers around the particular thread problem, but trying to find the right question to get you that answer is going to be hard. Instead, learning about the concept of concurrency will give you better understanding and help you out in the long run. And that's how we get out of the woods. We need to sit down and learn. And of course, it's not as easy as that. I mean, I kind of wish it was. Learning is hard and it can be a slow process. Thankfully, there's many resources out there. I really like books, but there's plenty of online tutorials as well that can help. These resources can teach you the terms or even how to talk about a concept. And that in itself can help immensely if you're trying to search for an answer. Also, having someone teach you a concept or pair on a problem is a really powerful way to learn. But a little more on that later. One last thing on learning. When you're consuming information about a concept, replay that information back after the fact in your own words. This could take the form of a blog post, like hint hint on Code Newbie, teaching someone else, or just private notes. This process of encoding information, retrieving it, and consolidation can help you understand what you just read or watched, and it forms deeper connections to help you apply that knowledge to various situations. And this is a huge benefit of learning concepts. You're not solving a specific problem, you're learning a new mental model, and you're leveling up as a developer. Now, if you're not lost in the woods and you're not stuck detangling knots, well, you might actually be stuck for realsies. And this is when you're stuck on something that's completely out of your control. Maybe your computer died, maybe you're blocked waiting on someone to give you some input, or maybe Cloudflare goes down and takes out half the internet. Remember when that happened? Well, thankfully, this doesn't happen that often. But even if you're not stuck for real, you could still be stuck and nothing you're trying is working. And this leads me to my final piece of advice. take a break. Go for a walk, get some sleep, give yourself some time to recharge. Your brain is pretty bad at putting aside unfinished tasks, so even though you're taking a break, your brain is still processing information and making connections. And sometimes the answer just comes to you. If after you've taken a break, you still can't make any progress, ask for help. I must admit, I find this part to be the hardest. I definitely struggled for way too long on a problem before asking for help. So what's worked for me in the past has been to set time limits. So I might set, say, a 30-minute time limit, and if I can't make any progress after that 30 minutes, I will reach out to someone. There's a reason that this shouldn't be the first thing you do though. Struggling with a problem before asking for help will help prime your brain to learn and retain that incoming information. And since you've already taken some steps to get unstuck, you'll have a more focused question to ask, and you'll be able to get more out of someone who's teaching you a concept. And also find that having someone teach me something gets me further faster than if I were to just sit down and spend hours researching by myself, which is another reason why I love getting stuck. It gives me the opportunity to connect with someone from work or from the community and learn from them. Getting stuck can be a frustrating and stressful experience. But if you shift that mindset, you can transform this experience into one of curiosity and growth. Getting stuck is a desirable difficulty that can get you past that okay plateau. Then, whenever you're ready, figure out what type of stuck you are and use the tips I mentioned to get you unstuck. The next step is to conquer the world. That's it for me. Thanks so much everyone for listening. I've included some extra links and resources in the slides. You can find me on Twitter at JonoYoung, and I'm also here on CodeNewbie at JonoYoung as well. And if you have any questions or comments, please leave them in the thread of the CodeLand post for this talk. Thank you so much for listening, friends. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. How is everyone feeling at the moment? Please do let us know in the CodeLand hallway linked above the video or on Twitter by tagging hashtag CodeLand. I think that the theme in a number of our talks today is that when you're learning to code, it's important to set a pace that works for you. And it's also equally important to kind of, reframe challenges as points of curiosity. And like Jonathan said, getting stuck actually means that you're learning and you're stretching yourself. I would really like to see the questions that you have for Jonathan about getting unstuck. It is something that happens to all of us, myself included, so please don't be shy. Feel free to reach out to Jonathan via his speaker post linked in the schedule to my right, and just click Watch On Demand and Chat. You can pull up that post, you can comment with your question, and Jonathan might answer it live during our speaker discussion with myself and Will later on. Speaking of challenges, let's move on to a technical deep dive talk presented by Salma Alamnela. And that will help you hopefully forge ahead in this adventure of learning a little something called the CSS box model.
This box will change your life. Hi friends, I'm Salma and I help developers build stuff, learn things, and love what they do. If you've seen me on the internet before, you might know me as White Panther or White P4 N3R if you use a screen reader. I work as a developer advocate for Contentful, and if you've never heard of Contentful, it's a headless content management platform that offers you a GraphQL and REST API and many other tools to help you build some really great stuff. This is a box. This is another box. Here are some more boxes. Here are some tiny boxes. Here are some more boxes. Let's add some more boxes. And as you see this evolve, you might start to realize that it's starting to look incredibly like the layout of a web page. And these are the boxes we're going to be talking about today. But first, what is CSS? You might know CSS as the language that is used to style your web pages and make them look really cool. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. And the three most important things to know about CSS are the cascade, specificity, and inheritance. Cascade is an algorithm that defines how to combine CSS property values from different sources. Specificity is how browsers decide which CSS property values are the most relevant to an element and therefore will be applied. And inheritance is where elements inherit CSS properties from their container elements or parent elements, much like how parents pass characteristics down to their children in real life. And this is one of the most important things we're going to be looking at today. But first, you versus CSS. In the past, you've probably had a bit of a fight. Let's take a look at one of the most common fights you might have had. Let's set up an HTML div element with class equals container. Let's give that container a max width of 640 pixels, give it a margin of auto to center it on the page, and let's give it a big fat red border. Everything here is as we expect. There is no content inside that box yet, and so the border will collapse on itself. Let's add a box inside that container. Let's give it a yellow background and a big fat blue border. Again, this is how we expect. There's no content inside that box yet, and therefore the border has collapsed. Let's give the box a padding of 20 pixels, and we are beginning to see what that box might look like. Let's add some content inside that box. Let's add a paragraph tag, and we're starting to see some results. Now let's add width 100% to that inner yellow box. Of course, it's just going to be 100% of the width of the parent container with the red border. Except this is what happens. This is currently a box that is ruining my life. And how do I fix it? We can fix it with one CSS property, box sizing border box. And then we start to see something more like we want. And this is the fundamental principle of the CSS box model. And this is the box that will change your life. What is the CSS box model? The CSS box model is the fundamental property of how to work with design and layout in CSS. If we think back to all of these boxes on this web page layout, and if we look inside those boxes, we see a model that we can work with if we understand it. At the center of the box is a box of content. Around that content box is a box of padding. Around the box of padding is a box of border, and on the outside of this box is a box of margin. And you'll see that these boxes tessellate and work like this together in layouts on a web page. Let's take a look at a box on my website. Here is the content. We have some padding that separates the content from the border, and we have some margin around the box that centers it on the page. We can visualize this in Chromium DevTools, where we see color-coded parts of the CSS box model to help us understand our layout. And if you hover over those areas on the box, you'll begin to see how your page is comprised. So box sizing border box fixed everything for us. But what is box sizing and how does that property work? The box sizing property defines how the width and height of an element are calculated. If we go back to this image of the CSS box model from Chromium DevTools, we'll see the numbers on each of the sections are the widths of those areas calculated in pixels. With the box sizing property, you can choose to include padding and borders in the width and height calculation with box sizing border box, Or you can choose to not include padding and borders in the width and height calculation with box sizing content box. And what's very interesting to note is box sizing content box is the browser default. If we take a look at this box class again with no box sizing specified, the default is content box. And this means that the calculated width of that black box inside the container with the red border is 100% plus 20 pixels of padding all around, plus 10 pixels of border all around. If we take a look at that same box with box sizing border box, the calculated width is 100%, taking into consideration the padding and the border as well. Now, you might have seen ways to mitigate this problem with CSS resets. And there is a big problem with CSS resets when you're working with complicated layouts and just CSS in general. But first of all, what is a CSS reset? A CSS reset is a set of CSS rules that resets the styling of all HTML elements to a consistent baseline, with one caveat that it's probably opinionated. There is a vast array of CSS reset packages available that have been in use and in development since the early 2000s. And most of them, if not all, apply box sizing border box to star, which is every single element on your page. If you want to find out more about CSS resets, there's a great article from Chris Coyer on CSS tricks linked here. But what I really want to ask you to do is to understand the behavior of your boxes. Understand what you want to achieve, depending on what box sizing property you choose. MDN has a great box sizing playground to let you experiment with content box and border box and understand how the child will respond to the parent element. And they also provide some really good advice. It's often useful to set box sizing to border box to layout elements. This makes dealing with the sizes of elements much easier and generally eliminates a number of pitfalls you can stumble on, which we found in the example before. On the other hand, when using position relative or position absolute, the use of box sizing content box allows the positioning values to be relative to the content and independent of changes to border and padding sizes, which you might want sometimes. Know what you want to achieve and don't go blanket resetting everything. Let's take a look at understanding browser defaults. You versus browser defaults, you've probably had a similar fight as what we saw before. Now, what are browser defaults? You might know of them as the user agent style sheet. A user agent is any web browser or any device that you can view an HTML web page on. And where do we find those browser defaults or the user agent style sheet? In Chromium, you can see them in the Styles Inspector in italics, labeled with user agent style sheets. And this is in browsers such as Brave, Edge, Chrome, and Opera. In Firefox, if you want to see the user agent style sheet, you need to go to the options and check the Show Browser Styles option, and you'll see them in the same place. What you might notice already, there's a discrepancy between the Firefox default styles and the Chromium default styles already. And in Safari, you can see them in a similar way to Chromium. Let's go back to our box that we used before, which was a div element, an HTML div element. What do you think is going to happen if we change that element to a span? Our box breaks again. Now, why is this? If we go into this Styles Inspector, we can see actually there are no default user agent styles applied to this span, obviously. If we go to the Computed tab, we can see actually that the span is display inline, whereas the div was display block. If we change this span and give it a display property of block or inline block, The result we get is what we expected. And so this comes to different types of boxes. There are 3 different types of boxes to work with in CSS. You have block boxes, which could be block, flex, or grid. You have inline boxes, and you have an intermediary between block and inline, which can be inline block, inline flex, or inline grid. Block boxes take the full width of the page, stack on top of each other, and their margins apply around them vertically and horizontally. It's worth mentioning that block, flex, and grid containers behave the same way, but they affect how their child elements behave depending on the property that you choose. You have inline boxes, which stack together horizontally. Horizontal margins do apply to inline elements, but vertical margins do not. If you want vertical margins to apply around an inline element, you need to change those to inline block, inline flex, or inline grid. Here's a quick summary table to see how the different box types behave. You can see that the inline star boxes are that intermediary between how inline boxes and block boxes behave. Let's take a look at a quick example. Here is a set of inline elements. If I apply margin left or margin right to those elements, it applies on the page. If I add margin bottom and margin top, they do not apply. As soon as I change that display property to inline block, inline flex, or inline grid, then all of the margins around vertically and horizontally apply. So I have one simple trick for you to solve all of your CSS problems. Always declare the display property. Don't rely on the browser defaults. This means you can easily switch between different HTML elements without breaking your layouts. And in fact, I would encourage you to go one step further and always declare everything. Don't rely on that inheritance, especially when you're switching around your HTML tags. Wrapping up. The CSS box model and understanding it will change your life. It changed mine. You can use the CSS box model concepts to understand how your layouts are really built and how they'll work. Think inside the box. Think about how you want your content and your padding and your border to behave. Think outside the box. Think about how you want your margin to be applied. Think about the box. Is it a block box or is it an inline box? And how do you need it to stack on the page? The CSS box model, when you get to grips with it, I guarantee you will change your life. Come and say hi on my Code Newbie profile. You can find me as White Panther, and let's continue the discussion of this talk. And I want to know how you found it and has it helped you and will it change your life? You can find me on the internet as White Panther or White Before N3R everywhere. I stream regularly on Twitch and I create YouTube content as well. Build stuff, learn things, love what you do, and I hope you have a great time at CodeLand. Thank you very much.
Hey friends, I bet it's obvious to all of us why Salma is such a great Twitch streamer. That talk was fantastic. I know that there are so many questions to ask about CSS, how to get started, how to overcome challenges, but the benefit of CodeLand is that now you have a direct line of communication with people like Salma, who has so much knowledge to share about CSS. So please go ahead and submit your questions for the live speaker discussion through Salma's speaker post. Now, we're going to return to the topic of open source, but this time through the lens of documentation. There's been a few presentations at CodeLand about documentation, and the reason for that is that documentation is where many early career software developers spend a great deal of time as they get up to speed with a particular tool, framework, or project. And it's important that documentation gets it right for everyone. And with that in mind, I'm excited to introduce you to Alex Radu.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex and I'll be your speaker today for Docs Are Everyone's Business. I'm really excited to be here with you at CodeLand and I hope you'll find my talk useful. Before we start, I want to mention that my views expressed in this talk are my own and do not represent the views of my employer. You can find me on CodeNewbie, Twitter, and Polywork at Alexandra MMR. Before we get started, I wanted to mention that the documentation or documents words will also be referred to as docs, so the abbreviated version for them. So what we'll cover today, well, in 2020, we began showing our product docs the care that they needed and made them inner source because docs are everyone's business in our opinion. Our goal was to make it easy for our teams and customers to use and love our cloud product internally with the help of documentation. So what did we learn? How did we do it? In this talk, we'll go through the then and now journey of how internal product documentation evolved and how the community and customers contribute to our changes and how you can do it for your product too. So how it started is going to be our first topic, how it's going, second topic, open source docs, a little bit about why and how you can do it, and then what helps, so what helped us and what we think is going to help you. A little bit about me. As I said, I go by Alex. My full name is Mary Alexandra, and I am a tech lover from 1994, as you can see in these slides. So a little bit about myself in terms of what I do. I'm currently a public cloud product adoption lead. My current role combines a lot of my previous experience as a software engineer, content strategist, designer, developer advocate, and it kind of brings them all together into one role that I love very, very much. So I'm also a huge unicorn lover, and for that, last year I moved to Scotland, and their national animal is a unicorn. So I was super excited that I made the move here. How did we start in 2020? Well, when I first came into my current role and product team, we had a lot of things that were really not working for us in terms of documentation. So for example, there were quite a few outdated pages of product documentation. It wasn't really owned by anyone, and they weren't kept up to date or maintained. We did have a bit of a cumbersome contribution process, so not everyone found it really easy to change their product documentation or where to go to get started or how they would even go around it. Also, some of the technologists that are contributing to our documentation are not necessarily engineers, and we had a pull request based process for updating them. So we had to look at some ways to make it a bit easier for them to contribute as well. We also didn't have any team or points of contact for what documentation is actually approved and what needs more work. We also had a bit of an outdated front-end framework for our platform, and our customers are quite frustrated with not finding up-to-date documentation, the right documentation, or not being able to navigate our docs. We also didn't include any of our documentation updates or changes into any of our marketing or communication releases, and that all changed because our adoption team was formed and we started tending to our docs and magic happened. However, we do wish that it was going all unicorns and rainbows and it was all smooth and we didn't have anything else to improve. But as any process, documentation is a continuous improvement journey. And as much as we would want it to be all done and dusted, it's not really going to be that way. So instead, how it's actually going in 2021, we are actually in a way better position regarding our documentation. And we have done a lot of progress. We have really worked on a lot of different things that have made life easier for our teams and for our customers. We still have a lot of areas to improve, but overall, we think we're going in the right direction. So we started with a content audit for all of our docs. We went through all of our product pages, a lot of them. We identified missing pages. We archived outdated content. We reach out to teams to ask them to get involved and update their product docs and maintain them going forward. We introduced feedback loops so customers can feedback and let us know if there are any issues or changes needed for pages. We also added the ability for them to raise pull requests to fix them. So allow them to be part of the contribution process. It would still need to be approved by our content team, but it makes our life so much easier because you don't have to go looking for what needs changing and updating. Customers come and tell you, or customers raise a PR and they can actually change it. We also, as I mentioned a little bit before, added an open contribution model. And anyone can contribute, but the product team still needs to approve it to make sure that we have consistent and accurate content. We've started focusing on technical writing and upskilling our teams. We, as I said, didn't have the best front-end framework that we were using, so we have switched from Angular to React. We have upgraded our Node and Hugo versions as well. And we started doing a lot of customer research and testing in all stages of documentation design. We started running customer research for our big changes like onboarding documentation. We also ran testing sessions for layout changes, kind of like A/B testing, if you're familiar with that. And we also looked at testing for creating interactive elements like forms and decision trees to make sure that we aren't making it harder for our customers to get to that information. We also made a big change in terms of how we were marketing and promoting our documentation and how we looked at them as part of the engineering process. So they're now part of the definition of done of our engineering teams. So when you're creating a feature, you need to make sure that the appropriate documentation is also provided before that feature can be released. We also add documentation updates in our communications for release notes every week. They are part of our objectives and key results, so OKRs, and also our reporting for end of quarter. We also include them in roadmap items, on planning changes, in feature releases, press releases. They are part of our journey end to end for our product. Because docs are everyone's business, and we want all of our teams and partners to be as invested in good documentation as we are. So in terms of how did that translate into our usage? Of course, we all want our documentation efforts to translate into increased usage and in return, increased adoption of our product. In our case, it was a happy case and it actually did increase it a lot. We started this experiment in 2020 and we made a decision to dedicate resources, time, and care to our docs because we truly believe that they are at the core of great products and we wanted our customers to have the best experience. And for us, it paid out because a year later, we have gone from 76,000 sessions in a year to 137,000. And that is actual sessions where someone navigates to our docs website and uses it. We've also grown with about 10,000 unique users year on year, considering that our entire technology workforce is about 50,000. That is a lot. It's more than half now of our total engineering workforce. We now have about 4.5 sessions per user, up from 3.3. And our page views have increased by 65%. So people are spending more time. Also, they're coming back more and they're visiting more pages than before when they're reading our documentation. So in terms of why would you open source your documentation? Well, we thought of about 3 main reasons that were kind of our goals. We wanted to increase transparency and centralized knowledge. So we wanted to make sure that everyone has access to the information regarding our product without having to rely on asking people, raising a ticket, maybe getting a bit confused by word of mouth from other engineers or users. We also wanted to centralize our knowledge and have one place for all of our customers to come for anything related to public cloud, from things like Terraform to any infrastructure as code, logging and monitoring, onboarding, everything like that. We then wanted to drive product adoption and ownership. So we wanted our teams to be accountable for the documentation they produce, but also to show them that by making sure that you have the appropriate and full documentation that your customers need, your product will be used more. Also, obviously, we wanted to improve our customer experience and also amplify their voice. The feedback loops and the feedback mechanisms we've introduced are priceless in terms of understanding what our customers need and where they need it, and also prioritizing and introducing new features on our backlog and roadmap. So in terms of how we did it and how you could do it too, you need to find a place to store your documentation. This can be a content management system, a bespoke web platform. We have a web platform, but they all have pros and cons. So it will depend on what you want to do and your teams to make a decision. We won't go into the details on this right now, but you can reach out to me afterwards if you want to chat about it. So how did we open source our docs? Well, we started by having a comprehensive and clear start to end contribution guide, including how do you set up locally, how do you make changes in the web version, because I mentioned before we had some non-engineering contributors as well. So we allowed them to use the web version of the code management solution to lower the barrier to entry for changing the documentation. Secondly, when I say advertise, I don't mean selling. I mean letting your teams and customers know that they can and are encouraged to contribute, who they can ask questions from, how they can do it, where they can provide feedback, have it in the footer of your web platform, have it in the release notes, have it in the support page, and also make sure that you advertise your changes in your documentation. And then thirdly, have dedicated approvers and reviewers. Don't let everyone add everything in there without having a control mechanism, and ensure they are adding accurate and clear content. You should have experts in the product review of the content, as well as your technical writers looking for consistency in form of writing, because we don't want any spelling mistakes in your beautiful documentation. So what helped us? Understanding where we are and where we want to go. So auditing our current state and also setting clear objectives. We also wanted to have a dedicated team to work on our documentation strategy and process and help with it. We also wanted to upskill everyone in tech writing across our different teams, from engineering to product to design to communications. And we wanted to make docs an equal concern for all of them. So what could help you? Well, you can start by looking at things like an audit and goal planning, using Markdown because it has a lower barrier to entry. You can start looking at creating templates for your product pages, usage docs, onboarding, deployment learning, things like that. Also partials, which are blocks of code that can be maintained in one file. And when that file changes, all of the other uses of that partial in other pages change as well. Automation, so pulling product information in matrix pages or using it for filtering. Obviously, open source or inner source, where anyone can contribute. Make sure you have a contribution guide and also content approvers to ensure the quality of content. Invest in tech and UX writing. Google have some really excellent free resources if you're looking for something, and at least try to do training, if not hire specialists. And again, feedback loops and customer input are priceless. Implement web analytics on your docs platform, run experiments, and make sure to always consult your users and customers and involve them in your research and testing. So why open source your docs? Well, a few reasons that worked for our product and teams, but also work for others in the industry. Even if you don't open source in the beginning, starting to care and maintain for your documentation is really important for your teams and the future of your team members, customers, and products. So things like accountability, transparency, customer value and engagement, increased adoption, consistency, and efficiency are all great reasons why you should open source your docs. And also because docs are everyone's business. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the talk today. If you have any questions or about product documentation or anything else I covered today, feel free to leave a comment on my CodeLand post on Code Newbie community. You can follow me on Code Newbie, Twitter, or Polywork at Alexandra MMR, and I look forward to hearing from you. Hope you have a great time at CodeLand. Thank you.
Hey friends, it's so helpful when teams like Alex's are willing to share a look inside processes that haven't been working and explain how they made certain decisions that have made them successful. Now, it is time for our last group watch of the day. It's a glimpse inside one software developer's journey to developer relations from working in a support capacity. Now, also, before we start, a quick reminder that live speaker discussions are coming up very soon. So be sure to ask and add your questions for speakers to the posts listed in the schedule today. We're going to be picking some and reading them aloud. Next, we have a presentation from Noshnika Fee about her journey from tech support to software development and developer advocacy.
Hi there, I'm Noshnika, and I am going to give my quick talk for CodeLand. Let's go ahead and just jump right into it. So this talk is called From Tech Support to Development. And about me, my name is Noshnika. I specialize in, I'm going to turn off the camera so I don't look too strange. I specialize in serverless and other containerized development. You can find me on Twitter at serverless_mom or on Twitch at serverlessmom. I work in developer relations currently, and we're going to talk about that, about the path that I took from development to there as well. Okay, camera back on. There's my face, and let's go on to the next slide. So this is a talk about getting a job that reflects your worth, that pays you and remunerates you in a way that sort of more accurately reflects the worth that you have. But you cannot find a job that pays you as much as you are worth. Now, why is that? Okay, so let's talk about what is capitalism, right? Capitalism, right, is a social economic system in which a small group owns the means of production, right? They own the factories, they own the property, they own the companies, the patents, the intellectual property, what have you, and workers that are a necessary part of that production only own their labor, which is generally replaceable, and they're at a disadvantage as individuals. Now, you could be pro-capitalist or anti-capitalist, but a pro-capitalist take is just going to say, hey, this is fine. It's not going to say, hey, this isn't true, right? Because the fact is, since you don't own the complete means of your production, you're always going to be paid a part of what your labor is worth. You're not going to be paid all of it. And so, you know, let's just admit that that's the case. If you're producing $1 million software, you're very likely to be making some fraction of that. So, getting that out of the way, there is one other important point to cover, which is that discrimination is real. So, while this is a talk about going on career pursuits, finding better jobs, and how you might be able to do that, the fact is that I benefit from discrimination as a white woman, and that is just part of the reality of my life. And so, you know, if you, again, I do not think it is possible to say, hey, I don't think that discrimination is real. Right now, every major tech company, the so-called FANG tech companies, and then sort of the list down below that, is the subject of a discrimination lawsuit, and those lawsuits are the tip of the iceberg, right? When we see a thread like this here, which I, sadly, because it's a quick talk, I don't have time to completely read through, but feel free to grab the slides afterwards and take a look at it. This behavior, which was at Google, where essentially people from historically black colleges and universities were kicked out of the interview process immediately, often on first blush as, oh, that's not a college I recognize. That was going on for years at Google, and has not resulted in any legal action whatsoever. So the stuff you see that's legal action is just the tip of the iceberg about discrimination. So good advice can help you get a better job. Good advice cannot cure discrimination that is endemic to the industry, okay? So why can't we, the people applying to jobs, try to get jobs, solve that problem? Again, capitalism is a system of oppression, right? You're part of the system whether you like it or not. It is necessary for capitalism that the choice be either work or starve, right? So we can't just say, oh, I'm not going to work, And workers are at the mercy of their bosses, right? You don't control the means of production, which means that you have to do what your boss says. You may have, employee surveys, you may be able to vote with your feet, but that kind of pressure is limited, right? You're not able to completely control what happens at the office. So we can't cure discrimination on our own. But anyway, let's get on and talk about my path in development. Okay, here's my path. How are we doing on time? Doing great. I went from tech support to becoming a full-time developer, then experienced a major failure, and then moved on into developer relations. And when you put it like that, it doesn't seem that great. But I promise, it's actually a pretty life-affirming, pretty great path that I took. But yeah, that's the very short version. So let's talk about part one, doing too much. So I started out working in tech support. So I started out right at sort of the bottom of tech support for a software company, where I was taking phone calls directly from users who needed their username and password reset. I moved up into working for a software as a service company that had a service for developers, so I was doing tech support directly for other developers, which felt very technically advanced, okay? Why then, when I looked at the work that the developers were doing in the same building, did I say, hey, I want to do that job? So here was the reason why staying in tech support was not great. One, and a big one, was infantilization. So at software companies, it is the support people who are, have their lunchroom breaks monitored, have their, the cleanliness of their desk monitored, have the sort of, they're infantilized. And, it's not great, and it was painful for me, and it's painful for many other people working in tech support. In tech support, you tended to have a very broad scope with very little depth. So you touched on a lot of issues, you weren't very deep on a lot of issues. I also got pretty bored. I got very good at the moves that I had to do, and so I did get bored. And then the last factor of why this wasn't good for me was due to mental illness. And I'll get back to that mental illness point a little later about why I was motivated to move out. I don't list money on here because I rose pretty high in the tech support world. It was true that I got to a point in making money in tech support where I couldn't really leave the company I was at because I couldn't really make the same wage someplace else. So when I set out to try and learn how to, move into development, I really tried learning everything. I tried to grab little pieces of everything. And one important point here is it was 7-8 years ago, so the boot camp path really was not open to me. The boot camps that were available at the time were like, okay, you're going to have to move to San Francisco for like 3 months, not work, and pay us $8,000. And as somebody who already had a kid and was the sole wage earner for a family, I just wasn't able to do that. Just was completely out of the question. So kind of modern online boot camp stuff just wasn't available. There was self-taught stuff. There was plenty of material to teach yourself, and I tried to teach myself everything. I'm going to read this list. Unity 3D, or now just usually called Unity, Python, Java, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and the math programming language R. And this was a real mistake. This meant that when I really kind of said, hey, it's time for me to move, I need to find a full-time development job, I was going to have a harder path in front of me because I did not have a clear explanation of what it was that I could do. And, I wouldn't say that any of these was at the level where, it could be a huge part of my resume. If you put them all on there, it just sounded like you were not a real person. But really, the reason that set people off was not out of some aesthetic sense. It was, well, nobody, she can't know all of this well, right? So it must just be a passing acquaintanceship with some of this stuff. So that was something that I really did face. So my quest to get work, okay, I tried applying just sort of every listing I could see. I tried asking my friends to see if they would, help me get hired. I generally found they weren't crazy helpful for that. We'll kind of touch on why that might be later. I also tried applying to the place I was currently working, and I had a kind of wild interaction there where I was brought in. I was asked to do a coding challenge. I did it with, a senior developer. I asked a couple questions. I finished it in about 20 minutes. I was in the lunchroom a week later, and they're saying, oh my God, we had this guy in here who was amazing, solved this challenge in 8 minutes. And, I was totally new, right? I was green. So I just knew I wasn't going to get that job, right? If the issue was, could you solve it in 8 minutes versus 20 minutes, there was no way I was going to get that job. And at the time, it was very much a buyer's market. I had to fight hard to get that first position. And so this is a really critical piece of advice. The market is not now where it was then and will not be in the future where it is now. So if you're trying to get advice from somebody who lived through very different market conditions for labor, you really want to be aware of that, because some of my advice where, talk about fighting. I don't mention how kind of hard I fought to get that first role, because currently the junior developers that I know do have an easier time getting interviews. In fact, somebody who I mentored got an interview with the very same team that I applied for all those years ago, and they are really welcomed on that team. Absolutely not getting the same kind of, oh, do this like you're a seasoned developer, to even get your foot in the door. So in the end, I did find someone to take a chance, and I started as a full-time developer. I took a small pay cut to do that first software development job. So I had some trouble in those roles as a software developer. So I started at that job. I was chugging along. I definitely was struggling to learn much. Sometimes I felt like I was really spinning my wheels. And then after 9 months, I left, ostensibly because I wanted to make more money. I'm going to turn my camera for a second in case you want to read the Simpsons quote. I left to make some more money at another role, like 10-15% more. And so I took another role at a different shop after 9 months, and I worked at a different shop for 2 weeks before they said, hey, you just don't have the skills that you need to do this job. So in trying to get a little bit more money, I ended up unemployed. So what was the root cause analysis of that? Should I have studied harder? Should I have worked harder? In the end, it really came back to my mental health. So a year or two later, when I'd been bouncing between jobs, I really got to, thinking about something like this, right? A common trauma response, someone who's had a traumatic childhood, is a high stimulus threshold, where safe, stable conditions feel understimulating and painfully boring. And that was something I was really dealing with, where I really had to look at twice. I'd sort of had a job that was good, was happy to have me employed for a year or two or way longer, but I just wasn't happy doing that. I was looking for the next kind of crisis and challenge. Even though I wouldn't say, hey, I want to be struggling, that was what my behavior was putting me in that situation. So then I spent a little while working right at the fringes of tech in the US, where, from being, very comfortably middle-class person, I was pasting together multiple jobs. One interaction that stands out extremely well is, you want an experienced React developer for $20 an hour, and the response from the recruiter was like, yes, we do. Yes, that's right. That was rough. That was rough, right? And so I spent about a year. Now, when I mentor people, I say, this is the bad place. This is the bad outcome, is you're really struggling to paste together $40,000, $50,000 a year. Right, which obviously compared to, if you're working outside, or you're or you're working as a server, or you're working in a restaurant kitchen, this is going to be a lot easier way to make more money than that, right? So it wasn't bad in an absolute sense for sort of all the jobs you can have in the U.S. economy, but it was definitely a lot rougher, and I felt desperate a lot of the time. So I ended up getting several years in as a developer by hook and by crook after time, but eventually I had this moment where I said, I really need to figure out what I am actually good at, and therefore what I want to do. And it turned out there was stuff that I had really missed about tech support. And one of the most significant things was I really liked the experience of connecting with people. I had known about roles in developer relations and developer evangelism for a long time, but I just had not pursued those roles. Another thing that I could have pursued, which just sort of wasn't exactly what I was interested in, was like solutions architect, where you're like doing development and support and sales all at the same time. Those were, roles where you just got to be more in touch with people. You didn't feel so much isolated just working through a list of bugs, which it turned out hadn't worked super well for my personality. Once I switched to a role in developer relations, it took some time for that role to take off, but eventually I found a lot of success. I found myself published in multiple places. I was invited to conferences. I now have people just come to talk to me to say, hey, I want you to come be in this thing. And with that professional success, the money really followed with that professional success. So instead of saying, hey, I'm going to change jobs or make threats to my current job or whatever else to try and get this 5% raise or whatever to get these incremental raises, by finding something that I was really good at that used the skills I had, then, being really well paid to do that sort of came naturally as part of that. So here are my lessons if you're going to take lessons at all from a single point source. One is focus on one subject. And the second one is go to therapy. Those top two are the top two. Try those first. Do not change programming languages. Do not switch from being a web developer to a game developer before you've got your first role. Focus on one thing, and don't worry about whether or not it's the hottest thing in the world. Don't get too hung up on other people's advice. You want to do Python, do Python. You want to do JavaScript, do JavaScript. You want to do C#, do C#. And just stick in that language and in that framework as much as possible at first, because from there you'll have a basis to expand out. People will hire a great Python developer to work at their Rails shop because you are good. Okay, go to therapy, work on your stuff. Really can't recommend enough. Figure out what you're good at and take a good work match over a little bit more money. Really ask yourself, am I going to succeed here? Is this what makes a lot of sense? So that is my talk. Let me load up this last page. So again, my name is Noshnika. You can find me on Twitter at ServerlessMom. You can find me out at Twitch at ServerlessMom. There's that little follow me button down at the bottom. And you can find this post as its own CodeLand post where you can see the slides and other notes. If you want career advice, especially if you represent an underrepresented group within tech, please get in touch with me. My DMs are totally open. I would love to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining me for this talk. I hope you have a wonderful CodeLand.
Hey friends, welcome back and thank you for staying with us. If you've been watching alongside this stream, just a reminder that all the talks we've played today are available on demand within speaker posts that are linked in the schedule below. And also please go ahead and check out our sponsor booths and the career fair linked above the video stream. A huge draw for conferences are the amazing networking opportunities and fun giveaways. We try to make those networking opportunities happen here in the virtual world as well. And our sponsors have got that covered in their digital booths. So please do go and explore, say hi to them, and appreciate that they're here sponsoring us today at CodeLand. Now, I know that our closing keynoter today, Ben Halpern, has been leaving a bunch of great discussion topics in today's CodeLand hallway. Be sure to check those out. He's been asking about your hobbies outside of coding, what your long-term career goals are, and more. So head over to the hallway to join that conversation. Our speaker panel discussions are coming up next live, but let's just take a break. We'll meet back here at noon sharp Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, or 7 p.m. UTC. We'll see you in a little bit. Hey, friends, welcome back. I hope you had a great quick break. My lunch arrived, so I'm excited about that. And I hope that you also remember to stay hydrated today and stretch your legs. Sitting all the time is no fun and not healthy for anyone. So make sure that you move. Even feel free to take us along, maybe on a walk, and enjoy this panel as you stretch. Now, we're going to moderate a discussion with the two speakers with technical deep dive talks that we heard from earlier. Here live, we have Victory Brown and Hidde de Vries. Let's get to it. How are you all, friends?
Great.
Hi everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much for staying up. We have an interesting time zone example here where I'm on the West Coast and y'all are 8 and 9 hours ahead. So thank you for spending your evening with us here. I realize that that's extra work for you, but it's great for the CodeLand audience. So thank you so much. Let's start with a couple questions that I put together while I was watching your talks. And then we also have some great audience questions that are rolling in as well. So we'll bring some of those in from our friends in the posts. So Victory, software developers need to communicate. I think when we all get into software, we don't realize that it's a lot more communication than we thought. Maybe we think it's mostly coding. And I have found that it's as much about talking and communicating with people than it is about coding. How do you feel like software developers need to communicate better with the product designers on their team? And how do they improve those relationships and be more collaborative?
Yeah, I did mention use of collaborative platforms. I think for designers, we have softwares that allow for real-time collaboration, like Figma. You could leave comments and talk about what's going on that particular screen, and it's actually easy that way. Or you could also use your Slack channels. Those are like mediums where each developer and the designers could talk and exchange ideas back and forth. And it's actually easier because you could see the change go on live. You're not just saying, you're saying, and then you watch them do, and then you can say, okay, this needs more iteration, this needs to be taken out, and that kind of helps too.
Yeah, that's
and
really
it's actually very easy. Okay, I think it's easy for developers to use this software because all they have to do is leave a comment. Yeah, so it's not so much hassle.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's so important in the relationship between the people doing the code and the people designing is the sense of creating clarity. And trouble happens in software design when there's a lack of clarity. So communication verbally via email or via tools like Figma and other collaborative platforms that you point out is so important because you got to create clarity first, and then you generate, that future energy that you need to do. Now, when we're creating systems, Hidde, you explained that accessibility is and should be a priority of everybody: content creators, web developers, UI designers, CMS people, everyone. What do you think that content creators should pay particular attention to when they're considering accessibility in their work?
Yeah, so my talk was really much focused on what developers can do, because that's that's what a lot of people would be looking for. But I wanted to highlight that there are so many other groups as well that are responsible. Pretty much everyone in the team is responsible, like you said. Like all these other people very much have a role to play. And when it comes to content designers or content creators, something that they can look out for is that they make sure they use the right tool if they have any impact on that. Kind of picking the right tool. There are some tools that create more accessible content than others, and that are better at doing accessibility. And it could be really simple things like images need to have text alternatives, and not all of the content tools allow you to add text alternatives. So if your tool doesn't allow that, then that tool is not as good as one that would allow you to do it, right? So there's a lot of that sort of accessibility features that are not in all of the content tools. So that would be one thing to do for content creators, to really make sure that the tool that you're using is helping your accessibility forward.
Yeah, when you list out all of those different, characters and all the different kinds of people who are creating things, developers, integrators, designers, etc., it seems like the number one thing is awareness right? And awareness speaks to clarity, like Victory mentioned before. So just knowing that you should care is like step zero when thinking about accessibility. Would you agree?
Yeah, very much so. It's really important that everyone knows about it. Also, people that are not even in the website team, but people higher up in the organization. And that's particularly the case if they are, for instance, government organizations in Europe, because there's legislation they've got to comply to too. And at that point, it becomes not just like a nice to have for the development team, but also something if you are running an organization, you want to make sure you comply to it, just like you comply to GDPR and other kind of legislations that exist. And that's the case in other countries too, like I guess in the US and in China too.
Mm-hmm. So Victory, Hida makes a number of really interesting points around awareness. The government needs to be aware, the boss needs to be aware, the team needs to be aware. But when you're getting started, when you're starting out in product design and in systems design, there's so much stuff to know. Like what are some tips that you would maybe give early in career people who are interested in knowing more about what product designers need to know and where to even start?
Okay, so I'm just going to say before I ventured into design, I did a little bit of web development. I wrote HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript. And while I was coding, I found out that there were some features that I was trying to implement that I didn't understand why they were there. So I decided to learn a bit of design. And then I went straight into UI. And I was still confused because UI just gives you the interface without also telling you why. So that's how I got into user research. So I do more of user experience research. And the thing about diving into product development is you need to have your research. You need to conduct researches. You need to be sure of what you want to do. Now, for early career starters or people who want to start into this field new, I would say you do a lot of research. Find out what it is, what product development is, what product design is. Because there's product development, there's design, there's management also. So you need to know what area you'd want to venture into. And then secondly, get a mentor. It's always important to have someone who is far knowledgeable or has more experience than you do to kind of like put you through and explain certain things to you, because sometimes learning on your own can be very difficult. You need to have like a community of people to push you through and help you in times of maybe you're having confusion for certain things. So it's really important to have that. And then get courses, read articles. I love to read articles and I write too. So whenever I read something new and I find out, okay, this is what I know currently, but something is missing in it, I try to add something. Listening to Heidi talk about accessibility, I actually gave a talk earlier this year about accessible design. And it's something that gets overlooked sometimes when designers are designing, because during the research phase, they missed out on something. So it's kind of important to start the product development phase with research. Yeah.
Yeah, even knowing that those things exist, that research exists, is a big part in thinking about the life cycle. When I think about product life cycle, I think about systems thinking. Like these products that we create exist in larger systems, the internet, mobile devices, the web, big screens, small screens. Within the context of accessibility, there's such a spectrum of ability, and you want to make sure that by following all of these things, being conscious of all these things, that you're including everyone. I'm curious, that you've been doing this for a while. How have you seen accessibility change and the interest in accessibility? It seems like it's only increased when at least on my social timeline.
Yeah, it's been around for a really long time. Like we've got the WCAG guidelines for accessibility. WCAG 2.0 has existed since 2008. So it's a really long time, and a lot of accessibility has actually stayed the same, like the kind of things you need to do. But it seems like a lot more people are interested in getting it right. Like Victory said, like designing accessibly is really important, and I think Years ago, maybe less people would be interested in that, and it's really something that a lot of teams are working on and getting right. And maybe that has to do with, like I mentioned earlier, like the legislation, but I think it also has to do with, we're getting the point across better maybe as well, and there's more tools that can help you too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Getting the point across, the excitement about this field is important, whether it be product design or accessibility or both, to just let people know, have you heard? Have you heard the news? This is so cool. Let me tell you about this thing. And that's why we're here at CodeLand, and why both you, Victory, and Hither give talks, is because you're just so excited about your topics that you want to share with folks. Hither, actually, one more follow-up question. I know that you have been employed in the past by the Dutch government. I have this sense, not specific to the Dutch, but that government websites tend to lag a little bit behind. So while we're here at CodeLand sharing cutting edge things with early in career people, what kind of issues do you often see on government websites that may lag behind?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that really varies around the world, because in Europe there has been a lot of laws around accessibility that apply specifically to government. We're actually seeing that, like in the Netherlands, a lot of the government websites have accessibility statements on their website, and they have had their audits done and kind of are sort of up to date. But in other countries, it can vary quite a bit, and it depends on the government services too. What you see as well is that a lot of government websites are more document centric, and they usually provide more like text. They're not often applications or complex dashboards, although that has changed in COVID times. We now have the COVID data dashboards and stuff like that produced by the government, but they're usually not organizations that will produce a lot of apps, right? Maybe more documents and information than apps.
Mm-hmm. We've got some great audience questions that are just rolling in right here. So I'm going to actually share some with y'all. I see here some great questions for Victory. Let me see if I can put them together into a cohesive thought. Let's look at this here. What do we got? Here's an interesting one from Steve Nyholm. Can you help us understand, Victory, the difference when we're thinking about UX or user experience research? Is it like qualitative, like we talk to people and we interview people, or is more quantitative, where we take surveys and we try to get numbers on top of things? How do you think about UX when we think about researching both the quality and the quantity of things?
Well, personally, I like to have a mixture of both. Depends on what project I'm currently working on. But over time, I feel quantitative data actually does more, because you're interacting firsthand. You're not just getting already found data, which sometimes can be helpful. But when you conduct these researches yourself, it's actually on a more personal level. And one of the core skills a user experience researcher should have is empathy. So you would actually develop these skills while you're talking to them. Probably you should have developed it before you talk to them, but having it kind of helps you put together a research that is inclusive, and kind of like gets everybody together in kind of like a universal way. Because at the end of the day, you're actually designing universally for everybody. So when you do a combination of both qualitative and quantitative, it kind of gives you accurate research data to work with.
You call out a really important keyword that is just so important. If I had one thing that I could tell someone early in career, after now having been in software now for 30 years myself, is you said empathy. Right? Empathy literally means thinking about other people, putting yourself in their shoes and imagining what it must be like to be that person. That's so important, because a better product designer is one who can put themselves, or at least try to, in the mind of their users. And that actually leads us to accessibility, which is so important, because everyone has something. Everyone has something and they don't necessarily realize it. You might look at a person and think that they're fully able-bodied, but they may have something. Just during the break, we commented that I'm eating my lunch here because I'm a type 1 diabetic, which you can't see by looking at me, but it doesn't affect how I move on the web. But I've also had a number of surgeries, and I'm not able to move this right arm, which has increased my difficulty with using a computer, and also increased my empathy for accessibility and caused me to be more focused on it. I'm curious, Hida, we have a question from Loreto Torres. How did you end up focusing on accessibility?
Yeah, my very first job was for someone who was very involved in the accessibility community. So I think that kind of triggered for me how interesting it is, like, to see the web as an opportunity for people with disabilities to get stuff done. If only people build their stuff right, like in a certain way. It really intrigued me to kind of go and look at what is that way. How can we make sure that stuff works for the largest amount of people. I don't have disabilities myself. I did have a short while where I was in a school for blind and deaf. Won't go into detail, but yeah, I'm interested in kind of the field, and yeah, it's nice to be able to work on this.
Yeah, it's got to be a very positive feeling when you enable someone to be included. Right, we always talk about inclusion. Inclusion is a big theme here at CodeLand and at Forum, and thinking about inclusion as being the opposite of exclusion. Did I design a product that excluded people, whether I meant to or not, is something that we want to avoid doing. So I'm curious, do you think that Victory, that a developer might become a designer, or is that a thing I could jump into? I could move from development and design by increasing my empathy.
Yeah, yes, that's key. That's also a thing. I think developers could be designers as well as designers could also be developers. And the thing is intentionality. You have to be intentional about that switch. You need to be intentional about it. And moving into design, I've met a lot of developers that moved into design because whilst coding, they found out some things that were not really that improved usability but not accessibility, and they wanted to fix it. So they did a lot of research and started playing around with the design software, reading articles, and eventually became designers and developers as well. So
that's a great point.
I did the switch. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so,
you did this way. Yeah, you did. In fact, you mentioned that you were a developer before. Well, that question came from Callum Reed, who was thinking about what are some ways for people to get into design if they're coming from more of a code-based background. And actually, Mudita has a question here saying that they're a back-end engineer, but they want to develop their mind more to think a little bit more like a designer. And I'm guessing what your answer will be, but it probably has something to do with intentionality.
Yeah, it has, because I think when you're intentional about something that you want to do outside web development or just life in general, when you're intentional about it, you kind of make the push to know more about it. If you follow the Nelson Norman group, I read a lot of their books. He has amazing content in design thinking, empathy, user experience, and all that. So you could get articles from them, and that could be a great start.
That's a great point that you're bringing up. Donald Norman wrote a wonderful book called The Psychology of Everyday Things that then became called The Design of Everyday Things. And the Nielsen Norman Group has got a bunch of great resources that Victory is bringing up. So we should be sure to check those out. The Design of Everyday Things is considered a design classic because it develops one's sense of empathy. So I love that you suggested that as a potential resource for us. And I'm hearing this theme throughout the day about intentionality. Both you, Victory, Gift, Jonathan Young mentioned before during their talks. It's not just something that happens. If you let your life just accept the defaults, maybe your entree into being a software engineer or designer or developer won't be successful. But for our friends at CodeLand that are watching right now, you have to be intentional about that. I know, Hida, that you try to be intentional in everything that you do when you're applying accessibility to your clients and to your websites. Is that conscious?
Yeah, because accessibility basically means like building with people with disabilities in mind, and usually also involving people with disabilities, right, in your user tests and everything. And that doesn't always happen naturally. So it is something that you have to intentionally make sure you do, that you have people on the team who have disabilities or involve them in user tests or make sure that they are that they are heard, and that you have ways for people to contact you and stuff like that if they can't access a certain thing because of their disability, that you can help them, that kind of thing. Yeah.
That is such a great point. Yeah, when you're starting out with an idea, you want to be thinking about everyone. A question here for Victory from Ella 03, who is saying, when you're first starting out with an idea, what are some avenues for user research? Do you just make a survey monkey, or are there, techniques, companies, tools that one can consider?
Like I said, that depends on the project. When I started, I did a lot of personal projects. So my target audience was mostly friends and family, and then sending surveys to group chats, posting on social media. And then I always leave a link for, if you would want to have a one-on-one, you could contact me here. So out of the surveys and so many people getting in contact with the form, just a few get back to me, and I work with that few. So, but on a company level, most times the company has a database of clients that usually interacts with their products. So that way they give you access as a researcher to, come up with an interview guide or research questions that these customers or users could, answer, and then give you feedback for your design.
Have you ever had a situation, here's a question from Fizzy Buzzy Beezy, who says, what do you do if you're a designer and you want to get the UX right, but you're just not getting any feedback? You can't get any feedback from the end users. That's a tough question.
Yeah, that's a really, how about you change your approach? Because if you're using the same pattern and you're not getting results, I think the next is to change. So if you're working on sending surveys and you're not getting replies on your surveys, you could talk to real people, go to malls, go to shops, and then just ask for 2 minutes of your time to fix something. That works.
I love that, because you know what you're saying underneath your answer is you have to show up. You have to be where the users are. Go to where the users are. You can't find people, go to the mall, because there's always someone at the mall. And there's always someone at the mall actually saying, I have an opinion. Maybe you could take your app to the mall, set up a little booth and say, I'll give you $1 if you tell me what you think about my app, right? Think outside the box.
Yeah, true. Incentives kind of encourage people to, interact with your product. And earlier I wrote an article on ethnography and user research. It has to do with moving to the place of the users to, get firsthand knowledge and see how they interact firsthand with your products. So in terms of user testing, there's a moderated testing and unmoderated testing. So if you're changing your approach to your research, you're doing more of a moderated testing. You're going into the field to actually meet these users. Like you said, set up a booth, have a jar of coin that you could give out, have gift cards. That kind of encourages people to want to interact with your product.
Interesting. And then that word that you used there that people may not be familiar with, ethnography, it's an important aspect of user research. It's
ethnography.
Ethnography. It's the research of the understanding of other cultures and other people and how they might interact with your software. Yeah. So that sounds like an important thing to understand. And there's actually interesting books on ethnographic research. So that's a great thing to bring up, because it's a scientific basis about empathy, about, is your audience only in the US, or is your audience only in Europe or Nigeria or whatever? And then make sure you understand your audience so your products can be successful.
Sure.
Yeah. A couple other questions down here from our friends in the post, as we have just about 5 minutes left. Here's an interesting one from Christian New, who says that they are working on products and their customers say that they don't need accessibility. Do you think that that's possible or a thing, or is accessibility really just absolutely required? Whether you think you need it or not, you probably need accessibility.
Yeah, it's a bit of a myth. And I always cite the WHO numbers for how many people have disabilities, about 15 to 20% of the world's population. So for you not to need accessibility, you would need to have a set of website visitors that you're very sure, and you'll never allow anyone with a disability into your company or into your organization. I often hear this like for internal systems, like, oh, our HR system, because our colleague from HR, he doesn't have disabilities or whatever. But then you will not be able to hire anyone new either if they had a disability. So I think in any context you need to include accessibility. But yeah, I might be biased.
Yeah. Also, if I'm to throw more light on that, sometimes the users or customers may not always know what they need. And it is very important that, like Heidi said, there are a lot of persons that are on the internet with disabilities. And we have physical, we have auditory, and then we also have mental disabilities. Now, the thing about having disability mentally is the fact that there aren't really programs or softwares that actually tell you that you have a mental disability. For someone who is blind, you could say, oh, I can't see this. So a feature that has an audio is actually nice. For somebody who can't hear, you say closed captioning. But when it comes to mental disabilities, you really don't know that you have this. So sometimes if you dig proper, you could actually find out that these users actually have issues with this, and you need to make your website accessible. In terms of contents you place on your websites, hierarchy, the color contrast, having a lot of text sometimes can be confusing, and those are actually helpful. So,
I recently updated my website. The current blog post on my website right now is how to set up dark mode, which I thought was a preference, but in fact has accessibility implications. For people who have issues with contrast, having a dark mode can be really easy to set up on your website and just adds to the accessibility of the site and allows more people to spend time there, which is really cool. And I didn't even think about it that way, which is really nice.
It's actually a nice example of something that's like an innovation that came out of accessibility world. Like some people have adapted their screen and their colors for a long time, and now it's kind of become a mainstream thing in the sense that everyone can do this setting. But it used to be a thing that people would already do, like put their thing in high contrast mode or use like very high contrast colors, that kind of stuff, because their disability required it. And now it's something we all have. And that's something you often see with accessibility, that innovations actually work for a much larger proportion. Like the typewriter is an example of that. It was invented for someone's blind friend. And now we all use keyboards every day.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Well, this has been a joy to chat with you both. This is very exciting. I want to remind our friends who are watching in CodeLand that you can chat with both Hida and Victory, not just on social media where they are active and not just on their websites that are fantastic, but also here within the software that we've got on CodeLand and ask and answer questions. Lots of great stuff happening right now. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to have another live speaker discussion. This one will be with Anita Human and Tulio Leao. They both have talks in the open source strong track. So let's just take a break. We'll stretch, we'll refill our water bottles, our coffee cups, and our Diet Cokes, and we'll meet back here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you both for staying up late with us today on CodeLand.
all right. Thank you,
Thanks.
Scott. Bye.
Hey, friends, I hope you stretched on your break and you got a chance to take care of the human things. We don't want to spend too much time sitting today, so feel free to take us with you perhaps on a walk and enjoy this upcoming live discussion. Today, we've got Anita Human, who gave a talk a little bit ago on From Contributor to Maintainer in open source. Welcome. We appreciate that you're here, along with Tulio Liao, who did a talk called Baby Stepping Your Way to Becoming an Open Source Contributor. So we've got two open source experts here to chat with us today. We've got questions that I've written beforehand, as well as some great questions from you, the audience, because we are live and this is real and this is CodeLand. So let's get into it and talk to our friends. And I again want to thank you both for taking time out of your afternoon and your evening, because we're all distributed around the world many hours apart, but we're able to spend time together here at CodeLand through the power of remote work and a global pandemic. So yay us. Welcome. All right. So Anita, I'm curious, the culture of open source, for me, it feels like it's shifting. For a long time, it was somewhat exclusionary, and anyone who's early in career had to like throw their shoulder against the door to get involved. It seemed like that was because the people thought the code was more important than the humans. What do you think about the current culture of open source?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm actually very, very impressed, and I'm so glad that I got into open source this time. I don't even know, I don't want to imagine it felt like then when you had to be an expert or know so much about code before you get into open source. Recently, open source was a more diverse and inclusive environment. That is such an amazing thing, because now you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be have experience in a particular programming language. You don't have to be either plain white. You don't have plain Asian. Everybody is all welcome in the open source ecosystem to contribute, and it's really exciting. The exciting part is that there are recent initiatives that are coming up to make sure that most open source projects, or almost every open source project, get to measure the metrics such as diversity and inclusion in check with the concept of open source. So it's actually really, really exciting. And I'm a part of the Chaos DI initiative, which actually helps to track these metrics. And we're doing a fantastic job to see that conferences and open source projects stick to the open source guidelines, such as diversity at the conferences, both for attendees and the speakers, and also diversity, inclusion, and equity for the contributors of projects and also the maintainers as well. So it's very, very exciting.
That's great. It seems like you're feeling very empowered by open source, and you're very excited about the future of open source, particularly the changes that have happened in the last several years. I mean, you're an author, a speaker, you're a software developer, you're an advocate. Open source is really what you're all about.
Oh yeah, actually, into all of this, mostly because of open source. I had no idea. I just wanted to code. As of last year, I just wanted to write code and work on my little project that I was working on then. And before you knew it, I was writing articles about open source. I was monitoring other persons as well. And it's actually exciting. And recently, I also speak at CNCF, and that is as a result of open source. I never expected it. This is something that if I wasn't contributing to open source, I probably wouldn't have an idea of what CNCF is. I probably wouldn't be able to at a conference like this one. So it's really, really exciting for me.
That's great. I appreciate that. Yeah, for those that may not know some of those acronyms, of course, the CNCF, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, that Anita is involved in. And Anita's actually got some great blog posts about containers and orchestration and Kubernetes and Docker up on her blog at Hashnode that you should take a look at. Turning to you, Tulio, what do you think is the main thing that stops many early in career developers from contributing to open source, sooner, or even not doing it at all?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a great question. I think most people don't really contribute due to two things. I think the first one is that they really don't know that it's out there and that it's something that they can get into and start doing and coding, I think most of the people think, like Anita was saying, that this is too complex and I shouldn't get into this. Open source is just meant for the ultra most expert developers. So I think they just don't feel included. And I think this has been changing over the course of the years. But I also think some people, they kind of have two misconceptions. One is that it's difficult to find something to help with, and it's just a matter of looking out there and you will be able to find it. But also another misconception is that it is not worth the effort, or you need to devote a lot of time to doing it, and they just want to do one issue and get away with it and return 3 months later or a year later. They don't want to kind of get a commitment of doing 2 hours a day. And I think most people keep away from this because they are afraid of the commitment, and the commitment itself is just what they want it to be, right? The commitment is just what they really think about doing. If they want to have 2 hours a week, or if they want to have 2 hours a month, 2 hours a year, that's their commitment, and that's what they really should focus on. And they should not be worried about people asking from them to push more, to commit more. I mean, there will be cases like this, but these will be the minority. So I think people are afraid of what the pressure will look, of what the pressure people will put onto them, but the pressure is really kind of managed by ourselves.
The pressure is kind of managed by ourselves. That's a really interesting and deep statement there. Anita, I'm curious, when you think about early in career people who are entering open source, is the pressure being put on by themselves? Are they afraid that they will be teased or put down as a newbie, as a new person that's entering the space?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting question. Person's getting into head. First off, because there's this imposter syndrome of this project that I'm better off and have been practicing it for years. And another thing is, what do I have to offer? Like I don't have anything I'm good at. What me think that I'll be good for this particular community? And all these are things want to contribute. They just shy away from it and rather look for other things to get themselves into. So persons want to devote so much time. Once they hear that you're contributing and they're not paying you for it, everyone is scared. No one wants to devote their time to projects and not get paid. That's like so many factors. Lots of persons are scared of, especially newbies contributing.
Yeah. Yeah, that idea that nobody wants to get involved if they're not going to get paid is a really tough one, because if you're early in career, you came here to get paid. The whole point is to get a job. But we also heard from folks like Gift earlier in the day, who was saying that showing up is a big part of being a member of the community. So could one potentially learn in public, like Gift said, while doing open source? So rather than feeling like, oh, it's 2 more hours a day, a week, a month, I'll just do my existing learning while working on open source documentation or open source testing. I don't need to be an expert and compile Kubernetes from scratch to update their documentation and then put open source contributor on my resume. What do you think about that, Tulio?
So I think that's a great point. I mean, the learning public, I can kind of relate to that. When I got into open source 5 or 6 years ago, that's actually what I wanted. I mean, I really wanted to learn some new languages, or the advanced workings of the language that I was using at work at the time. But maybe at work we were not using the latest standard or the latest version of the framework and etc. And on open source, this is a little bit more flexible. People are typically sticking to the latest more often. So I really use the open source as a way of learning, as a way of having not only other people teach me through reviews or issues or pull request comments, but also myself. Like I need to find an issue to fix. This one seems like it will challenge me. I need to learn a new algorithm or a new framework for this. So even though it's unpaid, and especially if you're an early developer starting your career, it can really add a lot of value, because over time, a lot of the things that I've learned on the open source community, I could bring it back to my daily job. So I had things that I learned 3 or 4 years ago that I can now start applying on my daily job, or concepts that, because companies typically move at a slower pace than the open source project. So concepts that I learned a few years ago that I could propose to people to start using or to start deploying on my daily job that I wouldn't even know if it wasn't for open source and maybe for some other people doing kind reviews and kind comments and explaining the stuff. So I think it can actually make you progress faster in your career, fast track your career if you're involved in the right type of projects or in the right type of issues with the correct amount of commitment. And all of those are very subjective, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting perspective. I'm curious, Anita, do you think that it's helpful for developers to find a niche or unique skill, maybe one that aligns to their job, and then that will help them decide on a community to contribute to? You touched on that in your talk.
Well, it's a good point. It's good for persons to find a niche because most persons want to plan their lives before they even get to that point. But for persons who are unaware of what they want to do or which areas their strength is in, it's also okay because you don't have to know everything. Sometimes you just go with hope and faith and anticipate or wait for the best to happen. I think that's what happened to me. I didn't have a particular niche. I just entered open source because I heard a lot of persons talking about it. I was curious and I said, okay, let me try. I didn't go with expectation that I want to contribute to this particular code because I'm good at React. I want to contribute to this because I have understanding of HTML and CSS. I just went there to find anything I could get my hands on, and I did. If you don't have a niche you're contributing to, or you're good at, just get into an open source community, right? Over time, you see something exciting that you think, or you will feel within yourself that you're good at this, or you can actually contribute to this thing. And before you realize it, you start making effort towards that particular end or that particular aspect. And there are different areas of open source that you can get involved in. It doesn't have to be so technical, or it doesn't have to involve writing code and pushing to GitHub. You can contribute to open source is simply just being present in that particular community. Meetings, giving your thoughts and insights during discussions. That's a very great way of contributing because your thoughts actually will make an impact one way or the other. You can actually contribute by starting a project on GitHub, and nobody's noticing that. But then imagine you start 1,000 projects on GitHub. You've actually added 1 point to their notice on GitHub, and that is a very good point as well. You can contribute by advocating open source, talking to somebody that is unaware of how much open source gives on how much is involved in open source. You can just talk to somebody, and that's also a great way of contributing to open source. So it doesn't have to be technical, and you don't have to get yourself involved in a particular project to make a huge impact in open source. The very tiny efforts actually matter. Using open source projects and reporting issues and bugs if you find one, all of these are ways you can contribute to open source without having to write code or be a designer or any of that.
You're bringing up a number of really, really good points that I think is so important, not just for regular developers, but for anyone involved in any aspect of technical or open source work. If you're listening to this, please hear what Anita said, that even the smallest contribution is a contribution, whether it's a kind comment, a small typo, updating documentation. You don't need to become an expert on a thing to participate in the community. A big part of it is just showing up, whether it be learning in public or just adding a star to your favorite repository, which I think brings a good question to Tulio, which is, you had mentioned contributing to Ruby for the first time, but you didn't know much about Ruby at the time. Why did you get involved? Well, let's just say with a thing you didn't know a lot about. What was it about Ruby that made you feel that you could, offer your voice?
Yeah, I think that's very similar to what Anita said. I didn't know anything. I had never typed a single line in Ruby. And it just happened. It was just a project that I really liked. It was a project that I had seen 3 or 4 years ago. And I contributed to it 3 or 4 years ago. It was just editing a JSON, a really simple contribution, just typing text. And then I came to contribute back 4 years later, and I found out that the project was abandoned and it was not being maintained anymore, and etc. And I found this as a great opportunity to kind of take this fork and make it work again in my own terms, maintain, get the things that people had been contributing that were not being accepted over time, and etc. And in that process, I found out that this website was mostly, the website backend was mostly written in Ruby. And I wanted to write like scripts for configuring like the continuous integration, continuous deployment, and etc. to lint my JSONs to actually get the website up and running, but also make sure it was not degrading over time. So I had to learn Ruby because I did not want to change the infrastructure. I liked how it looked. I liked how it was built. I just needed to update it. So that's how I went into Ruby. When I started thinking about contributing to open source, I'm mostly a C++ developer. I was like, yeah, I will contribute to something that's written in C++ because that's my backyard there. I will be familiar to write with it. And the first call to action that came to me was in Ruby, and that was fine, right? And I just jumped into it. It was something that I really loved the idea, and I think that's what open source is all about. You really just have to care about the project. If it's something that looks cool, that you use, that you find it valuable, you will find the time to work on it or to help with this project in some way, be it coding, be it being there on the community, all of these types of contributions that Anita just mentioned. So it was in Ruby because it was the project that I faced that I wanted to help with in Ruby, but it could have been a lot of other languages. It was just a matter of choosing that specific thing that I saw that was a project that I valued, that I really wanted to contribute. So I really wanted to get that done and get that going again. And it was written in Ruby, and the rest is history, right?
That's great. I appreciate that. Now, there's an interesting thing here. We're all over the world watching CodeLand right now, and here we are, three people in three different time zones and three different countries, but we are connected through our love of the internet, our love of programming. So there's different cultures that we have here just in this panel, but there are some etiquette and some cultural rules that may be unique to open source. Anita, maybe you could talk about some of the etiquette and cultural rules that contributors and open source maintainers should keep in mind.
Okay. In open source, yeah, we welcome everybody, regardless of where you're from, regardless of your color, regardless of your expertise, your age. Everyone is welcome. But when we are making a contribution, so you should also have in mind that these persons from different parts of the world have different thoughts and opinions, and they think differently, they see things differently. So you should try to be sensitive when talking to people and think in a way that what would this person feel if he heard something like this from me? And that's where our implicit bias comes in, our unconscious biases. Try to always be conscious of these things. If I say this thing, does it make this person feel bad about himself? If I make this contribution, does it damage this particular code? I see there are so many issues, GitHub actions that are actually set up to manage some of this, because a lot of persons they're not conscious of it, they're not aware of it, they just make the mistakes. Another thing is to always adhere to the code of conduct. Every open source community has a code of conduct that they follow, yeah? So always try to look through the code of conduct and follow it duly. Respect other people's thoughts and opinions, regardless of how simple or basic it might be. Always respect them, because it's not easy to come up and drop a suggestion in a meeting or in a gathering of people that you think are better than you. It's not easy. Actually easy for me to join this call, because I was feeling like, okay, what if I don't have something to say while speaking? What if I get to a point where I get stuck? So it's not really easy. So when someone makes an effort to drop their thoughts and opinions in open source, just appreciate it. And if there are ways you can correct it in a very, very polite way, and also be open-minded and welcoming other people. So it's an open environment. Yeah, it's not only you that is going to contribute. You're not the only one that is going to contribute to a particular project. Be welcoming and mentor people who are not familiar in the best ways that you can, help them get along with the particular project. And all of this is just ways that you can keep the open source ecosystem healthy and welcoming for everyone.
I'm curious, Anita, as a follow-up question, we had a question from the audience here that said, what do you do when a project is maybe not the best choice for a newer contributor? What's a respectful way for the maintainer to make that clear and maybe encourage that person to consider another project without, crushing their spirit and making them leave the community? Because we don't want that.
Okay, I've actually got had to experience this. Yeah, in this kind of situation, all you have to do is you can have a one-on-one call with that particular person, yeah, and ask him what his area of interest is. Some persons want to contribute to community, but they're not sure what their area of interest is. They just want to contribute out of curiosity, just like me. And if you see that, okay, his contributions are not helping him grow, and neither are they helping the particular community, then you can have a call with this person and talk with him. I feel like when you have a one-on-one conversation with this person, you'll be able to see things from his perspective. You'll be able to see other areas which his strengths lie on, which he's not even seeing or able to notice. You can point him to that particular direction and then give him other options. Have you tried exploring this? Having this particular project? This would be great for you to contribute to. You don't have to come up and uprightly and say, no, you're not from this community, go. You don't have to do that. You can just have a call, discuss with him, and try to put him on the path. That's so a great way to mentor the person. You would, I'm sure the person will really appreciate it if you do something, because he probably lost and you're helping put him on the right path.
I appreciate that's a very human answer, right? That is thinking about the person behind and what their goals are. I like that you started that answer with, well, let's talk about what's going to help that person grow, as opposed to looking at it as, this person's a problem, we need to figure that problem out. I'm curious, Tulio, and I actually have an opinion about this because I work on one of these projects, but the question here from Steve is there a place for a beginner to contribute on big, widely used projects like ASP.NET? I work on that, that are backed by a big company. Or should people start with small and even obscure projects that have a smaller team? Of course, you picked Ruby. I picked ASP.NET. What's your advice for our new friends?
Yeah, I think that the person that if they are trying to contribute, they're trying to get into open source, they shouldn't get too fussed about when or how or which type of project. I think if you're into a big project, it's all right. If you're into a small project, it's all right. It's not a matter of, oh, I'm new contributor, let me contribute to something obscure because I am new, so my mistakes will be left there on an obscure project where no one will see. There's room for help in every project. Even if it's a big project backed by a big company, if it's open source, the company is kind of telling out there that it's accepting people that are not within the company itself. So if you find something in there that is up for grabs, if it's a good first issue or not, if it's an issue that is open and no one is working on it and you want to work on it, I mean, great. If you also want to work on obscure projects, that's great. Also, I've been doing both. I've been working on projects that are relatively big and kind of known by the community, and also projects that are like known by myself and two other people. I get results and I get a joy of contributing to both, because in the end, you just have to kind of understand why are you contributing to it. I mean, am I contributing to something big like Ruby or ASP.NET or the VS Code, for example, which is a huge project because I just want to get my name out there on a very big project? Or is it just because I use, for example, VS Code and I want to fix a bug that always annoys me, which is kind of a corner case because I use these combinations of hotkeys? And you'll feel so glad if you fix or work on something that you are seeing in your daily life. Like if you're contributing to a project, however big or small it is, like I contribute on a project where I'm a developer along with like just two other people. We have maybe 100 users that we all know, because they are all within our company. And when I fix something and I implement something and this gets my daily life better, it's so joyful. I mean, if you just have to find what you think will be impactful for you and for other people, and that you will have fun doing, and don't really worry about it being a big or a small project. If it is a big project, there are advantages. There will be more people willing to help you to review your stuff. There will probably be more guidelines set up, like where to go for great first issues, smaller issues, where to go for help on debugging some stuff, and etc. So you probably get a faster response. That's not a rule, but that's probably true for most repositories. If it's a smaller repository, you'll probably be helping someone on their own pet project, so you will feel the contribution impact more directly because you will be helping someone else, which might show the appreciation more. But on the other hand, there will be less people there to help. There might be not, the project might be not fully set up. They might not have created a lot of issues to welcome new contributors. They might not have documented everything, how everything is done. They might not have even a CI or a CD set up. So there are advantages, pros and cons of each of those. Of course, if you contribute to a small one and you want to really get into open source and join this project or join other projects, the chances is bigger, I would say, if you join obscure or projects that are starting. But if you also contribute on bigger projects, the chances that you're exposed to more stuff and learn more stuff are maybe higher. I'd say that there's value on both. Don't really judge the book by the cover in this case. Just get into it.
Well, I appreciate that answer. That's a very complete answer, and that's the kind of stuff that we see on CodeLand. So that's pretty fantastic. I'm going to take two questions from the audience. I'm going to combine them for Anita. Tiffany and Jesse are both asking, how do you find good beginner-friendly projects? Do you just wander around GitHub and just guess, or are there resources, or do you go with personal recommendations if you want to find a beginner-friendly project that a newbie can contribute to?
Okay, if you're looking for very beginner-friendly issues on GitHub, there's you can just go to the Explore on GitHub and search for good first issues or beginner-friendly issues or help wanted issues. So most of these labels are strictly for issues that are very friendly for beginners. So once you search through that, you should be able to see the list of issues that are very friendly for a beginner, the issues that you can get started with without having to learn so much or do a lot of Googling. So or help wanted or beginner friendly issues are what you should look out for when searching or exploring through GitHub. But you can also just scout through GitHub, because I do that. For me, sometimes whenever I don't see a beginner friendly issue, scout through GitHub projects and check which project is exciting. If it's an exciting project to contribute to a beginner friendly issue in that particular project. So whichever way, you can just search GitHub and you definitely find one.
Fantastic. Well, this has been hugely helpful. I think we could probably talk for another half an hour about getting newbies successful and involved in open source. And I appreciate you both for staying up late and spending time with us today here at CodeLand. We've got lots more for folks, but I appreciate you both for that very thorough discussion about the various roles in open source that are available from contributor to maintainer and beyond. Thank you both. We will see you later, but before moving on, we're going to pass the microphone on to Levi Sharp, who is a senior podcast producer at Forum, who is going to talk to us about a fantastic podcast that you're going to love if you've been loving CodeLand so far.
CodeLand 2021 is hosted on Code Newbie Community, a place for early career software developers to meet, publish content, and connect over their coding journeys. Code Newbie Community is powered by Forum, open source community software that's secure, accessible, and transparent. If you're curious about Forum and want to learn more, check out forum.dev, a space dedicated to discussing Forum's open source software and helping anyone create their very own self-hosted Forum community. Join forum.dev today to discover the new community web.
Hey friends, if you've been enjoying CodeLand so far, I think it's safe to say that you will get a lot out of the Code Newbie podcast, especially since it means you get to hear from Saran every week, which is a joy. Now we are going to watch a lightning talk by Jordan Parham from CodeLand sponsor, Microsoft Azure. We're going to learn all about cloud service models. Let's hand it over to my friend Jordan.
Thank you, Scott. And hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for CodeLand Day 2. My name is Jordan Parham. I'm an Azure technical trainer at Microsoft. And in our time today, I'll be reviewing foundational knowledge for cloud computing. So today we'll be differentiating between cloud service models, also known as IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So before diving into that, let's briefly define what is cloud computing. The cloud is a global network of servers, each with a unique function. So when we look at IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, let's start with infrastructure as a service. This describes your essentials. So that is compute, storage, and networking. It's important to note that you're able to deploy and run arbitrary code. So a use case includes lifting and shifting an application into the cloud. Next, for platform as a service. This describes the cloud native approach to deploying resources in the cloud. So you're utilizing an on-demand development and deployment environment made for developers. An example of this in Azure includes utilizing the Azure Machine Learning Software Development Kit to build and run machine learning workloads. And last but certainly not least, SaaS, software as a service. This is most likely the model that you're most familiar with, mainly because we typically utilize this on a regular basis. So applications like Outlook for your email, overall, software as a service users are able to connect to applications using the internet. Okay, so overall, we reviewed the cloud service models along with some example use cases. If you're interested in learning more about cloud technologies and what you can do with Azure, check out Microsoft Learn. And if you're a cloud newbie, start with Azure Fundamental Training and Certification. I'm pretty active on Twitter and LinkedIn, often sharing resources I find valuable, and I'd love to connect with you there. Good luck on your cloud journey, and I'll be rooting for you. Thanks.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Big thanks to Jordan and to our generous sponsor, Microsoft Azure. Lots of great information there, thinking about foundations of cloud computing. Now, we are going to jump into another live speaker discussion, and I'm going to bring in my buddy Will Johnson to co-moderate and help me with audience questions. He's a developer advocate at Auth0, and we're going to talk to Salma Alamnior and Alex Radu. So let's jump into that live discussion. Hey, friends, how are we doing?
Hello. Hey.
Yeah, we're having a blast here at CodeLand all day long, talking to people from all over the world. Will, how are you, sir? You're going to join me and help me out co-moderate here because we got lots of great questions, more than I can handle. So audience questions are going to be your responsibility today. We've got...
Sounds good.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We got Salma, who talked about this box will change your life. Appreciate you. Hello. And Alex, documentation. Docs are everyone's business. Good stuff. Let me just a couple of questions that I put in together ahead of time before we get into some audience conversations with Will. Salma, how did you learn CSS? What was your first exposure, that first moment when you learned CSS?
Interesting is that my first real exposure, when I really had to learn it, was at my first front-end dev job, and I learned it backwards. So I was learning it, I was writing Sass inside Bootstrap, which is a front-end framework if you've never heard of it. And that's just what the stack was on the product that I was building. And I had no idea what was going on. Sass, Bootstrap, I was just learning by rote and learning by what I was seeing and basically copy and pasting. And this is why I advocate for learning the fundamentals of CSS first, with no Sass, no frameworks, just plain as you go, because it was actually years before I really learned about the box model and all the proper stuff about inheritance and specificity. And I was just banging out CSS and Sass via Bootstrap, and I had no idea what was happening under the hood and why things were changing and happening. And I moved to another job. And I got into this problem where I was using a mixture of IDs and elements and classes and attributes to style. And, you know, I would change one thing in one place and something unexpected would happen somewhere else. And so I kind of really had to take a step back and understand why that was happening, what the heck was going on. And I think that, you know, I've got nothing against frameworks to bring order to a large product team and a large scale application. But I think they abstract away a lot of the theory of CSS, which is so fundamental to building accessible and performant and well laid out scalable applications. So I had a weird start to it. And that's why I like to advocate for a better start to make your life a lot easier.
Cool. Yeah, and I know that there are a number of games and fun learning programs for people to help them learn CSS. Do you have any resources like that you can recommend?
So Free Code Camp is actually always my go-to for things like that. It's free, it's really well thought out, it's interactive. I think it's a really great user experience in the browser, so you don't even need an IDE. You're not like building a large-scale web application where things can go wrong. They lead you through the steps and the concepts really nicely, actually with inbuilt background about accessibility as well, which is another topic that is really close to my heart that I think gets lost a lot. If you like to, I'm someone who likes to learn things by building stuff and understanding how the theory applies in the context, which is hence my slogan of build stuff, learn things, and love what you do. I find it really hard myself to go through games and tutorials and that kind of thing. But I do have one recommendation. If you want to learn Flexbox, and if games are your thing, you should check out something called Flexbox Froggy, which is a little frog, and it teaches you Flexbox with little games and little challenges. And that's one of the nicest, cutest ones I've come across, actually.
I love that you've brought up theory multiple times, because it begs the question, where do we learn about that theory? Alex, do we learn that from games? Do we learn it from documentation? We see a lot of documentation that covers, here's a list of functions, here's a bunch of stuff, but we don't hear a lot of historical context in documentation like that. Do you think that that's a gap?
So I think the way we look at our documentation is a little bit different, because we consider documentation everything from things like architecture diagrams, from describing what the platform does, how the platform works, what teams work on the platform. And we actually look at it from a very holistic view. So it's not just, hey, here's a description of a service, here's an example of how you run the service, and here's how you do the thing. It's more than that. It's also giving them context. By the way, if you haven't set up your desktop or your CLI, your command line interface, you can set this up here, and then you can go through the stuff that you need to do. So I think in a way, we also need to start thinking about documentation and instructions more from a journey point of view. And are we setting up someone with everything they need? Not just, hey, this is an ID, this is how you use an ID in CSS, but we haven't actually told you what's a div, what's all of the rest of the components, which makes it really hard for you to put it into context if this is the first time you kind of Google, how can I use an ID in CSS? It's well, you can tell them how, but you could probably help them by telling them in the beginning, hey, here's how you do the rest of the stuff until here, in case you didn't know already. So I think we need to do a bit better for people who are starting out to make documentation accessible for all levels of knowledge, not just people that know what they're doing or claim to know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's definitely, I would say, a claim, because I feel like you never know what you're doing. No matter how many years you've been doing something, you never know what you're doing. So I wanted to talk about that. You briefly talked about starting point for open source documentation is to pick a content management system, aka CMS. But they all have their pros and cons. So could you kind of walk us through how you landed on a CMS that you ultimately adopted for your team's documentation?
Yes. So we actually went through a bit of a journey with this, because we went through a couple of iterations and blockers, and actually we had to do a lot of tidy up work with our platform before we were actually able to entice people to work on their documentation and keep it up to date and maintain it. Because if the way that they interact with the content isn't easy for them to do, it's going to be way harder to convince them to keep it up to date. And actually, we had a combination of a lot of different frameworks and things. in our previous model before we started taking care of our documentation. And we realized that when we first started out to create this platform for our Cloud Docs, we didn't really have like a long-term vision of what this might actually end up being, and actually ended up being a platform that a lot of our developers and tech teams used. So then we kind of took a step back and thought, okay, we need to actually think what we need to do and what we need this to be able to do, and how we make it easy for people to contribute. And I guess we had a little bit of an advantage because we could also leverage kind of like a Git workflow to do the updates, because our documentation contributors were largely very technical developers, engineers, and teams. I also saw you have a few sponsors that actually have really good CMS solutions. I think it was Strappy and Storyblock that you had as sponsors, which are great. So I think it's not a question of why is a CMS better than the other, because they all are great in their own way. It more depends on what you're trying to do with your documentation and your platform. And my advice is always do an evaluation before you commit, but also don't overthink it. Because if you go into like building lists and lists of comparing like what one gives you, what one doesn't, like, you know, all of those things, you're then going to end up at a point where you're like, well, actually that one's great, but that's one great too. And you kind of need to make a decision at one point. So instead, I kind of like frame it another way. Who are your contributors? Do you need to have it to be friendly to devs? Do you need to have it to be friendly to marketers? Take that as a first step. And then potentially you will have things that will constrain you, like budget. Maybe your company uses a framework already or a CMS already, and you have to use that one. And kind of like have consistency across your firm and make sure that the other teams are kind of like in the loop, and you're not just going and, you know, talking to a vendor to get a new CMS because you want one when you actually have a perfectly good one already in your firm. All right. Yes, Scott.
Cool. I'm curious, I'm hearing a lot of passion in your voice. That's one of the great things about CodeLand that we love so much, is that people are just so geeked about the thing that they're excited about. And I love that you've got such passion. Turning to you, Selma, you've got a ton of passion about CSS, and that's amazing. I always am impressed by people who feel like that. But it's fair to say that CSS is also both very loved and very much a thing that people freak out about. So how do we get our code newbies who are thinking that CSS is something that they should shy away from to the level of passion that you have?
So I think there's a huge misconception that CSS and front end in general is easy or much easier than back end development. And there's this relentless echo chamber in the tech industry that CSS is easy, CSS and HTML aren't programming languages, and everyone can do it, it's really easy. And so I think as a new developer, if you're just starting out, if you come across a stumbling block in CSS where you can't quite make something work and everyone's telling you it's really easy, that's when your confidence is going to be swallowed up. You're going to be freaked out because you can't do something that everyone is saying is really, really easy. And I don't think we're talking enough in the industry about how CSS is a specialism in its own right, and how it's okay to love CSS and research it and use it and embrace it and specialize in it and respect it and elevate it. It's similar, I think I might have said before, how accessibility is also often an afterthought as well. So, you know, everyone's talking about the business logic and all the back end, but actually this is the way that people can make applications and the web enjoyable and usable. CSS is that beautiful presentation layer. Yes, you can build a house, right? And you can build the foundations and the bricks, but it's just a shell if you don't paint it and put up art and put up fancy lights and things like that. So I think if the way to stop freaking out about it is to actually ignore what everyone else is saying. And if you enjoy it, and if you really want to research it and go in deeper and make that your specialism, then absolutely do it. And it's okay, because it's fundamental. HTML and CSS together are fundamental in ensuring that people can use and interact with your web applications. And you are responsible as a front-end developer for so much more than you think. And part of what I do on the web and on Twitch and everywhere is I try to elevate that as much as possible, because I started Twitch streaming because everyone's doing back end, everyone's doing all that stuff. And there was hardly anybody doing front end. And it's like, where are the people who are celebrating this and enjoying it and saying that, yes, this is as relevant and as good and as important as all the other programming stuff. So shift your mindset. It's yes, it's difficult, right? And I think maybe sometimes it's more difficult than all of this other back-end stuff. I mean, I still can't traverse a binary tree, but I can center a div in many ways. That's because I've practiced and I've learned, and it's something that you need to practice. You can't master an instrument in a couple of days. It takes 10 years, 20 years. My dad is Indian, and he told me stories about the sitar and how it takes a lifetime before you're considered able to play the sitar. And I would say the same for CSS, right? You just don't be afraid. It's just like any other skill in life. It's not easy, and just take it one step at a time.
That's just lovely. That really is it. That's all of computers. It's like a minute to learn, a lifetime to master. Okay, click here. That's the start menu. Good luck. The next 50 years are going to be fun for you.
Yeah, for sure. And you were talking about how it's fundamental, right? Like HTML and CSS, those are like the core. And even you're using like a framework. Like if you're using React, you're using JSX, which is, HTML as far as like the syntax goes. So it's important to know those fundamentals. So Alex, I had a question from the audience, since we were speaking about React real quick. They want to know, that the switch from Angular to React improve the documentation experience?
I wish I could say a straight yes, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think like if you put a bow on a rock, it's still a rock. So, you can't really say like just using React instead of Angular. They're both great frameworks. Like it wasn't that we don't love Angular. It was just that we thought that from our skill set of our front-end engineers and our contributors, React was probably more feasible because we had more React developers in our immediate teams. I would say React did improve it from the sense of we could actually build some really nice components, and we could actually make documentation a bit more interactive in some aspects where we needed it to be interactive. So we could display the content in a more digestible way for our consumers. From the contributing perspective, I guess like they didn't really see a big difference except for those interactive elements. So our documentation mainly kind of stayed the same, but we could do all of that cool stuff where we could actually bring that content to life for people and make it easier. From the contributor perspective, again, some people had to learn React, which was probably a benefit for their career, but they were probably not over the moon with the fact that like, oh no, yeah, another framework I need to learn. So it was kind of like yes and no, but I would say that we could do some pretty cool stuff with React that we weren't doing before, because we had the expertise to be able to like implement those things. I hope that answers the question.
I think it's an interesting one, because it's kind of a tough question where it's like, what's better for Uber, Honda or Toyota? And it's like, well, they're both going to get you where you're going. And, there are people who feel very strongly about those things. I think that was a really great and very honest answer. So I appreciate that. I'm curious, when you're thinking about best practices, we talk about best practices for writing docs, best practices for writing CSS. Salma, you had mentioned before that you can get started with CSS, but then you mentioned systems, frameworks, and things like that. I was recently updating my CSS for dark mode, and I realized that at some point, I don't know when this happened, it went from being this amazing, elegant, single file CSS, and now it's a nest. It's just a rat's nest of crap. How badly should I feel about that? And
you should feel awful. The thing with that is, it's always lovely to start a new project and have just a few lines with a few files. And then when it starts getting out of control, I think it's time to take a step back and think, right, doesn't matter what system I use, I'm going to use a system. And I always, it doesn't matter what system it is. Again, it's like, it doesn't matter what framework you use. A system is still going to enable you and help you. I'm a big fan of CSS modules and that come in built with Next.js and things like that allow you to keep your files really tiny. But I guess that's not really a system, but the system I use often is BEM, which, so I mentioned before, you come across a problem where you've got such a huge CSS file that you change something someplace and then something else changes and it's unexpected because you're using the same classes or you're lazily targeting a div or something like that. And so with something like BEM, however you do it, if you just adopt the main principles of what we call scoping your styles to a block of HTML, or a component, you can then reuse that, or you can, create a different version of it if it's for a different place on your website. The thing with that is that it's really self-documenting. And yes, the class names with BEM stands for block element modifier, by the way. So you might have a block, you have elements inside that block, and some of your blocks might be modified like left or right or slightly bigger or color purple or whatever. And this is a really nice self-documenting way to look at your HTML in conjunction with your CSS classes and kind of understand what's happening a little more, rather than generic class names like container, heading, text, paragraph. Like, tell me what that block of HTML is for. Tell me it's a header block, which has a button element and a heading element. And maybe on that use of it, the button is right rather than left, for example. And I think the key thing is it's going to get like overwhelming. You are going to come across at any point when you move fast and break stuff, you're going to come to that point where you need to refactor. But one of my biggest mottos, again, is build first, engineer later. Because sometimes engineering too much from the beginning can really hold you back and stop you from releasing that MVP to gather that data to see if it's worth actually moving forward. But you're always going to come a time where it's okay to refactor. It's brilliant to refactor because you can delete lines of CSS and remove some unused bytes and reuse some things that you didn't think you could reuse before. So, Scott, what you're going through is perfectly normal. And embrace it. I think it's kind of what someone was talking about before about getting stuck. That's kind of like a getting stuck point where you feel a little bit, what am I going to do now? I'll just mess it up even more because it's in a messy state as it is. So I'll go, but take a step back, learn, have a system, develop your own systems. And I think that's really useful to understand everything in life. It's so profound. But yeah, have a system, whatever that is, and embrace it.
Everything in life starts with understanding CSS. No truer words. No truer words.
Yeah, I might have to get that on the shirt.
I'll buy one. I'll buy one.
So I had another question from the audience, from you, Alex, and it kind of made me think of what Selma just said about build first, engineer later. Because when you're making something like I write blog posts and things like that, my goal is to get it out first and then get the feedback to make it better. But with something like documentation, you may not want to just go straight and put it out, right? Since people are going to be using it for work and things like that. So just in case you don't want to just put out anything, do you have any resources to learn best practices when creating docs? And Stephanie asked this question.
Yes, there is. So I think the first step to creating docs is actually knowing how to write well. And in specific, like if we're talking about technical documentation, UX, so user experience writing and technical writing are some things that you should probably cover before you start writing documentation. Because as much as you'd like to explain to people things properly, if you don't really have, like Salma said, like a system, you're probably not going to do very well. And there are some resources in the talk post. First of all, Google have an amazing website dedicated to technical writing. They also run live workshops covering technical writing. So you can do 2 workshops to learn more about, how to properly write things and when it's useful to use bullet points, always, by the way, instead of just writing blocks of text. So I'd say start with some technical writing resources. Again, the ones that I've posted on there are free. Look at what other people are doing. So there was a talk earlier saying about, learning in public, building in public. Look at how other people that have millions of users do this and learn from their systems. So for example, last year, I think about this time, GitHub made their docs open source. So you can actually go and contribute to the documentation on GitHub. But the upside of that is you can also see all of the documentation on GitHub. So you can actually look at how other people are building that. And then I think you want to start with a backbone. So think about, right, what are the content types that we're going to need to have for our whatever we're building or we're having or we're making. So like think about things like, right, we're going to need documentation for how to use it, but we might also need documentation for, I'm taking public cloud because I work in public cloud. So it's a bit easier for me. So you might have infrastructure as code. So what helps you deploy in like, your deployment framework. So you will have to have a section for that. You have to have sections for your services that you're using. Potentially, you might want to have some examples of like architecture for applications on cloud. You might want to have guides for like, how to do a 0 to hero deployment of an application for people that maybe have never deployed to cloud. So kind of like think about your support. You probably will need to have a support section for where people go when things go wrong and they need to talk to a human. Maybe you have a community section for all of the other people that work on cloud. So where they gather, so you can tell those people that are starting off or are in their journey where to find other people. So kind of like try to take it slow. Don't try to do all of them at once, and talk to your customers, talk to your users, and ask them, what is it that you can't live without today? And start with that. And then they're going to come back and they're going to be like, actually, we need another 20 other things, and you can prioritize them later. But just ask them, what is it that you really need? And where is it that you're stuck? And start with that.
What is it that you really need? Again, we keep coming back to these themes of intentionality and empathy in all things, whether it be technical requirements, customer requirements, product requirements. It doesn't really matter. It all comes down to thinking about other people as you are on your journey, which I think is pretty cool. Selma, I have a question. This is kind of a selfish one of my own. I keep being surprised at what CSS can do. I'll go to a website, I'll go to a code pen, and then I'll view source, and there's no JavaScript. I'm curious, what is the most surprising thing that you've ever seen that CSS can do? Or even you as an expert are just like, I don't even know how they did that. That's crazy.
There's a guy called Keith Clark, keithclark.co.uk. He has created a CSS 3D engine and a CSS VR simulator, all in CSS and HTML. You can walk around a generated 3D world with lighting and shadows and collision detection, all created with CSS transforms and HTML. And it blows my mind. And I am nowhere near that level of mastery. It's obviously not a practical everyday application of CSS, but it's like, that's just CSS. And this is what people are saying, oh, it's just easy. But you can do that with it. You can make a game. Like, you should go to it, keithclark.co.uk. Everyone, go and look at the mastery of this man. I guess another thing that's more practical to talk about some of the amazing things is CSS Grid, and I hate to use this phrase, has literally changed the game. I struggled with CSS Grid at the beginning because I was so used to using Flexbox. And there's always this, oh, do you prefer Flex or Grid? And actually they work together really beautifully. I recently discovered this one particular beautiful thing of CSS Grid called Grid Template Areas, right? And gone are the days where you have to organize your HTML into rows and columns and move the stuff about with CSS really like granularly. With grid template areas, all you do is you define your grid areas on your different elements that you can just have block in your HTML. And then on the container, you just say grid template areas, and then you just lay those named things out however you want. You can make the most beautiful like masonry layouts with this. It's so magic. It's like, so I'm obviously quite a visual person, you know, with the whole boxes thing and everything. And I see everything like pop out on the page. I think it's probably to do with my synesthesia that I have. I have this spatial synesthesia where everything is just like floating in front of me all the time. But this, it's just like, I am telling my CSS file just where to put stuff in one line of CSS and how wide it should be and the col spans it should have. It's so powerful. Everyone should go and discover. I want to write a whole talk about this because it's worthy of like 30 minutes of like the magic of CSS grid. And it's really, it's not, I was going to say it's dumbing it down, but it's not. It's putting so much more power in your hands if you struggle with layouts and if you struggle with moving different columns and different widths and putting things next to each other. It makes it so easy to create such tremendously complicated layouts, which everything is a gritty layout on the web these days. I would urge everyone to just go and have a look at grid template areas, because that is the most powerful thing I've seen of CSS in the last few months.
Absolutely brilliant. I want to take a moment and just remind our CodeLand viewers to find you a technology that you look at the way Salma looks at CSS. There is a whole world of tech out there, and you're going to find a thing that you're so excited about that you're going to want to put on a uniform and knock on people's doors and say, have you heard the news? Because you're so excited about that thing. For Salma, it's CSS, you know, for Alex, it's docs. For me, it's Raspberry Pis. You know, it's like, what is your thing, right? I'm curious what your thing is, Will, that you're just like, have you seen this? This is amazing.
Actually, for me, I was just thinking about, as you saying it, is Framer Motion, which is a animation library for React. And it makes animation so easy. It's like this. The library is life-changing. Like if you're not even good at animations, use Framer Motion and people will think you're good at animations. It's really good.
I mean, I was blown away when I discovered that CSS does animations and you can do a heartbeat with like an image and it just does it. Like it's literally 2 words in CSS. And I was just like, oh my God, this has changed my life.
Yeah, it's a lot of really cool stuff. So will probably just be the last question of this session. This is another one from the audience from Call Me Read. It said, while you transition your docs, did you keep a copy of the old docs available or just replace them? Because it feels like poorly written docs being removed might bother some people who have been using them long enough to decode what was in them.
Yes. So even though the docs that were there, some of them were not to the quality or up to date as we wanted, we were aware of the fact that some people will come and knock at our door and be like, hey, there's this link that it is not working anymore. Where did you move this? So what we did, we were a bit sneaky. We started, after we did our content audit, which was quite a lot of work, we also used the power of analytics, because we can track what people do on our platforms. And we looked at things that they weren't really keen on. So they weren't looking through. So maybe they had 2 page views in a year. And we moved it to an archive. And after 6 months, we checked if anyone looked at the archive or searched for any of those pages. And they didn't. So after 6 months, it was bye-bye archive. Archive was moved into the repo away from the views of customers. And that's how we kind of like transitioned. So we left it there for a while and then we kind of like removed it and announced that, hey, this is gone now. Use the docs, the new ones, the good ones.
Fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you all sharing your passion and your enthusiasm with our CodeLand audience. This has been hugely informative to me. Thank you, Will, for helping me out here with the moderation and the great questions. And thank you to Salma and Alex, our panelists, for this fantastic discussion. I hope you all got as much out of it as I did. Now, moving right along, I do want to point out a quick note. I was informed that earlier there was a small mix-up with one of our segments, and right now we're going to show you a message from Forum's senior podcast producer, Levi Sharp, about the wonderful Code Newbie podcast that is so important that you really need to take a look at this. So we're going to show that right now, and we'll be back in a moment.
Hey there, I'm Levi Sharp, Senior Podcast Producer at Forum. I hope you're enjoying Day 2 of CodeLand. If you're loving the conference this year as much as I am, I think you'd love the Code Newbie podcast. The show has been on for 17 seasons and is hosted by Saranya Barak, one of your MCs today and the founder of Code Newbie and Disco. In each episode, Saran chats with different guests across all areas of software development about their coding journeys. We feature a wide range of people with fascinating backgrounds. People like Christine Fletcher, a UI UX designer who transitioned into tech after a decade working as a nurse.
Looking at the development process versus the nursing process, they're very similar. You know, you have assessment, planning, intervention, evaluation, and that's basically the same thing in tech.
You'll also get practical advice from folks like Tanaka Mutakwa, VP of Engineering at Names and Faces.
I've got first-hand example of how impactful a mentor can be in your career. And it's something I won't forget now, like over 10 years into my career. I still remember just how useful that phase was.
I hope you'll give the Code Newbie podcast a listen. You can find it on dev.to, Code Newbie Community, or wherever you listen to your podcast. Happy listening.
Hey, friends, I'm so glad that we got to hear about the Code Newbie podcast. I'm a huge fan, and I know that you will enjoy all of the coding and tech career-related discussions that Sharon Yitbarek has with her guests. Definitely subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Now, can't believe I'm saying this, but we're about to head into our very last live speaker discussion of CodeLand 2021. Will and I will be chatting with Jonathan Young and Noshnika Fee, who you heard from earlier. Before that, let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with a great live discussion. Hey friends, we are back. We are back with our live panel discussion, the last one of the day, with my co-moderator, Will Johnson, developer advocate at Auth0. Thank you, Will. And Jonathan Young and Noshnika Fee, who you both heard speak earlier on Jonathan's talk, The Beauty of Being Stuck, and Noshnika's talk on how I went from tech support to developer. Thank you for spending time with us today. This is going to be educational because I've got a bunch of questions that I was taking notes during your presentations, and we've also got some great questions from the audience that are being pulled in real time from those posts over on the Code Newbie website. So that's going to be pretty cool. Jonathan, a lot of people really resonated with your talk when you were explaining that you're stuck, and like, is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity? You know, is being stuck a gift that we're being given?
Yeah.
I have a number of blog posts where I've talked about being stuck for 13, 18 hours. I'm curious, have you always been so comfortable being vulnerable like that in your career? And can everyone have that level of vulnerability?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I was reading through some of the comments and definitely feel the like kind of support from everyone. And I think that really comes back down to it. I didn't have this feeling when I first started. I think even now, whenever I join a new company, I always have that feeling where I need to prove myself. Like, you hired me for a reason, so I need to show that I know what I'm doing. I can't be stuck or look like I'm being stuck. And that was especially true when I was an early in career developer and I was trying to prove my worth almost. And it was only through finding support and hearing stories of others, like you shared some blog posts as well, that like it's kind of ingrained in my brain now where I'm like, oh, it's actually okay. Like, other people have faced this. Like, I'm not the only one. I don't need to be on an island.
You know, it's interesting. There's a theme there, which is one of not just empathy for other people, but also giving yourself some grace, giving yourself a level of empathy. Noshnika, I'm curious if coming from a place in tech support, your time in tech support, did you develop a sense of empathy for others? And did that make you now a better developer and a better developer advocate?
Well, that's a good question. I think it is helpful if you've been working in tech support at kind of a high level to know that sort of everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time. You know, that sort of, really high end, really big enterprise people who are very critical to a team also spend a lot of time, not knowing how to do something, not knowing how to format a YAML, that I suppose helps a little bit. It's useful to get that point of view. That's sort of the long and the short of it. I think that sadly, a lot of like modern doing tech support can also work the other way, and you get kind of prison guards disease where like the system is putting you in a bad situation, but you come to resent the people in it. And not, that may not be toxic, but it just is sort of there, right? You're like, God, why can't people remember their passwords or whatever thing, where it's like, maybe improve the system a little bit. So that, I think, becoming a developer helped more with that you started to think about systems, think about improving systems rather than thinking about individual, like putting out fires and handling single conversations.
I love that we keep coming back to systems thinking. It's hugely important. So many of our Code Newbie friends that are here with us at CodeLand are thinking about memorizing documentation and functions. And that's the last thing. Let the internet memorize that. But thinking about how the system works, whether it be societal systems, technology systems, business systems, those are so hugely important. So I appreciate that perspective. And hopefully we can get into a model where we don't have just people doing tech support, but we can cycle a dev into tech support. They'd maybe do a tour for a month or two and then come back and then bring that knowledge over to the other side.
And this does point to this other thing I really have on my mind is I recommend people go very deep on a single language, a single framework early on, because I think that you start to get some system insight once you're at that point. Like once you're able to think about like, okay, I'm making some kind of backend. What is its structure? How does it represent the data that it's transmitting? You get to that kind of systems level thinking instead of focusing in on like learning all the parameters on each method or other kind of documentation stuff. And then you can transfer over. And once you have confidence with one, then you can sort of be confident with another. Be like, oh yeah, I'll check the documentation for that. But this I sort of understand at the systems level.
The mental models.
Yeah. Will, did you have a question?
Yeah, sure. So Jonathan, this one is for you. A lot of what you talk about is embracing knowledge gaps to help clarify, what you need to learn. I think that helps. Something that helps with that is asking lots of questions. So do you have any advice for asking good questions that'll help your team as a software developer?
Yeah.
Or ask a question to your team that'll help you as a software developer?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think like, I mean, it obviously depends on the situation. A lot of, if you have that support around you, it might be you would ask a very vague question up front so you're not blocked. But sometimes you do need to do a bit of research just to get the wording correct. I think once you find the right phrases or the right verbs to ask that question in, that can be really helpful. But if you're, I kind of talked about being stuck, on a concept and not knowing a concept. If you don't have those verbs, that at that point, it might be worth just pairing with someone and asking a question of like, hey, this really high level thing I don't get. Can you please teach me? And hopefully they can guide you to that right question to ask. So hopefully that helped.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it definitely did. And just like to add on to that, I would say, if you're thinking about asking good questions, for the people watching, do a little bit first, right? Like run into the wall a couple of times and then let them know like, hey, I tried this, and this. So that way they're getting straight to the meat of your problem instead of asking you a bunch of random questions you've already done. Kind of like tech support. When you call them, have you turned your phone off? Yes, of course I have. So it's kind of the same thing there.
Yeah.
So no, Shanika, the next question I have for you. So I'm actually someone who did a career change as well. So I understand that process. One thing that you mentioned is that you took a pay cut for your previous position. But obviously there was some intention behind that. It's not something that you just did off of a whim. Can you talk a little bit more about how you weighed that decision?
Yeah, I think, in my case, the decision was pretty straightforward because I did a little bit of looking at the role I currently had and looked to see, are there other roles with the same title that pay this much or kind of in this sector? And the answer was really no. So it was, when you're seeing listings for kind of similar roles, maybe a little less experience for like half the pay that you're making right now, you just had to kind of acknowledge like, if I want to keep making this money in this industry, I have to stay right where I am. I don't have much flexibility. So when you looked at, I was taking a job that was, I think at the time, maybe even half, but certainly 75% of the median income for a software developer. I was like, yeah, this is obviously a role with a lot of room for growth, And so that felt really straightforward. Now, that can be tough on your life, right? It can be tough when you're telling, the other parent of your children, like, hey, we're going to have a little less money for 6 months, 9 months, that can be tough. And I think there's also a real risk to, if you're getting offered 60 grand, to start as a developer at some shop in the US to work in person, red flag, it's like, what else are they cheaping out on, and I suppose the thing you realize there is very often the less you're paid as a developer, the harder the work is. So, there's a balance there for sure. But yeah, the simple fact of, you're making, 15% less than your last job, if you can see room for growth, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Interesting. Jonathan, we're thinking about failure. We're thinking about picking the right jobs. To Noshnika's point about thinking about, are you being paid appropriately? When we have junior or early in career people, whether they are younger or they're early in career because they're switching from another career, there needs to be a sense of psychological safety where someone can feel like, I can fail at this company at scale without someone, what I call flipping the bozo bit, where a young person's like, oh, what does DNS stand for? Which is not something that they necessarily should be expected to know. They say it in front of a boss. They think that the boss flips the bit, and now this person doesn't know what they're talking about, and they live in fear of that. How do we get them to the point where they have enough, privilege, whether it be level privilege and title privilege in their organization, that they can fail fast and often and then be more comfortable?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I think that is a long process, and I think that is a big cultural shift within a company. I think like a lot of that team around them needs to have, like, I feel like senior developers need to be the ones asking those questions, that the so-called dumb questions. Like they should be the ones asking like, oh, what does this acronym stand for? So that newer early and creative developers, they kind of get that knowledge, and they also get that sense of like, oh, someone's setting an example where it's okay to ask those questions. And I think on the flip side, and you talked a little bit about therapy as well, Noshnika, where it's like the developer yourself, you need to realize that, hey, this is an objective thing. Like it's not worth not knowing this information because it's just a detriment to the company and to the work. And if I can get past that and be able to ask potentially a quote unquote silly question, but be able to get more value, bring more value to the company, then that's going to be a huge win for both teams. So I think it goes both ends, but definitely weighs more on that kind of team and culture around it.
Cool. So the next question I had was for both of you. This is something I'm very passionate about, being involved in online communities. That's definitely helped me make my career transition. So I know that both of you were active in dev and the Code Newbie communities for a while now. So can you all talk about how the online community in general has supported or motivated you in your careers? You can start first, Jonathan.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I joined Code Newbie, what was this, like 2015, 16? And that to me was kind of the turning point of like my Ruby on Rails career, because before then I was at a company, I was the only other dev. I had one manager who was busy doing his own things, and I had that like no one really to ask questions to, and having that community and having the support that I could kind of go back to, even if it was just like venting or be like, hey, I don't get this. And then having a bunch of other people saying like, I don't get this either. Like that to me was just like what I needed at that time. And I think I'm so happy that I found the Code Newbie community.
Yeah, that's definitely, it's key knowing that other people are frustrated and that they are also stuck or have been stuck. I used to really recommend just going to the most kind of thematic meetup that you could to get that kind of feedback. And this is also does speak again to the value of focus. If I think that if you go to, the subreddit web dev, it's a little, it's a little vague. It's like, well, I'm a Flask developer who's been doing it for 15 years. Well, I'm just learning JavaScript. But if you were a little focused, if you're saying, hey, I want to talk about, Kubernetes on AWS or something else, you will start to get people who really are having the exact same experience as you. And that can be really helpful. So again, I know a lot of people say, be curious, spread out. Think about, especially at the start, think about specializing a little early. And the worst thing that happens is in those communities, in those groups, is people are like, oh, you're learning Python, but you're trying to do web dev? Like, no, you should be learning Rails. Well, you've been learning something for 3 months. You should keep learning what you're learning now. Yeah, just stick with it for a little bit. And then I promise you can use the right language later.
Interesting. I have a little follow-up question on that one, because I think that the point about going deep is important because it speaks to the idea of systems thinking and understanding systems. But what happens when you pick the wrong technology? And when you're early on in your career, you might feel like, I'm going to pick COBOL, and then that's not a thing for a while until 30 years later when it's a thing and we all need COBOL programmers. How do you specialize without basics of computers are still fundamental?
Yeah, I would say this. I would say, like, if you're picking something that like someone made a YouTube tutorial on 3 months ago, right? You're pretty likely to be doing something that someone's actively working on. And I would say you don't want to be changing, like if you're trying to do web development and you picked a language, you picked .NET or something, right? You don't want to change until you're able to see that they are all very similar, right? If you think, oh, the process of writing like a for loop or a text sorter or something that finds a pattern in a string is very different on .NET and Ruby, you're not ready to swap. Just stick with .NET until you can see through that a little bit to see, oh, I see now that these are very similar. I also would say if you're able to make, I'm picking on .NET. It's not a terrible language. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a lot of people, if you say, hey, I'm doing web development on .NET, they'll be like, oh no, you should be doing this other language, right? If you make a couple of working projects in that language, I guarantee you that Python shop will take you on and teach you some Python. You're not gonna struggle that hard. And the other reason I would raise as a concern is that saying that you should change languages and change frameworks is very easy advice to give. And it's very easy advice. The person gets to go back to sleep mentally, right? They don't have to be like, oh yeah, in that language, in that framework, here's how you solve the problem. They can just be like, oh, you should have done Node for this one, right? And then they can go back to sleep and they don't have to worry about it. So yeah, I have never, I guess I'll say this, out of, whatever, 24 mentees and all these different boot camp students and everybody else who said, I went really deep on this. I got really, really good at it. I was able to solve a lot of problems with this language. And I shouldn't have done that. I should have just kept hopping around between languages and frameworks and stuff. That's just not, I've seen some people went really deep on Rails and they really kind of realized there's a lot of experienced Rails people out there and not a lot of jobs. So for work, I have to do something else. But they're not saying, oh, I wish I'd never learned Rails, right? Because, implementing an API in Django is the same. It's not hard to transfer over once you feel competent in a single language. So yeah, not to give controversial advice, but I think that's one I feel pretty strongly about.
Well, I think that's good advice. It's very reasonable. I mean, if someone says, hey, I've only driven Honda my entire life, I can't drive Toyota. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. Like the fundamentals are there. The road is a thing. Tires are a thing. I'm pretty sure that you'll figure out how to drive stick in that car eventually, if you understand the fundamentals of.
Yeah, and I think when you're very junior and you're still learning, it can feel like, oh my God, the shifter's in a slightly different place. I'm just starting back at square one. Maybe do stick with your first interface. And then you can move, but soon enough, you'll sit down and be, oh, I get it, right? I see where everything is. Yeah.
And I think actually one additional thing that is a meta point underneath what you said there is that it's super easy for someone to say, no, that's not cool. Hey, I have a religion. Hey, I have a fandom. Hey, I like this. Hey, I like that. That sucks. There's always going to be someone saying that sucks. But people who like that thing are happy and successful. And this is a great thing for our code newbies and folks that are listening at home to understand is that you can be successful, make a product, make a website, have fun in any of the computer languages that are available for us today. And it's okay. And don't let anybody tell you that your religion sucks. Yeah. As long as your religion believes, be nice to people.
Yeah. I mean, I know some people who have a full-time career right now, making great money writing serverless PHP code, right? Which, well, the first time I heard it, I thought that was literally an oxymoron. I thought they couldn't, that PHP is not a supported runtime by any serverless framework. So obviously that was impossible, right? I have met dozens of people who are, paying off their Teslas writing serverless PHP scripts. So, if you think this language that you have is unsuited to the task, just go find the right shop. You'll be fine.
The only technical metric that matters is success.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. This is your show.
Well, I'll just say the people writing serverless PHP, I did finally ask them, how does that work? PHP by default is about constructing full HTML replies, right? And serverless doesn't do that. It just, it's a stateless thing that creates a single response to an API request. And their answer is oh, it's a little complicated, but it does work. It works great. Once their experience with PHP, doing this serverless part was easy for them. So, there you go.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't want to piggyback off of, about this topic in particular. I spent about a year myself learning Ruby on Rails. And I currently, don't use it for what I do now. But I wouldn't say I wasted that year. It helped me really connect the dots of how to build a full stack web application. So now when a new database or something like Superbase or something comes out, I understand where it fits in the stack, because of all that experience I had with Rails. So even though I may be writing more JavaScript and React these days, that Rails knowledge transferred over through web development.
Perfect example. It's not that there aren't that many Rails jobs. It just really is. There are a ton of really experienced, Rails Jedi out there, right? They're going to be tough to get that job, 17 years experience and 12 core commits and all that, right? But yeah, once you've got it, right, sitting down to write a Node.js API or even access an API because you've built them in Rails feels really easy. It's super valuable experience. I recommend anybody go keep learning Rails, keep building in it. It's great, and if you end up doing freelance work for a year or two, you'll have a space that you're comfortable with, and that's all to the good.
Yeah, for sure. So next I want to move on to audience questions. So the first one is for Jonathan from Sarah. They ask, do you have any advice for how I can prevent myself from going down a rabbit hole when trying to nail down the concepts that I'm stuck on?
Yeah, set a timer. That'd be kind of the short and simple answer. Yeah, I kind of struggle with this as well, but I've found setting a timer for like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, just to have at least a stopping point. And if the timer goes off, you don't need to stop. If you're finding that, hey, you're getting value out of what you're learning, and you're kind of in that zone, then keep going. But if you aren't, or if you feel like you're kind of moving away from where you think the answer might be, that's a good point to take a break and like walk around, and then you can come back to it and reassess where you need to go. But yeah, I think setting a timer is really the key there. You need something to stop you.
That idea of setting a timer is something that is so fundamental, not just to programming, but to life itself. It's worth calling out for our early in career friends here on CodeLand, because you can set a timer for anything. You can do the Pomodoro technique and set a timer for a task, but you can also, and this has worked for me personally, set a timer when you're freaking out. We had a reorg recently and I was freaking out, and I was sitting in my car in the parking lot and I'm like, do I cry? What do I do? So I set a timer and I put a time limit on it. I had my moment, and then the alarm went off, and it just gave me a little bit of time boxing. So I love that. Your timer could be, your attention wavers, and I'm gonna dedicate a half an hour to this Stack Overflow, and then I'm gonna close all the tabs, put a timer on it. So I love that advice. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm curious if you came up with that on your own, or is that just life experience, or how did you figure that out?
Yeah, I think like conversations with people, definitely. But also, I think you mentioned Pomodoro. That was something that I've been like using quite a bit as well. Just having Pomodoro, and then there's this idea of like time block planning, where you kind of block out sections of your day just to focus on a task, and it kind of follows that similar idea of like, once you finish that block, do you kind of continue on with what you're doing, or do you move on to the next task? So yeah, I think combination of both.
Very cool. Very cool. Actually, if I may, Will, I've got a question here from the audience as well that I think is such a good one. I want to ask Noshnika about it. Callum Reed is asking, what's a strategy for finding out what you're good at?
Well, yeah, I love this one. It was funny. I didn't really realize, I felt like I left this hanging in the talk, because my examples are really from like what your past experience is. So, I field some questions on the, web dev subreddit where it's like, I used to do this other thing, and now I'm doing development full time, and I hate it, right? And so, one of the people I talked to, it's like, oh, I used to do sales. I used to make these deals. I used to, go home knowing I made an extra $500 because I like handled this person correctly. Felt great. That's totally something that you can do with, you go do solutions architecture and stuff, and you can go sell really well with your software experience. So you can absolutely tie that in. Somebody else I talked to, same subreddit, it's like, well, I used to be a pilot and I really want to do that again. I was like, no, I don't really, I can't quite get the connection there. There's a few jobs for programming pilots, but they're kind of hard to get. So my other recommendation there is, if you feel like the work that you have done for pay has really been drudgery, you haven't loved it in your life, which is a totally normal way to be, think a little bit about just what else you like doing. Do you like schmoozing it up at a party? Do you like going and talking to everybody and saying hey to everybody? Are you more the party planner? Are you the person who's like, let's do this timetable, we're going to eat here, it's going to cost this much, everybody needs to give you $75 for the party bus, whatever it is, right? Go look at the stuff that you really enjoyed. That could have just been a fun weekend, but just go try to look back through, like, this is what I really enjoyed. I would say this: if you don't have great examples of that, if you really want to, what you want to do is like play Call of Duty and chill out, stick with being a developer. It's not that hard. There's not that many hours in the day you have to do it. You're done at 5 o'clock, right? Like, if they put you on call too often, quit. That's fine. But if you really do have something, God, I love doing that, you really should go, especially go check in with this online community, say, hey, I studied Node.js and React, and I really loved doing this. What's a job that connects these two? Because a lot of these jobs, like developer advocate that I do, are jobs that's like you don't hear about. You don't even know they exist, and there's tons of them. So, they're out there.
They are out there. I appreciate that. One of the themes that I'm hearing here throughout the course of the day, we've heard things like intentionality, we've heard things like empathy, but I'm also hearing empowerment and standing in your own power. You're like, if you don't like that, do something else. There's a lot that one can do in development. Do you find, Jonathan, in your travels that you feel like you have power now that you can code? And do you want to give others that power as well?
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years ago that may not have been the case, but I feel like nowadays with the amount of people creating content either through blogging or videos, that's just one way that you can give back. And now that this year has been kind of crazy, last year has been kind of crazy, but it's kind of pushed everyone to be virtual, and that's just extended our reach as developers. And I think that's been a really big shift, at least in my thinking, being able to talk to people across the world now that they're all kind of stuck at home as well. They kind of have to talk to me.
Someone at work said something that was very motivating when they said there are how many billions of people who are affected by software? Virtually all of them. 6 billion, 7 billion, 8 billion. How many developers are there? 60 million, maybe? What an enormous amount of power that we have. And that's why we're so excited here on this panel, but also here at CodeLand and our friends at CodeNewbie to empower the next generation of people. I want you to feel as powerful as I do and to look at a problem and say, I don't know how to solve it, but I know I can because I have software, I have hardware, I have open source, and I have community, in order to do that. Don't you agree, Will?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. The power is immense. The amount of people you can touch, the problems you can solve. So people, they like to make the joke that, we're just moving divs, on the screen. But, sometimes people are making food delivery apps for countries that may not have easy access to food and things like that. There are lots of amazing things that we can do with software.
Actually, that might be a fun question as we head towards the last few minutes of our panel here to go around, including you, Will, on things that we've seen that are in software that are super powerful and empowering. I will go first. I mentioned earlier in the talk that in the day that I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I'm currently using an open source artificial pancreas. So I actually have my insulin deployed and delivered using open source hardware and software. And I've been doing that for over 6 years. Wonderful community, wonderful use of open source. Wouldn't have thought it possible. So whether you're working on text boxes over data and moving divs around, or you're helping people be healthy, that's a great, amazing thing. What's one that you have seen, Will, that's an amazing example of software?
I can't remember the company name, but it's that example that I use. There's a country in Africa, and for them to be able to get fresh food, it's like really, really like a long trek for them. So I've seen this company, they created drones that basically deliver like food packages in the middle of their village, like at the same time every day, so that everyone can have access to fresh food. And it's pretty much all automated. I think like even the food packing is automated, and then the drone takes it off and puts it up there. And that was like really amazing to see.
That's very cool. Noshnika, do you have an example on top of head?
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of great pieces built with software. For me, I think I like to think a lot more about art. I think about the Sonic Pi project, making this totally accessible music coding platform. That was really satisfying. It's really satisfying to see people express themselves with those tools.
That is a lovely example. Sonic Pi, very, very powerful. You want to see someone live code as a DJ and get an entire party going with for loops and their own power is pretty amazing. Jonathan, take us out.
Yeah, I feel like mine could be a bit of a double-edged sword, but platforms, I think software has given us platforms to express ourselves. I'm going to give a little shout out to Shopify a little bit, where we can have small business owners easily create a store. Say TikTok as well has really helped content creators. I know, Scott, you're on TikTok, and that's been amazing to see people express themselves in whatever way they can. So I think software, like as a platform, has really just changed the world a little bit.
Fantastic. This has been a very exciting and very informative panel. I appreciate you all spending time with Will and I today. Thank you, Will, for your partnership in this. This has been fantastic. Noshnika Fee and Jonathan Young. That does it for our live speaker discussions at CodeLand. I personally love directly connecting with our speakers, and also Will and I surfacing your questions for them, which adds even more context and color to their wonderful talks. I want to remind you, of course, that you can watch and rewatch the on-demand talks whenever you want. Keep asking speaker questions, even though the panels are over, because CodeLand will be raffling off sticker packs based on your comments and questions today and yesterday. So keep engaging with those posts until the end of the event. I don't know about you, but it's time to stretch, it's time to move, time to walk. Let's meet back here in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Now I'm excited to hand things over to CodeLand Patreon sponsor GitHub for a lightning talk presented by my new friend, Rizal Scarlett.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about overcoming the fear of contributing to open source. So, I've been a software engineer for about 3 years, but I procrastinated contributing to open source for almost all 3 of those years. Literally, everybody was telling me, you should contribute to open source. And I was like, I know, but every single time I feel frustrated, intimidated, and anxious. I'm usually worried about like, am I choosing the right project? Will I feel excluded? I'm not really sure how to navigate this code base, and I'm not sure if I'll be a valuable asset to the project or community. So before I go any further, let me introduce myself. My name is Rizal. I'm a junior developer advocate at GitHub, but I'm also a bootcamp graduate. I love React, I love SQL, and I'm also a big fan of Chloe and Halle Bailey. If you don't know who they are, they're essentially a sister singing duo who started off on YouTube, and they're getting mentored by Beyonce, and they have a lead role, or Halle has a lead role in the Little Mermaid live action movie. I decided, like, since they're my life goals and I want to aim to be just as great as them, but in tech, and I'm working at GitHub, which is essentially the home of open source projects. And I'm getting mentored by B. Dougie, who ironically calls himself a Beyonce advocate. I would give open source another try. So I essentially made my first contribution to open source last month, and it was totally worth it. For me, the benefits were that I got to learn something new, I gained a new community, and I had something to blog and tweet about. It also made me feel very empowered and confident. What did I do differently? Basically, I gained a support system. What that can look like is introducing yourself in the chat or the Slack or Discord, whatever they have, also reaching out to the maintainers, and for me, reminding myself that I knew other engineers who would be willing to assist me if anything went wrong. I also decided to start small. Normally, I get really overwhelmed and I like pick up an issue and try to commit, and that was a lot for me. So I decided I'm going to take the first day to thoroughly read through the documentation, the next day to explore the code base, and then after that, I'll pick up an issue that feels achievable. I also joined the triage team. So really quickly, here's an example of what good documentation looks like. This is called a contributing.md, and this is virtualcoffee.io's contributing.md. Basically, they kind of have examples of like how to work with issues, how to pick up an issue, how to wait for reviews. It's very good if you're a first-time contributor. It's also a good indicator that the project is welcoming, inclusive, and well-organized. This is just a little quick example of what a triage team is. Basically, this role is great if you're not comfortable coding yet, or you want to exercise your non-technical skills. You might be basically prioritizing issues, reviewing code, doing a little bit of QA, and basically becoming the maintainer's hero. Because oftentimes this is the work that the maintainer might need to do, but they don't have time for it. Quick note that not every team has a triage team, but you should definitely inquire about it. Also, I followed best practices, and that helped me to feel like I was more confident when contributing. I basically checked the contributing.md over and over, and I was like, am I styling my components right? Am I formatting my code right? And I also linked my pull requests to my issues. That way, the rest of the team would know how much progress I'm making. I will end this by saying you don't have to rush your journey, but let's skip this slide. But basically, take a little bit of time to go through. There we go. But start making steps to accomplishing your goal and contributing to open source. You can follow me at Black Girl Bytes on Twitter, Hashnode, and GitHub. Thank you.
Fantastic. Good job. I want to say a huge thank you to Rizal and GitHub for your generous support of CodeLand 2021 as one of our patron sponsors. We would not be here gathering as a community, listening to inspiring talks and learning without them and their support. So definitely go and connect with Rizal and with GitHub in their sponsor booth when you get a chance. I also want to give a quick reminder that our generous sponsors are raffling off prizes at their digital booths. So don't miss out. We've got Ionic and Strappy giving away swag bags, CockroachDB, which is giving away an iPad Air and donating money to charity, and Stream, who's going to be raffling off a Blue Yeti USB microphone. So a lot of really cool swag, and you'll only find it down in the digital booths. Also, check out the Digital Career Fair to see some of the great open job listings with our sponsors. Just scroll down on the feed. We are almost at the end of the day. I think it is important to take a quick moment and thank all of our amazing volunteers on the Code Newbie community, the Discord, and on the forum team for keeping us notified of all the key information about CodeLand over the last 2 days, and for making sure that folks feel comfortable and welcomed in the many, many conversations that are happening around and about the event. Planning an event like this is a big job, and their countless hours of dedication really deserves a round of applause, both virtual and physical. I will not pause for applause, though, because this is a virtual conference, but I'm clapping in spirit, and you should as well. In particular, big shout out to Abby Phoenix and Gracie Gregory from the forum team for their huge roles in making CodeLand happen this year and for making my job really easy. It is now time for our final keynote of CodeLand. I'm excited for you to experience it because it's all about Forum, the open source software that powers dev.to and the Code Newbie community and CodeLand itself. Forum co-founder Ben Halpern is going to tell us what's new with Forum, why it matters, and why it matters to all of you here at CodeLand. Let's hear it from Ben.
And is this looking good? All right. Am I live? I am really live. All right. Thank you for coming, everyone. So this presentation is called Everything We Forgot to Tell You About Forum, because we've been working on it for a long time, and there's lots of things that have happened. And we've been also running dev, we've been running Code Newbie. We haven't had a moment to, make every announcement. So I want to really just get people caught up as to what Forum is all about as of today. All right. Well, that's real open source, Anyway. So Forum stands for Empowering Community, and it always will, no matter how much the code changes over time. So this presentation is really about the what of Forum. We've been talking a lot about the why. Last year, I did a presentation which talked about, why it's important to do things in a decentralized way. Every forum is its own database, its own instance, its own separate thing. There's no central authority, which is good and bad in some ways, but we really think is overall really good for the internet. But this presentation is more about the what. What is Forum? What have we been up to? And maybe why does it matter to you as opposed to, the world sometimes? So one big thing is that Forum is ready. For a while, we've been saying, Forum is not quite ready for the mainstream. We're working on it. It still powers dev, but there's still some code that says dev in it, and it's not like every nook and cranny is perfect, but as of today, you really can use Forum. And there's a lot of places to go and find out exactly how to do that. I can't cover everything today, but while there's still work to be done, there's still plenty of bugs. Forum is ready for use, which is a lot of fun. And if you want to find out more about Forum, I really won't cover everything. There's a lot of links here. I need to update my slides in the posts in order for this to be in those slides because I added this last minute. But there is plenty of reading to do if you are inspired by anything you hear in this talk. So Forum is first and foremost open source code. And I'm really glad to have followed Rizal, who talked a lot about open source, which helped me, make sure I wasn't using some of the wrong terms, even after doing this much open source software. I think there's a lot of words involved. There's a lot of things, that are confusing. Not everyone really, feels like they're always on the same page. And if you feel lost in this presentation, no worries. But Forum really is, fundamentally a lot about open source. But specifically, Forum is open source social media. And what does that mean? Well, it means whatever we think of social media to mean. But the fact that we have this community conference where thousands of people are literally contributing to the conference in some way. We have everybody who's leaving posts, supportive comments, asking questions, anything anyone else can read, maybe asking the question for someone else who didn't even think to ask it. That really is, social media. It's about online community. And that is what we do at Forum. So Forum started with Dev, which had its origins just as a website for software developers. So, we created the functionality so that people could post, maybe so they could comment, so they could post code snippets, so they could post GitHub repos, and on and on and on and on. And along the way, we felt like we needed this to be more useful for more people. We felt like if we're going to be a community of software developers, they should have agency, they should be able to contribute, and they should be able to use the code as well. So we went down the journey of extracting Forum and making it totally reusable. I said it's ready, it's not finished. But we know that it can scale to as many people as Dev has handled over the years. And we know that we've tackled a lot of problems. We've built so many moderation features. We've built so many commenting features, on and on and on and on. We've fixed many bugs. There's been over 600 individual contributors, which is a lot for a single open source project, folks who contributed code. And that's because it's Dev. People log in, they see what's going on, they see a bug, they have, maybe a sense of how to fix it. And, that's what Forum really is all about. It's also ready for rapid improvement. So we've been spending a lot of time, generalizing Forum, turning, hard-coded copy into variables, turning environment, functionality into settings in the Forum so that it can be reused as easily as possible. And with that, we felt like we've had to, take our focus off of certain dev features. And one thing I want to highlight is that we've allowed too many listicles on the feed as one example that is, currently, I think if you go to Dev, you're going to see, a few too many posts that are like, just lowest common denominator sometimes. Not that each one is maybe wrong in place, but all that is to say that we really feel like now we are turning a corner and opening up to more contribution. We have more work going into the core algorithms, to the design, to everything that's going to keep making Forum better and better. Forum is a complement to Dev. So we really want every forum possible to exist. And there are a lot of code-specific forums popping up, which makes sense because, folks are able to kind of draw from the Dev ecosystem, build in a certain type of way. And when we really think of Dev as capable of offering breadth in the developer ecosystem, we want Forum to be able to offer depth. So one thing, the Code Newbie community is able to sort of fork off in its own and have its only purpose to be helping newbies succeed, which is maybe not what every developer, wants to solely be focused on Dev. Although, there's a major emphasis on inclusion and newbie growth there, but Code Newbie gets to be the special place that's wholly focused on it. And we can go off and host a conference entirely here without disrupting the main Dev feed. It's really been a lot of fun, and we see a lot of forums just starting to get going, which we see as complements to Dev. There's a programming language called Zig, which we saw started its own forum, which obviously if it was just posting to Dev, a lot of the content's going to get buried. If you really care about the Zig programming language, join zig.news. Forum is also a complement to other types of community platforms. So we distribute content to Twitter, people post to Slack. We've been using the Forum today in addition to a Discord, which is kind of new to us. We wanted to sort of branch out and try different things. Forum is primarily async. The content sticks around for a while. It gets distributed on the internet. If you're on Twitter, you can still use dev. You can kind of jump between forums. We really think it's just part of the internet, and a really good part. Forum is flexible, so it's designed to be configured for big forums, small forums, private forums, public forums. Here on the right, I have a picture, a screenshot of our internal team forum, and you see, we have a water cooler chat. We have our incident retros. When we make a mistake, we publicize this to the whole team to de-silo some of this stuff. We share learnings. We have the team weekly update pinned at the top. And this is also a private forum. So if you go to forum.team, you don't get access to all of our work. It's also hosted, in its own space. So like if your team wants both the privacy of, a shared blog that you can, de-silo conversations and make sure more people are looped in, while also maybe depending on your security needs, you want to host it in your own, behind your own firewall, in your own database. Forum really covers a lot of ground, and we really want it to be a general purpose solution. Forum is extensible. So CodeLand really did not require any custom code going into the forum code base. It's actually the work of mostly Ridwana and Anna from our team a couple years ago who really made this type of functionality possible with some work to really extract what makes this kind of stuff possible and make it, reusable, go in different directions depending on how you want. There are certain parts of a forum which are dedicated functionality that, has constraints. And then there are certain parts that are really wide open. If you know how to do front-end development, you can kind of hack on top of a forum. Forum is designed for growth. So a lot of what we do with, our approach is to have confidence that forum couldn't succeed without having been proven to foster growth as a tool. So this graph I have on the right here is actually the chart of Google results where dev ranks first or second. And you see it goes sort of up and down, it's not like a straight line, Google's finicky, but forum is really designed to grow in a lot of ways. And one of these ways is that content gets distributed and it is sticky. So people find it and then they, maybe they make a post themselves. They create, more room for growth. And any individual forum, can kind of get going and create this kind of chart. Now, this is only Google stuff. Of course, people find it organically. They post links to their private Slack. They word of mouth. They just, they're people's bootcamp teachers might tell them, hey, you might want to join dev. There's a lot of ways these things grow. But the bottom line is that we feel like dev was built to grow, and every line of code that ever powered dev is baked right into forum. We also feel like forum is designed for normal, busy people. And this is why it's sort of a complement to Discord and Slack, and why it can kind of coexist with a lot of other software out there, is that forum sort of reorganizes to sort of get you caught up when you come back. If you come back every day, that's fine. If you come back, once a week, that's fine. And, if we fall short in this sort of way, we also, want to improve that. So we don't want to force you to be an everyday user. We also don't want to build something that over time tailors itself. So it's only 100 power users sticking around because it's too hard to follow the conversation otherwise. We really want forum to be built for normal people and to be built in such a way where you can come back at your own pace and get caught up as easily as possible. Forum is a growing knowledge base. So this sort of speaks to, the growth of the whole thing, but unlike chat-based interfaces or, Twitter or, a lot of different form factors, forum is really a thing built for searchability, for organization, for a combination of sort of, organic organization plus curation. And it's really cool how, over time, a forum just kind of gets more and more helpful. And I often find myself landing on dev when I'm trying to, fix a bug on dev. And I'll see comments that sort of build on the thing that's being discussed in the post. It's really open-ended. It's not, necessarily a strict Q&A where a certain type of topic is going to get like very closely matched. You sort of can take a forum in any direction. We've taken dev in a certain direction, and the way it can be used as a tool is really exciting, and we really feel like we're just at the beginning. Forum is, of course, not centrally owned by anyone. So if you have a forum, it's your database, it's your domain. We do host forums, so maybe we'll provide a hosting service, just like DigitalOcean might host it for you in another circumstance. But we certainly do not, control your database. We don't, share user information between forums. Everything is entirely siloed and built to sort of grow as a medium-sized space run by community leaders and really designed for privacy and an open web. With that being said, we want to provide tooling that makes forum centrally accessible as much as possible. So we have a forum iOS app as one thing. Of course, you can access a forum via the web. You go to dev.to, but you can also find it in the forum app. We have the Android app coming soon. And we have, a few more convenient features coming down the pike. So we really want to make authentication, a lot easier, jumping between forums, even though like your identity is entirely just part of a single forum. Of course, my forum.team identity has nothing to do with my dev identity, but we do want to make these things as convenient as possible. So, we're working pretty hard on just making tooling for forums to succeed beyond, just being a website. Forum is, of course, transparent and completely scrutinizable. On the right-hand side of this slide, you're going to see all the code that powers the core algorithm that serves dev. So, if we want to overcome, abuse, digital addiction, misinformation, and really strive to create the most positively engaging software possible, in this space, we really think transparency has to be baked in, and that's what makes open source so cool in this space. So if you want to know, why you're seeing content on maybe, some other social media platforms, you're really never going to get a good answer. But with forum, you might not get the whole picture depending on, the data situation, the specifics. But everything down to the code is completely scrutinizable. We hope that, someday there's journalists following changes in the forum code if they really want to understand the truth of, what makes forum. With that being said, forum is still too complicated. Over time, we really want to improve the usability for admins and end users. We have a lot of functionality that we've tried that we probably want to get out of the system. We have certain types of convenience features which needs to go in. So when we talk about forum being ready, there's still a long way to go. So on the right, I have a screenshot of a certain setting page in admin, which I think, is currently just a pretty long list of random configuration, which is just a little too hard to use. And we really want to keep improving this over time. We get a lot of good open source contributions to help. We're really working on this as a focus internally. And, we really think that this is going to, just make forum a little bit better every day. We're also, exploring new ideas. So here are a few screenshots from, recent design critiques and sprints here. So here you have, different types of forum themes, which could hypothetically go, be used by the brands listed here. So, forum themed like LinkedIn looks a little like LinkedIn, things like that. These are sort of concepts. We have some of the work we're doing in the new composer to make things a lot more approachable, more straightforward, more usable, less reading the manual, more intuitively understanding things. Forum is something to build on in a really big way with a lot of creativity. So sort of what I mean here is that there are opportunities to take Forum in different directions to make Forum a central resource for whatever you're doing. So we feel like we want to encourage co-location of blogging and community support, documentation. You don't have to put all of these things into a single forum. You can kind of link out to other resources. But Forum is a really, really good central point when it comes to your community. Maybe that's your customers. If you're a software company who needs a community around the users of your code, or maybe it's enthusiasts who share the same sports team. But either way, we feel like Forum is built for building on top of in as many ways as you can creatively think of. And of course, CodeLand is a big example of that. Forum is an investment, meaning it can take some time to get going, but we really think it pays off in the long run. We really feel like organizations and individuals that really invest in growing a forum today are going to succeed in the long run. Dev was really a long run, play. It took, it was a couple of years of running the Practical Dev Twitter account before we even made the website. And then it was a few years later after that before we went open source. And then we made Forum so much of what we do. And all of that has led to, a lot of value distribution. And we really think that anyone that's starts from where we are now and starts building in the same way has a head start, but they need to invest in the software. It's also a partnership between, us, the maintainers of Forum, you, the users, you, the contributors, you, the members. We won't always agree on every line of code. We won't always agree that, removing a feature is actually a benefit because it makes things simpler. We really strive to do things in a thoughtful way, but, we have to sort of make choices and we have to think of this as a partnership because Forum is sort of opinionated in a lot of ways. A lot of what we want to do is restrict the capacity to just, ruin the interface, in a certain type of way, but we really want to open up creativity in another. And it really is a partnership over time. Forum is self-hostable by you or hosted by us. This sort of just goes into the details of how do you get a forum up. There's a lot of content that we've put out there on how to do this. Right now, it's still, sort of takes a little reading and some expertise, but we strive to make it easier and easier over time. But if you want to get to know the basics of sysadmin work, hosting a website on a generic cloud, hosting your own forum is a tremendous learning experience, and we definitely encourage you to try it if you're attending this conference. Forum is value creation. So we feel like over the years, we've put a lot into Forum. We've hired some great folks. We've worked with, over 600 people have contributed to it. We've put, just a lot of work in it. It costs a lot of money to build a thing like this, but we really feel like the outcome is that more and more people get to reap that value, from this starting point. So, Facebook, Quora, Twitter, Pinterest, all of these independent closed source platforms need to have their own teams of thousands of engineers. And we really feel like things are better when they're shared and when value is created, when transparency is inherent. And we want the value to trickle down to community leaders who don't need to build their own engineering teams to reap this value. And at the end, if you're listening to this chat, this presentation, if you're attending this conference, Forum is for you in one way or another. You're literally using Forum if you're watching this on the day of the conference. If you're creative, you want to sort of think about ways you can hack on top of Forum, the way we built, CodeLand on top of the Code Newbie forum. It's for you to spot a bug and create an issue. We have Hacktoberfest coming up. We're going to have a lot of specific things folks can work on if they want to contribute. It's for you to learn about self-hosting. And it's for you to bring Forum to your organization if you want to get involved that way. We really think that Forum is a pretty exciting opportunity. We want to sell our forum cloud hosting to as many people as we can. We're really excited to maintain a stable business model in this way. And we really want you involved in however you want to get involved. And yeah, so that's my dog Ruby. I don't know if you can hear her barking in the background just now, but we really feel like Forum is ready for the prime time. It's ready for you to use it. It's ready for hosting a conference on a new forum. We hosted CodeLand on Dev last year, if you remember. This year it's on CodeLand. We want to try new things, and we really want to do it now. And we're excited about some of the early things we're seeing happen. And yeah, I'll just leave you with the request that you check out forum.com and get started one way or another. Contact us if you have any sense that your organization might want to dabble in this a little bit. We are going to have a lot of tie-ins with devs. So if you have a team that's hosting like a dev organization, we want to do things that complement that, and you can maybe go deeper with some forum stuff, and talk to us about your long-term strategy. We want you to reap the benefits of your search engine optimization. We want you to get the backlinks. We really want this to be a partnership with as many people as possible. And yeah, we just want to hear from you one way or another. You can find me on Dev or Code Newbie or Twitter, and very much happy to follow up on anything here. And if not me, send an email to hello@forum.com if you have any questions for our support or anybody in our team. And with that, thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. Friends, the great thing about open source software like Forum is that it powers so many of the technologies and the platforms that we use and enjoy every day. Right? It's really incredible to think about all the different code bases that are available to us to explore. You should be reading as much code as you write. And of course, in the case of Forum, as Ben said, you can even build your very own community, just like Code Newbie. So we want to hear who's planning on self-hosting their own Forum community. Let us know on Twitter by tagging #CodeLand and maybe going @Forum, FOREM. Speaking, of course, of community, the Code Newbie and Dev communities are here for you throughout the entirety of your coding journey. CodeLand is all about the celebration and empowerment of early and career software developers. We want you to learn. We want you to ask questions. We want you to challenge yourself with a framework of support behind you. And the Code Newbie community will be your place, hopefully, to return to for this same kind of thing long after this event is over. We all hope that you enjoyed CodeLand 2021. Our final request, though, is that you share your candid feedback about the event with the team. In just a few minutes, the Code Newbie staff will publish a post about the CodeLand feedback survey. They're also going to send out an email about that too. Everyone reads that feedback. Real humans will look at it, and they'll be raffling off an Apple Watch or the equivalent value in your local currency to one lucky survey respondent, along with 30 other prizes. So definitely fill out that survey so real humans can make events like CodeLand even better for you. And we've heard from so many inspiring speakers today. I want you to know that you and your coding journeys are the inspiration behind CodeLand. I have been your MC for day 2. Again, my name is Scott Hanselman. You can check me out online. I would encourage you to check out my podcast called Hansel Minutes. Over 800 episodes of people that look just like you talking about cool technologies, and also follow me on TikTok and on social. Hopefully we'll see you later. And again, that survey is above the video, so be sure to check that out. We need you to fill out those surveys and let us know how we can make CodeLand even better, and hopefully see you in person perhaps next year in 2022. Goodbye, everybody.